Hey guys, here's part 2 of Cursed Eyes. If you enjoy these fanfics as much as I do, please leave a like and subscribe. Anyways, enjoy. Chapter 9, Wave Arc. The mission day was finally upon Team 10 as this was the first time that they would leave Fire Country. Both Ino and Kuji had already traveled to some locations throughout the country with their parents, but none of them ever crossed any borders. Naruto had traveled only once with Kakashi in order to learn how to use his Sharingan. Asuma ushered everyone to arrive at the gates at 0800 hours. Realizing that he still had 2 hours, Naruto shrugged it off as he managed to parry Tori's sword strike with the help of his Sharingan. The duel was light today, considering that Naruto would need his strength and chakra for his C-ranked mission. 1 hour and a half later, the two decided to stop the training as Naruto would need to meet his sensei shortly. After hearing of the mission, Tori ended up giving some advice to Naruto. I know it's a C-ranked mission and normally you shouldn't expect more than bandits or thugs, Naruto. However, as you evolve in your career, you'll come to know that rarely ever does a mission go according to plan. There are a lot of variables in which you must take into consideration. Your team is heading towards a different country and you won't have the protection of any Konoha shinobi with the exception of your team. A good ninja must adapt to whatever situation lies in front of him, even if in the middle of a fight. Remember this and you'll be fine. Naruto nodded and bowed to his Kenjutsu partner, before sealing the sword and turning towards the direction of the gates. Naruto knew that Tori would vanish as soon as Naruto turned, so he didn't bother asking for anything else and just walked casually towards the gates. Except for him and a few others who woke up earlier, the day in Konoha was only now starting, so Naruto spotted some random faces as he walked along the street. Normally, he would take another route, through rooftops, but there were no buildings that lead to the gates, so Naruto was forced to walk there. Because of this, he could feel a few civilians who were up and about glaring at him. Ignoring them was his routine every day, so he simply shrugged it off and placed both hands inside his pockets, as the gates finally appeared on the horizon. When Naruto arrived at the gates, he realized that no one was there yet. He admitted arriving a little bit earlier than schedule, but that didn't mean that his entire team needed to arrive precisely at the time or a few minutes afterwards. Naruto, though, realized that he was complaining without necessity. After all, Kakashi wasn't going on this mission and absolutely no one in Konoha was later than him. After a few minutes of waiting, Naruto suddenly felt a bit of pain in his left arm and realized that he took things too far with Tori this morning. It would fade with time but Naruto wanted it to heal before the mission actually started. He started rubbing the sore muscles, in order to relax them when Ino and Kuji arrived. "Where is Asuma-sensei?" Ino was the one who asked and Naruto just shrugged. "He isn't here yet, neither is that drunken excuse of a human being, aka our client. So I'll guess that Asuma is coming with him." Naruto's distaste for Tazuna wasn't a mystery and Ino even let out a small laugh at his comment. True to what Naruto said, the team sensei appeared with the bridge builder Tazuna behind him. Asuma was surprised that his team was this punctual, while Tazuna was looking at the blonde kid who disrespected him in front of the Hokage yesterday. He didn't need to be a genius to know that the kid didn't like him at all. Probably it was the judging remark he made yesterday. Tazuna, though, had other problems at the moment. After a quick word from Tazuna regarding the time needed to reach Wave Country, the team left Konoha walking towards Wave Country. Of course, Ino protested seeing as they could travel far faster than this. However, she didn't take into account that Tazuna was a mere civilian and couldn't travel like ninjas could. Ino had the decency to blush in embarrassment when she and Tazuna exchanged glances. After that, the trip went uneventful for the most part. Team 10 wasn't very talkative with the exception of a few questions here and then about Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Nothing secretive, but only what Ino and Kuji can and will learn in the future aside from the training with Asuma. After talking with the team, Ino turned to Tazuna who was busy talking something with Asuma. "Excuse me Tazuna-san, but I'm curious about something." Tazuna looked at the girl and ushered her to ask. "Isn't there a ninja village in Wave Country? Why come all the way to Konoha to get protection?" The man sighed in response to that. Wave Country, although close to Water Country, doesn't have a ninja village like Konoha or Kirigakure. As a matter of fact, our land lacks the necessary income to maintain a ninja village. However, that will change when I manage to finish the bridge I talked about. It links Wave Country to Fire Country and through it, we can re-establish trading routes and expand our economy. The man was boosting in self-confidence upon mentioning his pet bridge. Ino nodded at the answer, before the conversation ceased for the time being. The group walked for a couple of hours until they spotted two small puddles of water. Asuma immediately sensed the presences, when something in his mind clicked. So far, his team hasn't engaged a fierce enemy before. That mission in Konoha hardly could be considered a test. The team simply passed by the puddles as if nothing happened. Suddenly, two identical shinobis appeared from within the puddles and went after the strongest enemy Asuma. Quickly wrapping the seemingly surprised shinobi, the pair called the Demon Brothers pulled their chains at the same time and ripped Asuma in half, shocking his team upon seeing the death of their sensei. After arrogantly stating that they've already taken care of one, they moved on to the next, namely, the Genins. Kuji and Ino managed to overcome their fear and jumped in front of the client. Naruto, meanwhile, unleashed a couple of shurikens, before going through hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The two shurikens had suddenly multiplied into 20, forcing the Demon Brothers to use their chain in order to block them, before moving on with the attack. By that time, though, Naruto was already upon them, standing between the Demon Brothers and the Genins, which were protecting Tazuna. The Demon Brothers charged once more with their chain, ready to envelope Naruto. The Genin, though, managed to parry it and aim a taijutsu strike at the one from the right. His attempt was blocked, though, but Naruto managed to dodge an incoming swipe from the brother from the left, that would pierce his heart. Quickly grabbing a kunai, Naruto charged the one from the right once more, knowing that the other one was behind him. As he knew that the Demon Brothers were focusing on him, he managed to take their attention away from the client, Ino and Kuji. Naruto started dodging the attacks, while locking eyes with Kuji for assistance. Kuji nodded and looked at Ino for a moment, before expanding his right arm and extending it towards the one that was closest. He was successful and used his strength to hold the brother in place, while Naruto activated his Sharingan with a smile on his face. Slicing the chain with his kunai, he started pounding the only free brother to the ground with supreme taijutsu and the ability of anticipating the enemy's movements. The enemy was sent to unconsciousness and Naruto looked at Kuji with a smirk on his face as now it would be the other one. His Sharingan showed him seconds before the Demon Brother used his claw to hurt Kuji's hand, which resulted in him being released. The enemy was charging at Ino, who grabbed a kunai in order to protect Tazuna. Both Ino and the Demon Brother were surprised upon seeing Naruto appearing right in between them and performing hand seals. Doten Doryu Dongan, Earth Release, Mud Shot Technique. The first ones the enemy was able to evade, but Naruto adapted the mud projectile's path based on the position supplied by the Sharingan. The enemy screamed as the mud shot hit him right on the chest. He was about to get up in rage when Asuma appeared from within a wind sunshine and stomped on the fallen brother, shocking Naruto, Ino, and Tazuna. The blonde later wished to punch himself upon seeing the wood log sliced in two where Asuma stood a few moments ago. He then looked at the fallen Kuji, while Asuma was busy tying the Demon Brother to the tree. Naruto kneeled next to his partner. Kuji, what happened? Are you alright? Naruto helped his team comrade up, before seeing the bleeding hand and remembering what the enemy had done to free himself from Kuji's strong grip. It was Asuma who figured out what it was, after appearing behind Naruto. Oh man, it's poison. Ino, come here. I believe you have your family kit with you to extract poisons. The female member of the team came running and looked at Kuji's hand, before grabbing some plants inside her kit to make some healing tea. One great aspect out of having a flower shop was that her family managed to learn a lot about healing poisons from plants. It didn't take more than 5 minutes for Ino to prepare the herbal tea. Kuji drank everything and sighed in relief upon feeling the pain going away. Asuma was relieved as well, because poison wasn't actually his favorite subject. Great job all of you. Now Tazuna, I wish to talk to you about why there are 2 C-ranked missing nins from Kirigakure after you. Tazuna began to sweat as he saw the look on Asuma's face. Seeing as he was out of alternatives, the drunken bridge builder decided to come clean about this entire mess. He realized that the fat kid got hurt due to the fact that he had lied about the mission parameters to the Hokage. The very reason for that was that he didn't know how eager Gato was to seeing him killed. However, from the Jounin's angered face, Tazuna knew that he couldn't play the naive part. Even he wouldn't believe in this crap apology. I'm sorry that I lied to you all. Like I said before, Wave Country is not very rich and my case is no exception. I couldn't afford to be ranked mission, but I needed protection so that I could finish the bridge that will link my home with Fire Country, thus opening trade routes between countries. I'm so very sorry that one of your genins got hurt, Asuma-san, but I didn't know that Gato would resort into hiring high-level missing nins just to kill me. The fact remains that our country is the way it is because of his acts of tyranny. The man conducts a lot of the dirty activities there. Opium traffic, women slavery, you name it. With the bridge, I was hoping to end his reign for good. Asuma kept his stoic facade throughout the explanation. He knew a thing or two about the Gato Corporation and how the man was responsible for many illicit activities. I know a bit about this Gato, Tazuna. I also know that the Sandaime Hokage would do everything to help you if you came clean with your problem. What you just did not only endangered yourself, but also my genins, as this is the first time they ever faced a higher level shinobi. You were lucky that we haven't encountered Jounin level ninja, or else we would be in serious trouble. The presence of the Demon Brothers here raises this mission to be level, if not A-ranked, should we encounter more threats up ahead. I'm sorry Tazuna-san, but I will have to consult my genins to see if they are up for the task. Tazuna could only nod with a sad look on his face as he watched the Jounin turn his back and walk towards the genins that were sitting on the ground. How was he supposed to know that he could come clean with the Sandaime and ask for a B ranked for the price of a C ranked? Once far from the client, Asuma kneeled next to Ino, who was busy tending to Kuji's poison wound. By this time, the poison was fully extracted and Ino was wrapping Kuji's hand with bandages to close the wound. The man knew a thing or two about first aid kits, but the job performed by Ino far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't know any better, the woman may have potential as a future medic nin. Something he would write down somewhere to train the girl in. Perhaps, he could ask someone to train her in that regard when or if they returned home. Okay, now that we know of the real situation, I ask if all of you feel like continuing with the mission. My experience tells me that we may encounter a Jounin up ahead. All three of them looked at the Jounin with a surprised look before looking down in deep thought. They weren't too happy to hear that the client lied to them, but all three of them understood the reasons behind it. The man was doing this in order to save his country. Ino, Naruto and Kuji looked at each other for a while, before Ino and Kuji nodded to Naruto. There was no going back as far as the three were concerned. We would like to continue, Asuma-sensei. He may have lied to us, but he did it for his country. The Jounin smiled at his team. He didn't have a problem with going, but the genins were his responsibility. Those were my thoughts exactly. We'll proceed then. However, I ask that all three of you keep your eyes open from now on and listen to me at all times, understood? All three nodded, before Asuma left to tell Tazuna of their decision. The bridge builder was happy and repeatedly thanked them for their kindness and apologized also repeatedly for lying to them about the contents of the mission. He only stopped when the entire team shut him up by saying that it was enough. So, after leaving the Demon Brothers for Konoha to pick up, Asuma's team left once more towards Wave Country. Asuma nominated Naruto as sub-leader of the group, so that he could protect Kuji who, despite being clean of poison, was weaker than before. Because of this, Ino and Naruto ended up flanking the Akimichi, much to his protest, saying that it wasn't necessary. Kuji, you would do the same thing if I was the one with the injury, wouldn't you? Naruto said, smiling at his comrade. The Akimichi nodded with a smile as well. Eventually, the team managed to reach the river when a small boat was waiting for them. Right now, the fog was so dense that none of them could see a thing. Everyone quickly came aboard the boat, before the man to whom Tazuna knew, steered it towards their destination. The trip towards the other side took almost 15 minutes as the team from Konoha got to see the enormous steel bridge that Tazuna was building. The man beamed with pride when Ino complimented the construction. Tazuna's friend wished them good luck before vanishing within the heavy mist that flooded the area. Asuma's instincts immediately went on high alert the minute he made the first step and ushered his team to focus. Naruto, please activate your Sharingan and tell me the minute you see any source of chakra. The blonde nodded and activated his Dujutsu. Asuma had faith that Naruto's chakra wouldn't be reduced by overusing the Dujutsu, and with Naruto's help, he could anticipate any movement from the enemy, whoever he or she is. Naruto was looking all around the group for any signs of chakra residue around these parts. He never used his eyes for such a thing, but he never was in a situation where he couldn't see a thing before. Suddenly, as he looked to the right, his eyes caught it. Asuma-sensei, there is one to our right. Asuma nodded and screamed for everyone to get down as he went for the client and Ino, while Naruto helped the surprised Kuji. All of them sensed a strange weapon passing above them, before it was embedded to the tree to their left. Asuma then got up and saw the man that was standing on top of the sword. His eyes immediately widened as he recognized his enemy's identity immediately. This mission started out as a C ranked with the prospect of facing nothing but bandits and thugs. It escalated to a B ranked as they faced the Demon Brothers. Now, it was easily A ranked, as right in front of him was one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Momochi Zabuza. Whatever happened to his life that warranted such bad luck, he'll never know. Sarutobi Asuma, I believe. No wonder the demon brothers were so easily defeated. I don't have anything against you or your pathetic genins, so give me the old man. Momochi Zabuza, A-ranked missing nin from Kirigakure and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Sorry, but Tazana's safety is my mission. You'll have to get through me. The two jounins looked at each other for a while. The killing intent liberated by both of them was staggering for both Ino and Kuji, as they had yet to experience this level of battle. Naruto, being targeted multiple times by other ninjas, was better accustomed to it. But it didn't mean he was unaffected, as he had yet to face a jounin in battle. He saw Ino shaking and placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to relax his comrade. Asuma was aware of his genin's suffering as he turned his neck a bit. Ino and Kuji protect the client. Naruto, stay between me and them so that you can be my support and protect them at the same time. Use your Sharingan to pinpoint his direction and attack, but only from a secure distance. He is way out of your league for the time being. And all of you do not worry. I won't let any of you die, that's a promise. The genins nodded and were a bit relieved because of Asuma's speech. By this time, Asuma was already equipped with his favorite weapon as he locked eyes with Zabuza, who had yet to move from his sword. Suddenly, he vanished from his position, before falling on the lake. Bold words, coming from a man who is about to get killed. Prepare yourself, Sarutobi. Zabuza focused on a single hand seal and used his favorite technique. Ninpa Kirigakure no Jutsu, ninja arts, hidden mist technique. The dense fog now transformed into a heavy mist as no one could see a thing. Asuma focused chakra to his eyes in an attempt to spot Zabuza's position. When it became clear that the man was taking too much time, he widened his eyes in surprise, knowing that Zabuza wouldn't target him, but the client instead. He quickly turned and was surprised to see the enemy appearing behind Tazana. He was more surprised to see Naruto standing in front of the enemy as they exchanged swords together. The swordsman was surprised with the blonde's speed, before looking at the kid's eyes and cursing the damn dujutsu. He didn't have time to force the sword and kill the brat, as Asuma charged at him. Zabuza had to dodge Asuma's trench knives to best of his abilities. The man wasn't used to the agility represented by smaller blades. So he vanished towards the lake once more, in hopes that he would escape Asuma's knives and return to his element. I should have done this from the beginning, Zabuza. Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough technique, Asuma shouted, before gathering as much air as possible inside his lungs, before expelling wildly. The gigantic wind force managed to dispel the heavy mist and even threw Zabuza a great distance, as the man cursed his luck. Zabuza's style consisted of using the mist and sneaking behind the enemy for a quick and silent kill. He lost his chance to kill the target, because of the damn kid with the Sharingan. Zabuza, now, was out in the open as he faced the smirking Asuma. Gone was Zabuza's missed advantage, but by no means was he defeated because of it. Both Zabuza and Asuma charged against another, before their weapons clashed fiercely. The aftershock managed to create a tidal wave around them as both attempted attacks at the other. Eventually, Zabuza managed to connect a heavy kick on Asuma's chest and sent him flying long enough to make a long series of hand seals. Suddenly, from both his flanks, two small whirlpools appeared, before two torrents of water emerged towards Asuma's path. Suten Sweryu Udan no Jutsu, water release, water dragon projectile technique. Asuma saw the two creatures approaching and performed a quick replacement technique, before appearing the lake margin. He threw a couple of shurikens at Zabuza, who managed to dodge before blocking Asuma's attack with his gigantic sword. At the same time, he made a single Mizu Bunshine behind Asuma, who managed to hold him long enough for Zabuza to create a water prison and trap the shocked Asuma inside. With an arrogant laughter, Zabuza created a small army of Mizu Bunshines and told Asuma that he would send them against the genins and that Asuma would watch their deaths. Asuma snarled at the man, but he couldn't do anything. He was about to scream at his genins to run when he saw it. Kat and Enden, fire release, great fireball technique. The gigantic fireball crossed the river with its majestic power and went straight for the clones and Asuma's dome. The clones didn't have the chakra to perform techniques, so they were caught in the blast. Asuma was protected by a dome of water, which managed to absorb the fireball's power a bit, before it couldn't handle any more. Asuma managed to fall beneath the water in safety. Only the real Zabuza managed to stop the fireball by lifting a water wall in front of him. Looking at the distance, he snarled once more when he saw Naruto's Sharingan spinning madly at him. The boy managed to predict Zabuza's entire plan and performed the technique before he had time to summon the clones. Zabuza was so frustrated that he recovered his attention 2 seconds too late, allowing Asuma to perform the needed hand seals for his technique. Fuuten Fuujin no Jutsu, Wind Release, Dust Cloud Technique. After finishing the sequence, Asuma placed the palm of his hands together and blew wind chakra through them, creating a strong burst of cutting dust. The attack hit Zabuza dead on as it not only sent him flying, but managed to cause a great load of damage to his body. His body ended up hitting a considerably thick tree, which resulted in a few ribs being cracked. Asuma, then, positioned in front of Zabuza ready to deliver the killing blow when he spotted a couple of senbons hitting Zabuza's neck. The demon's eyes immediately lost their color, before Asuma placed 2 fingers on his neck to feel any sign of heartbeat. There wasn't one. I appreciate your assistance. I've been hunting Zabuza for quite some time now, said the hunter nin who appeared right beside his prey. Asuma took a while to observe the situation, before nodding. Right now, his mission was to protect Tazuna. The hunter nin vanished with the body, before Asuma went over to the other side of the river where his genins and the client were waiting. He congratulated Naruto on the job well done, before continuing with the trip towards Wave Country. Tazuna was so grateful for their protection that he ushered everyone to follow him to his house, which was nearby their current position. At Konoha . The sun has already begun its descending journey as one Nara Shukaku was found walking through the forest of his property. It was a habit he came up once and that it stuck. Where he stood, there was no one who could bother him other than the animals that lived there. Suddenly, though the man looked to his right at the shadow of a tree, before he sighed in dismay. So much for peace and quiet, he mused. Evening Itsuko, how can I help you? Shukaku heard the woman emit an angry sound and smiled, before looking forward. How many have I asked you not to call me by my name, Shikaku sensei? The eagle-masked Anbu said as she appeared in front of him with her arms crossed. The Nara patriarch smiled in return as the image of his ex-student's angered face appeared in his head. No matter how many times he did it, it was always amusing to set her on edge with his habits. There was only one thing that managed to infuriate the woman more than the possibility of revealing her identity, and that was hearing the word that every traditional Nara shinobi used so as to justify eventual negligence or lack of will in doing something. And how many times have I told you it's too troublesome to remember? The Anbu started shaking, but managed to control herself from not shouting at the man who trained her. Ah, forget it. Hokage-sama asked for your presence at his office immediately. Shikaku nodded and left, knowing that his ex-student would do the same, but through the use of a shunshine. It became another habit of his to infuriate the Anbu every once in a while. He knew that every time the Hokage needed him, he would ask her to come and call him, because only she, as well as her old teammates who became jounins just a while ago, knew where their sensei was all the time. Other Anbu operatives took so long to find Shikaku that by the time he arrived at the Hokage's office, Sandaime had given up on expecting his presence and dealt with the situation. However, if it were up to the Nara patriarch, he would have preferred if others came instead of his ex-student. This way, he wouldn't have to perform troublesome duties as much. At Wave Country . After the fight with Zabuza, it didn't take too long for the team to reach Tazuna's place. Once inside, Kuji was taken by Tazuna's daughter to one of the rooms as he needed to rest. After taking her time to appreciate the help of each shinobi for protecting her father, she went back to the kitchen, leaving Team 10 alone for the time being. Naruto was a little bit drained of chakra because of his continuous Sharingan usage and his support at the fight. Asuma was a jounin, but fighting an A-ranked level missing nin like Momochi Zabuza would be tiring to anyone. Quickly addressing to his genins, Asuma explained to them that they would remain in Wave Country until the bridge is finished as per agreement with Tazuna. Get your rest you two. Tomorrow, we'll begin a rotation in protecting Tazuna while he gets to finish his bridge. We'll be doing some training as well. So, here's how it's going to work. Tomorrow, Naruto and Kuji will be protecting Tazuna while Ino and I will train. The next day, will be the opposite. I'll take tonight and gather a couple of exercises for all three of you to perform. Now get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. With Asuma . At night, Asuma was busy thinking of the exercises he would put his genin through. However, something was on his mind and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was forgetting something important. Thinking back at the fight with Zabuza, he remembered the senbons thrown by the hunter nin who appeared out of nowhere and took Zabuza's body away in order to dispose of the demon of the mist. The procedure stood out as odd in Asuma's book, because normally a hunter nin wouldn't wait and simply destroy the body. Why take Zabuza away for that? Also, Scene bonds shouldn't be able to kill a person. It's only meant to paralyze the enemy. He kept thinking a couple minutes about it as he tried to come up with some legitimate reason for the Hunter Nin's actions. He frowned deeply upon realizing that he couldn't find one. It didn't make sense. If Zabuza was already dead, then why did the Hunter Nin take his body elsewhere? Suddenly, though, the Jounin felt like punching himself or even asking for Tsunade of the Sannin to do it for him, for his stupidity. 1. Zabuza wasn't dead at all. Scene bonds indeed are meant for paralyzing the opponent, and the Hunter Ninja knew that, hence why he hit that area of the neck where it shuts down the entire body, making it look like the man was dead. That means that the Hunter Ninja was protecting the demon of the mist. Asuma's realization ended up escalating things. He at first agreed to stay in case Tazuna was attacked by Gato's thugs. Now, he would have to prepare himself and his team to face not only Zabuza once more, but the Hunter Ninja as well. Things could not be worse, Asuma reasoned. If the Hunter Ninja joined the company of a man such as Zabuza, then it's more likely to assume that his skills are similar if not stronger than the swordsman of the mist. Asuma was having trouble fighting Zabuza alone. Unfortunately, asking for backup wasn't an option as it could take too long for another Jounin to arrive. He didn't know when Zabuza would strike next, but at least he knew that the man wouldn't be 100% based on the wounds received by his wind attack. He estimated at least a week and a half to prepare the next strongest of the team, Naruto. Next day . After a quick breakfast, the team was divided like Asuma ordered last night. Kuji and Naruto would accompany Tazuna today while Asuma and Ino would train. The news of Zabuza still being amongst the living was received with surprise and fear in Ino's case. The killing intent was surreal back then and she didn't want to relive it. It only got worse when they knew that the Hunter Ninja was actually aiding Zabuza instead of after his head. Asuma explained that he would take the time needed for Zabuza's recuperation and train the three of them. He already devised a couple of exercises for all three of them. With Ino, he would focus on water walking and physical exercises, in order to increase her control and her stamina. Kuji would receive strength exercises mixed with chakra, so it was required of him to learn water walking as well to further polish his Akimichi-based techniques. He would spar constantly with Naruto, in order to increase his speed as well. Last but not least, Naruto. Asuma ended up admitting in front of Kuji and Ino that he was counting on Naruto the most to stop the Hunter Ninja. So, Asuma would have him perform advanced chakra control exercises and increase his speed by facing Asuma in constant spars. Kuji and Ino weren't affected by Asuma's words, because they actually thought Naruto to be better than them. After all, he was the appointed leader of the team. Asuma smiled at this and asked Naruto if he felt like including elemental manipulation in his training. The blonde nodded, but assured Asuma that he already had exercises taught by Kakashi in this regard, so Asuma shouldn't need to worry about that. The truth was that Naruto already took the morning to practice his fire manipulation, and while accompanying Tazuna, he would move to earth manipulation. Asuma nodded at that and took Ino towards the woods to begin her training while the male genins followed Tazuna towards the bridge. The team would meet after Tazuna returned home in order to train together. Alright Ino, first order of business, is chakra control. I know that all major clans tend to attribute extra focus in chakra control exercises, so you already know tree walking. Ino nodded, so Asuma continued. Now, the next exercise is water walking. The concept is similar, but instead of focusing chakra through your feet at all times, you'll have to adjust the amount of chakra according to the water depth. At the beginning, just focus on standing on top of the water surface. After that, you can walk albeit slowly. Any questions? Ino nodded and went towards the nearby lake. Normally, she would take off her clothes, but that was obviously not possible. So, she decided to remain near the water margin as she attempted to step on the water and remain afloat. The water depth where she stood was almost non-existent, so she barely sank that much on her first try. Asuma was confident, though, that the girl would master it by the end of the day. Her low chakra capacity helped her use it more effectively. His goal was for her to increase her chakra capacity rather than only controlling it better. With Naruto . Watching the workers diligently doing their jobs, Naruto and Kuji were left with little to do, so it was easy to get bored. The Akimichi opened a bag of potato chips and ate one chip after the other faster than Naruto took to activate his Sharingan. Naruto was using his hand to hold his chin as he observed the works when Kuji's bag appeared below him. Naruto looked at his comrade for a while and nodded, accepting the invitation. Kuji smiled at this and resumed to eating as if nothing had happened. He felt a surge of chakra next to him and saw Naruto seating on the ground, looking down for a minute. He was about to question what was going on, when he saw Naruto's concentrated visage. The Sharingan user extended his hand and slammed the palm of his hand on the ground. To Kuji's surprise, a small hole no wider than Naruto's hand opened in front of him. The blonde, then, performed a couple of hand seals before slamming his hand once more. Kuji saw, amazed, that the hole was covered once more as if there wasn't there in the first place. Noticing that Naruto performed the same ritual continuously and repeatedly, he assumed it had something to do with earth manipulation. Upon asking the question, Naruto nodded and explained that by constantly manipulating the element, he could perform techniques more effectively with less chakra. Naruto explained that his chakra capacity ends up hindering his progress as far as chakra control was involved, so it was mandatory that he practice constantly. Kuji nodded and decided to perform a couple of exercises as well to train and pass the time. He would use his partial expansion technique and constantly expand his limbs, before using them to crush the nearby stones. Kuji also performed the tree walking exercise on a 20-meter trees near the bridge's entrance. Naruto maintained his exercise for a while, not at all acknowledging that he ended up attracting the workers' attention. While they had to resort to tools in order to dig holes, Naruto didn't. In the end, Tazuna ended up hiring the boy to assist making holes where needed, before covering them, sometimes using mud techniques in order to hold the metal structures that would sustain the bridge. Naruto didn't mind because it served as training in his book. And if Tazuna was correct and it increased the construction speed, then their mission would be over sooner than expected. At night. Once Tazuna returned home, the team was reunited once more for training. Ino, like Asuma expected, managed to master water walking and was now enjoying herself going up and down from trees in order to expand her chakra capacity. Meanwhile, Asuma set Kuji against Naruto in order to practice his agility further. The two bowed in respect to one another, before going at it fiercely. The only limitation was that Naruto couldn't use his Sharingan. Kuji expanded his limbs and stretched it towards Naruto, who effortlessly dodged and ran next to the extended limb towards his partner, who was busy retracting his arms while following Naruto's approach with severe scrutiny. Naruto arrived earlier than the arm and Kuji aimed a front kick towards Naruto's chest. The blonde maneuvered himself in order to appear behind Kuji and aimed a strong punch on Kuji's face. Kuji blocked the punch and gathered a couple of shuriken, before throwing them at Naruto. The projectiles were actually aimed at a different direction since Naruto managed to land a blow on Kuji's wrist. The Akimichi didn't relent to the Uzumaki's speed and pressed forward, now going for the meatball tank technique. Asuma acknowledged the increase in jutsu speed, before seeing Naruto doing hand seals as well. Asuma could see that whatever was coming wasn't fire-oriented, as the hand seal sequence was slightly different. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Technique. As the meatball tank approached, Naruto released a great torrent of mud towards the ground and already moved from his old location. The wall would rise even if he wasn't there. Kuji's body slammed hard and was disoriented, allowing Naruto to appear behind him and merely place a kunai near his neck, ushering Kuji to yield. The Akimichi took a while because his eyes were spinning because of the crash. Asuma smirked at this and ushered everyone to go to Tazuna's house for dinner. Tomorrow would be Naruto and Kuji's turn to train, while Ino went with Asuma to the bridge along with Tazuna. Asuma asked Naruto to teach water walking to Kuji, which he nodded. 1 week later. The rotation went by for 7 days and Asuma couldn't be happier for his team. Ino managed to expand her chakra capacity because of the exercises and even managed to increase her stamina a bit. Asuma sparred with her as to check her taijutsu and was surprised that it was quite flawless, even if it was the academy style. He managed to correct some flaws in her form, and with that, she increased her close range capabilities. Her Yamanaka jutsus were practiced as well, and Asuma had made sure to direct her targets to either him or Kuji, because getting inside Naruto's head was simply off limits. Ino, though, eased the situation, saying that she could perform her jutsus on animals. Kuji and Naruto sparred constantly together and even on water as per Naruto's request. In his book, mastery of water walking was only possible when a ninja could fight on top of the water, without it being a hindrance. Naruto, for his part, sparred with Asuma, this time, with the Sharingan active. The Jounin's hope in Naruto had only risen as the boy managed to anticipate the great majority of Asuma's moves, only missing one because Asuma performed it behind a tree. Asuma considered his speed on par with Zabuza's, and the hunter ninja must be on their level as well. The blonde won't have any trouble, at least as far as speed was a concern. Unfortunately, he knew little about the hunter's other capabilities such as ninjutsu, taijutsu or genjutsu. So Naruto would have to improvise in the middle of the battlefield. He had confidence, though, that Naruto will prevail. By now, Zabuza must have healed and could be on the move soon, so his team would have to be vigilant now. That meant that their training would end today. Actually, from his team, only Naruto asked to remain his training as the other two were quite exhausted from training. He was practicing fire techniques, when a sudden feeling of being watched stopped him. Grabbing his sword, he warned the person to review his or herself. He was surprised when a teenage girl emerged from the woods in front of him, holding a basket. Long black hair and white porcelain skin, her appearance appeared fragile, but he couldn't ascertain. "I'm sorry to disturb you, I was just walking around these parts, gathering herbs for my master when I saw you practicing. My name is Haku, pleased to meet you." The girl showed an affectionate smile and Naruto sighed, before putting away his sword. "I'm Naruto, nice to meet you. Now, I must presume your master is sick if the herbs inside the basket are any indication." Haku nodded and gave a brief, while fake, explanation about her master being poisoned while fishing at the lake. Naruto didn't much care about it, hence why he just nodded and turned towards Tazuna's house, after saying his goodbye to the girl. Something really stuck out as odd in Naruto's opinion. He was by no means a censor-type shinobi, but if anyone was that close to him, he would be aware of her presence. Because of this, two thoughts immediately appeared in Naruto's mind. The first one was that perhaps the girl's chakra capacity was that of a civilian, so he wouldn't be able to feel it. The second, and that may be counted as paranoia, was that the girl had the ability to reduce her chakra so as to make others believe she is a mere civilian, when in fact she is a powerful ninja with a superior knowledge of chakra control. Usually, he chose the more dangerous thought. This way, it wouldn't be a surprise. However, in this situation, he wasn't sure about it. He could follow the girl and use his Sharingan on her, but he didn't know what to expect. Plus, Asuma was expecting him any minute now, so he needed to return. Haku looked at the direction that this Naruto person left and immediately lost her smile, replacing it for a cold and calculated expression. She was hoping to ask some more questions to him in hopes of extracting as much information as possible. His usage of fire techniques was no mystery since Naruto ended up using it to save his sensei from Zabuza-sama's water technique. Zabuza's plan was pretty much the same as the one Asuma was planning, even if neither knew about it. Zabuza would fight Asuma while Haku was to engage against the blonde kid and the other two. Although to be honest, Haku wondered if the other two could even count as a disadvantage for her. Next day. The next day, the entire team was following Tazuna towards the bridge. As per Asuma's instructions, Tazuna's daughter took her 8-year-old son and went to a friend's house located on the other side of Wave Country. The location was only privy to Tazuna, so she would be okay for the time being. Tazuna asked if Zabuza was likely to show up once more, and Asuma explained to him his theory of the demon's wounds and how long it would normally take for the enemy to heal. He concluded that Zabuza would be up and running right about now and could very well show up any time. The bridge builder nodded as a little sweat appeared on his forehead. If it wasn't for the blonde kid, Tazuna would be sliced in two. He remembered the enemy's cold eyes and he was already prepared for death back then. He didn't want to feel that ever again. It was the first time he preferred dying of old age. As they approached the bridge, a heavy mist started to gather. "Man, not today. Nature seems to stop us at any cost as well, huh?" Tazuna complained, being oblivious to the ninjas' faces. "Tazuna, this mist is laced with chakra. This isn't nature. We must go. The workers might be in danger." The bridge builder looked at the Jounin for a while, before running frantically towards the bridge's location. Upon arrival, he saw everyone on the ground dead, lying on top of an enormous pool of blood, made by their own. The sight was awful in Tazuna's eyes and even the Genin's. Asuma was already equipped with his trench knives when the voice appeared from within the mist. Once more, the amount of killing intent flooded the bridge, reminding everyone of what happened a week ago. "It took you quite a while to come, Sarutobi. I hope you didn't mind that I killed them, I was getting bored of waiting for you." Despite the seemingly evil comment, Asuma knew it was only meant for a show of some kind. He could see the hunter ninja next to Zabuza and turned to Naruto. The blonde nodded, even if Asuma never opened his mouth. He knew what the man wanted to say anyway. Zabuza noticed it too and quickly summoned 5 Mizu Bunshines at them. Unleashing his Kodashi, Naruto sliced them faster than before, earning smiles from Asuma and Zabuza. Asuma smiled because his training worked and Naruto was much faster even without the Sharingan. Zabuza smiled as well and turned to the hunter ninja. It seems you found your rival for speed, huh? The hunter nodded, before seeing Zabuza unleashing his Zanbato and charging Asuma. The Konoha Jounin ushered Kuji and Ino and protect the client, before Zabuza was already on him, with his Zanbato. Asuma parried the attack with his chakra-infused knives and managed to send him away with a kick on Zabuza's chest. Naruto eventually remained alone with the hunter ninja as they took their time staring at one another for a while. The mask made things difficult for Naruto, because he couldn't use the Sharingan to its full effect. He could however use to trace the amounts of chakra residue left by the hunter ninja's movements. He didn't know if his eyes were necessary now, but it was a nice backup plan if the enemy was too strong for him to deal with without the Sharingan. Positioning his sword accordingly, Naruto's body dropped into a battle formation. He held the Kodashi reversibly and in front of him, so as to attack and defend at the same time. Let's see if you have the skills to stop me, Jinan. The voice sounded familiar to Naruto, but he didn't have time to ponder on it as Haku vanished from her position and quickly threw Senbons at Naruto. He parried all of them with the Kodashi and met Haku halfway, surprising the woman with the same level of speed. In order to parry the Kodashi, Haku positioned 3 Senbons on her left hand and stopped the blade. Naruto trained too long with the Anbu Tori to realize that holding a battle of force was never the right way of Kenjutsu. He released the grip of the sword a little bit and moved when Haku bended her body slightly in order to accommodate with the sudden loss of force. Naruto positioned to her side and swung his Kodashi in order to end it, but Haku had more speed than that and evaded the attack, before using the Senbons as claws, aiming them directly at Naruto's stomach. His sword was too far from the attack to be used, so Naruto performed some backflips, before grabbing some shurikens from his kunai holster and threw the projectiles at Haku. She was about to use the Senbons and deflect them when she saw Naruto doing hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The 4 shurikens multiplied into 20, forcing Haku to use the water wall technique and block them from impaling her. When the water attack was released, the woman was surprised upon seeing Naruto charging at her so suddenly. She managed to block the sword once more and started one-hand seals with her free hand, shocking Naruto because he never once saw someone doing one-handed seals before. A strong geyser erupted from the sea below them, before Naruto saw a whole lot of needles being formed from the column of water. He immediately moved from his position, if not the needles would be the end of him. Haku took advantage of Naruto's lack of attention and landed a fierce kick on his stomach, sent him flying. The kick was laced with chakra and it hurt quite badly. Naruto saw the same technique being used once more and realized that he was in mid-air and couldn't evade. Looking to his surroundings, he spotted a piece of debris and used it for the replacement jutsu, along with a nice present for the hunter nin. The needles managed to pin Naruto and the hunter nin approached his body to ascertain his death. She was surprised when a piece of debris appeared laced with an exploding tag ready to blow. With Asuma . So far the battle between Jounins was setting Asuma on edge. Zabuza's method of strategy consisted of lifting the heavy fog and waiting for Asuma to use a Fuuten jutsu to get rid of it, before Zabuza appeared and attempted to kill Asuma when he was busy. Despite knowing the MO, Asuma couldn't let the mist remain, or else Zabuza would be in his field of expertise. As soon as Zabuza lifted the mist once more, instead of using a Fuuten jutsu, Asuma decided to attempt something else. A jutsu of his own creation would surprise Zabuza a lot as he wouldn't be expecting a different kind of mist. Cat and Hazy Kizu, Fire Release, Burning Ash Accumulation Technique. Asuma expelled ash from his mouth until it mixed with the mist. He saw Zabuza looking around wondering what was happening when Asuma smiled, before he clicked his teeth. Zabuza ended being engulfed in the explosion. He managed to escape the blast, but his body received second-degree burns. Zabuza looked at the man in front of him with anger written in his face. Nothing mattered right now, just Sarutobi Asuma's death. His eyes were red with anger. He placed his sword on his back, before going through hand seals, a long series of hand seals. Asuma was already on edge. He cursed himself for not moving as soon as Zabuza started the sequence and got prepared for anything. Zabuza finished the hand seal sequence with the bird seal, before 2 gigantic geysers of water rose from both sides of the bridge. Asuma noticed the columns transforming into dragons. Suten Sweryu Dan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Projectile Technique. The 2 dragons rushed straight at Asuma, who lifted a wind barrier around him. When the first one hit the barrier, It dissolved instantly and still had enough power to land a fierce blow on Asuma's chest. The Jounin saw the second one coming with its jaw open wide, ready to land a hit that would knock him down for sure. After that, Zabuza would just take his time and slice Asuma's throat with a kunai. The Jounin couldn't allow this. Going through hand seals in mid-air, Asuma decided to stop the jutsu before it ever reached his position. This jutsu would just serve to stop Zabuza's or at least slow it down so that Asuma could escape in time. Katendai Enden, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The two techniques met each other and the fireball was quickly extinguished by Zabuza's dragon. The white smoke produced allowed Asuma to escape and hide at the same time. With Naruto . Haku managed to escape from the blast, but as soon as she evaded the explosion, she landed exactly where Naruto was expecting her to, allowing him to make hand seals. Katendai Enden, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Haku turned to the sudden ball of fire, but couldn't evade in time. Naruto became prepared for anything, realizing that if he dropped his guard prematurely, he would be dead. So far, the hunter showed much more skill than him, he realized. If that single piece of debris wasn't there, he would have to resort to his eyes and that would show that he wasn't strong enough without the Sharingan to stop this foe. He saw the water wall technique being used once more, before the hunter ninja materialized from within the fire, walking towards him. The enemy's clothes were seriously burned as well as the mask, but Naruto wasn't sure if his or her body was affected by it. Water-natured attacks tend to overcome fire jutsus more easily. With a smile, Naruto realized that perhaps it would be more prudent to use other type of jutsus. Water's main weakness was earth. You're very skilled for a Jonin. However, it's time to end this as Zabuza-sama needs me. Hyoton Mikyu Hyuzu, Ice Release, Demonic Ice Crystal Mirrors Technique. Naruto looked around as mirrors started forming around him, trapping him inside. Haku, then, literally entered in one of the mirrors, before his image appeared in all of them. Naruto, sensing the danger of the technique, grabbed his second sword for the first time in a battle. He has been practicing in secret how to use two swords and he had the feeling that he needed to use them. Looking around, he cursed upon not knowing which one was the original opponent. Therefore, he realized that the hunter nin could attack from all positions and he wouldn't be aware. He doubted if his swords would be enough to defend himself against whatever came. There is nothing you can do now, since you're trapped in here. I don't wish to kill you, but if you prevent me from aiding Zabuza-sama, then I must. For some reason, Naruto found this amusing. Perhaps you'd be the first opponent who doesn't want to kill me. Forgive me if I remain skeptical. Your technique may appear threatening, but I have something that will aid me better than you think. Now it was not the time to test yourself, Naruto wondered. If he didn't use it, chances were that this foe might actually kill him. Haku saw that Naruto's eyes were different now. Instead of the usual black eyes, now it was red with 3 tomes. I wonder how long can you hold this technique of yours until you exhaust your chakra supply, Hunter Nin. Naruto got into position with his swords, as Haku initiated her attacks, throwing a rain of senbons from all directions. Her eyes, though, couldn't be deceiving her. The Jonin in front of her was using his swords to deflect all of her senbons, doing so at a speed that even outmatched her own. Haku didn't relent however and bombarded Naruto once more. Much to her ire, however, the conclusion was the same. The blonde Jonin managed to block each and every one of the senbons. What's the meaning of this? You weren't this fast a minute ago. While throwing senbons, she questioned him. Perhaps, you know very little about the Sharingan, then. With it, I can see the movements coming at a far slower pace. Naruto deflected the last one, before placing both swords on the ground. Going through hand seals, he chose a jutsu that would be able to eliminate all mirrors at the same time. Doton Doryusu, Earth Release, Earth Rising Spears Technique. Slamming both hands on the ground, he manipulated enough earth chakra to extend the earth spears longer than normally would be. He directed each spear to one of the mirrors and since earth chakra beats water, the mirrors were defenseless against the onslaught. One by one, the mirrors cracked due to the pressure of the spears and one of them managed to pierce the mirror that Haku was in. In result, the spear ended piercing the hunter's stomach. Haku was an ice user, having both water and wind affinities. Therefore, her body was weak against both earth and fire techniques. Naruto was perhaps the worst opponent she could ever face. As soon as the mirrors shattered, Ino and Kuji saw the hunter down and Naruto standing. Both of them managed to breathe more easily, only now acknowledging that they were holding their breath in anticipation. Naruto went to help Asuma, But he didn't need to worry as he could see that Zabuza had his right arm broken and his other arm bleeding severely. His threat has ended. Asuma noticed that Naruto was next to him and asked what became of the Hunter Nin. He turned and saw the Hunter Nin on the ground, not moving. "You had to use your eyes, didn't you?" An embarrassed blush appeared on Naruto's face, but he merely nodded. "I can't believe that someone actually beat Haku. You're someone else, kid." Zabuza was almost closing his eyes, because of the amount of pain caused by Asuma's wind techniques. Well. To believe that the great demon of the mist was beaten by mere kids, oh how the mighty have fallen. As a matter of fact, these goons ended up aiding me as I never intended to pay you, Zabuza. The voice of his contractor infuriated the demon as he turned to see the midget flanked by his samurai goons. "Gato!" Zabuza snarled so fiercely, before turning to his ex-enemies. "Asuma, you managed to beat me, and I'm no longer your opponent. I only ask one thing of you." Asuma nodded, waiting for the question. "Please give me a kunai. I've always wanted that midget's head." The Jounin smiled and threw a kunai up in the air towards Zabuza, who simply nodded and grabbed it with his mouth. A bloodbath followed next as Zabuza used a mere kunai to kill all of the goons, before decapitating Gato's head. His face was one of shock, even in death. Chapter 10, Summoning Contract. It had been a couple weeks since Team 10's return from Wave Country and they managed to accomplish a good number of 10D ranked missions since then. The Genin spent the great majority of their time honing their skills both under Asuma's and their respective clans' teachings, in Ino and Kuji's case. In Naruto's case, he was now practicing advanced kenjutsu against his Anbu partner Torah. Both of them were using two swords this time and Torah could see Naruto's improvement since they started the training session. The man even dared to believe that Naruto began to aid him as a formidable kenjutsu partner for regular spars. Within Anbu, there weren't many specialists in the art of swords that could go toe-to-toe with him, and even if Naruto was using the Sharingan, the Genin was showing some advanced skills for someone so young. The two has been going at it for more than half an hour now and neither began to show any signs of being tired. However, Torah realized that he overstayed his welcome today and that he needed to be at the Anbu compound in a few minutes to meet a new member for his team. He parried one last strike from Naruto's sword, before he created some distance from the Genin. "I'm sorry Naruto, but I must cut our training short. I have to present early today." The blonde nodded, before placing his swords inside its respective scabbards, which were located on his back. "Okay Torah Sensei, I guess I'll see you tomorrow then." The Sharingan Genin bowed in respect, before seeing a scroll being tossed right in front of him. Naruto lifted and looked at his sensei with a questioning look. "From your file, you have both fire and earth affinities, both of them quite strong in their own right. That scroll before you contains advanced level manipulation exercises for both affinities. Consider it a gift for improving in your kenjutsu." Naruto grabbed the scroll, before looking at the man one more time. "Isn't this supposed to be Anbu restricted knowledge? I don't have access to this." He could hear a snort from Torah. "I won't tell anyone if that's what you're worried about. Plus, I have a feeling that with that, your elemental techniques will catapult in strength with less chakra required. You've earned my respect as a shinobi, Naruto. That is not only a gift for your improvement but also a gift from one kenjutsu master to another. It's been quite some time since I've been tested in the art of swordplay and I can see it's just the beginning of your strength and skill. I bet that in no time you'll surpass me, even without those eyes of yours." Despite being rather reserved for his age and not emotionally open, Naruto couldn't help but smile upon being acknowledged by a high-ranking shinobi and his sensei. "Thanks Torah Sensei, I won't let you down." The man nodded, before vanishing within a shunshine. He knew that Naruto would be immediately hooked by the info on the scroll, so he didn't even bother saying goodbye. Naruto didn't even acknowledge his partner/sensei's presence or absence as he began to study the scroll with extra focus. He would normally jump to elemental training after the kenjutsu practice against Torah. However, if he managed to increase his knowledge regarding fire and earth elemental manipulation, he would then be able to increase the power of his elemental techniques and diminish the chakra necessary for it. It was a marvelous gift and he remembered to thank Torah for it tomorrow morning. Inside the Anbu HQ . As soon as Torah entered inside the compound, he went to the specific Anbu training ground where his team usually met before assignments. As expected, the two members of his team were already there flanking the third and new member he was supposed to meet. Another kunoichi, but this one was different, his superior said. Torah wasn't against women inside the Anbu, seeing as his team was composed of 3 kunoikas. However, One got terribly hurt during a mission last week and had to face early retirement. Now, with one member short, his team was reduced to simpler missions and within the village's perimeter. This new recruit happened to be a junior Onbu, so he was more relieved just by this fact. The thought of training a normal jounin into Onbu routine was too troublesome right now. Her long blue hair could be seen from a distance as Torah approached the middle of the training field. Much to his surprise, the kunoichi was quite beautiful with her fringe that covered her right eye. She had dark blue eyes that showed a much more serious expression. Her clothes were standard Onbu with fingerless gloves and black arm protectors. Holding her eagle mask, Itsuko was busy conversing with her new teammates while awaiting their captain. Welcome recruit Itsuko, codename Eagle. As you already know, I'm your captain Torah. Even if you're already part of this team, I feel compelled to run a test to see your skills firsthand. First, though, can you give me an estimate of them? Certainly, Torah Taiku. I'm a taijutsu specialist with extensive knowledge of Doden and Raiten ninjutsu. My genjutsu skills are rather limited, as I'm able to only detect and dispel up to be ranked illusions. The captain nodded, while wondering about the ninjato strapped on her back and the fact that she didn't mention her kenjutsu skills. It wasn't mandatory for Onbu to know kenjutsu, just to have adequate control. He turned to his already existing subordinates, before nodding at them to test the new member. Okay, then, I'll access your strength in a straight combat against your two teammates. Don't hold back or they'll wipe the floor with you. Itsuko smirked at the test, before falling into a taijutsu formation as she faced her teammates. One thing she enjoyed the most was a good fight. With Naruto . The boy just kept reading the scroll without even acknowledging the fact that it has been 2 hours since Torah left him towards the Onbu headquarters. Every piece of information hooked him worse than cocaine to a junkie. Manipulating fire like it was explained on the scroll was unheard of. Diminishing and increasing fire was something he never thought of before. Also, creating figures from manipulating earth was a brilliant idea. Not only did it allow him more control, but also could give him more ideas for new jutsus. The objective behind the manipulation was to diminish his chakra expenditure for each and every technique. Looking at the time, though, he realized that he wouldn't have time to put what he studied into practice, so he settled to read the entire thing. It took him half an hour to finish the contents for fire and earth manipulation. If the contents of the scroll weren't enticing enough to him, certainly the last phrase of the scroll was. The amount of control over fire and earth elements can lead to the creation of a new power, which is the union of both elements, called Utan, lava release. Theories believe it to be a bloodline, but there were many who already achieved said level without any known background. The union of elements wasn't a foreign concept to Naruto. He did read something about ninjas from other lands with the ability of merging wind and water elements, creating ice. He was alien, though, to the possibility of merging earth and fire to create lava. Perhaps, if he trained both elements hard enough, he could achieve such level of manipulation. Naruto considered asking either Asuma or Kakashi about the possibility, but for now he would consider it a hidden experiment. For now, he was still due to master the exercises that were described on the scroll. One thing that it could be said of Naruto, though, was that when an idea came, it was rather difficult or almost impossible to get rid of it. Right now, though, he needed to run because his team meeting was about to start. As he calmly headed to the meeting place, though, he couldn't get his mind away from the last phrase on the scroll about the possibility of achieving the ability to merge the elements. With Team 10 . After arriving, Naruto was surprised to see that he was the last one to arrive. He saw both Kuji and Ino practicing some advances chakra control exercises for warm-ups. It wasn't considered a spar, just a game with Kuji chasing after Ino from the trees. Ino would use her agility together with tree and water walking as she escaped from Kuji, who needed to do the same in order to catch her. It was an ingenious idea created by Asuma sensei, as it not only increased their chakra control, but also their chakra capacity and agility. Naruto settled for looking at them, as he approached his sensei's position. The jounin noticed and turned to greet the blonde. Good morning Naruto, I thought that something happened to you, since you're usually the first one here. Naruto eventually told Asuma that he trained with an Onbu every morning, so he didn't need to lie about it. Got a little excited with the kenjutsu practice and we took it longer than usual. What will happen for us today, Asuma sensei? Just a little practice before we go to the Hokage's office. I think it's due time we grab another C-ranked mission today. Naruto nodded, before joining Kuji and capturing Ino, much to her complaint. Asuma smiled upon seeing his team's interaction. At first, It was difficult because of the rumors, but now Kuji and Ino were normal around their third teammate. It didn't take long for the boys to get Ino, before both Ino and Kuji joined together after Naruto. At the beginning, they had trouble catching Naruto, and when they did, he was already tired of continuing with the game and simply stopped running. Now, though, they managed to give him more challenge by using a couple of clan techniques to slow him down. Eventually, Asuma ended the warm-up exercises and took his team to the Hokage's building for a new mission, preferably a C-ranked. Asuma knew that his team was ready for another, since the one in wave ended up being an A-ranked and they still came out unscathed. He had high hopes for all three of them throughout the years to come. He was the one leading the team throughout the village, with Naruto following right behind and the rest behind him. Ino and Kuji were talking about their respective clan trainings and new techniques that they were hoping to learn quite soon, while Naruto was silent, with a clear look of contemplation. Were he to realize the rather ambitious thoughts that passed through Naruto's head right now, he would be hard-pressed not to consider the possibility of merging elements. The blonde, for his part, considered studying as much as he could on the subject of Uchiha ninjutsu. Quite possibly, the library could provide him with information about the subject. Obviously, he wasn't expecting to find a book called How to Merge Elements, but he was sure that any data recorded throughout the years on said special manipulation would be there. He just had to grasp through the many books and gather as much information as possible. Meanwhile, he needed to train both his fire and earth nature to the maximum of his ability. Before even starting the new element, he must have a firm grasp on both of his already existing natures, preferably mastering them. So involved in his thoughts was Naruto, that the Genin didn't even register that his team had already entered the Hokage's building and was standing right in front of the old man's office. After knocking on the door, Asuma opened the door, before presenting his team for duty. "Oh, Team 10, here for a mission, I see." The Jounin Sarutobi nodded to the senior Sarutobi. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I believe we're ready for another C-ranked mission, if there's any available." The Hokage nodded, letting them know of the existence of said mission. "Ah yes, I have one right here. A group of merchants desires to deliver some goods in Snow Country and are in need of protection. It's a rather long trip and a rather cold one. The travel shouldn't be too difficult, with only bandits being expected throughout the journey. The mission should begin tomorrow morning and your team should meet the client at the location described on a map that is inside the mission scroll. Your team must leave quite early in order to make it. I take it from your smile that you accept the mission, Asuma?" The Jounin nodded once more, never losing the smile off his face. "We'll take it, Hokage-sama," Asuma said, before talking to his Genin. "Meet me tomorrow at 0600 hours here at the Hokage's building. It should be a long trip, so pack accordingly. And don't forget to bring clothes for the cold weather. Snow Country isn't just a name." The Genins nodded, before the team left the Hokage's office. Naruto, for his part, couldn't be happier that the mission would only start tomorrow, meaning that he had enough time to reach the library and gather some intel on Uchiha ninjutsu. Afterward, he could even practice some of the exercises described on the scroll that he received from his Kenjutsu instructor. He bid his teammates and Jounin sensei goodbye for today, before vanishing. Neither Ino nor Kuji believed in doing some training today, as they needed to rest as much as possible today for their mission tomorrow. Asuma, for his part, figured that he could find a certain brunette Jounin and ask her out. Next day . As soon as the sun was up, Team Asuma was waiting in front of the Hokage's building for their sensei. All three of the Genins were on time and Ino was already planning on beating her sensei for forcing them to wake up so early just to wait his sorry ass. Naruto was busy reading a scroll of notes he gathered from yesterday. When he attempted to enter the library for the first time, the librarian didn't allow him entrance for obvious reasons. He had to henge into Kakashi in order to grant entrance, and he even had access to Jounin reserved material. He even informed his surrogate brother of what he did and he got clearance from said man. Naruto heard that he would talk to the Hokage about it. Naruto, though, wasn't even worried about that, as the information he managed to acquire was quite extensive. He managed to find a lot of material on a couple of shinobis from other villages that are known to be able to merge fire and earth ninjutsu. According to his info, he found 2 ninjas from Iwagakure and 1 from Kumagakure with the ability. He even wrote a couple of known jutsus for later. Kuji was busy having his own breakfast consisting of a bag of chips. The team waited for 15 minutes, before Asuma arrived via Sunshine. He had an embarrassed look on his face as he tried to apologize for his lateness. Naruto wasn't much affected, seeing as he knew that no one would be later than Kakashi, and Kuji was more interested in finishing his bag of chips. It was Ino, though, who yelled at him much to his expectations. The pounding took close to 5 minutes, when Ino abruptly stopped and smirked all of a sudden. Asuma's danger sense was tingling as he saw the look on Ino's face. It was the look of a predator upon catching its prey. "What's that on your neck, Asuma-sensei?" The Jounin's eyes widened immediately as both Kuji and Naruto looked at Asuma's neck only to see that a small area was slightly red in color. "Oh, it was nothing, just a training accident," Asuma said, trying to dissuade his genins of the truth. "It's quite similar to the one I found on Kakashi's neck the other day, Asuma-sensei. And I'm pretty sure his wasn't caused when training. One thing about the Sharingan was that Naruto learned to interpret body language. Also, he had caught Kakashi and Kasumi on the act once on top of a rooftop. It was weird to see such a thing, but they stopped as soon as Kakashi sensed his presence approaching." Asuma looked at his blonde student and wondered who Kakashi was seeing. Deciding to drop the subject, Asuma told his genins to go find the client. Unfortunately, he couldn't control Ino's need for gossip as the girl kept asking about Asuma's girlfriend the entire journey towards the client, who was stationed a few miles near the Fire Country's capital. The team managed to arrive just at the nick of time and Asuma approached an elder man who appeared to be the leader of the bunch. "Greetings, Kurosuke-san, I presume." The man nodded, before Asuma smiled. "My name is Sarutobi Asuma and this is my team, Uzumaki Naruto, Akimichi Kuji, and Yamanaka Ino." Asuma pointed as he said each name. "We are here to provide protection for your caravan towards Snow Country." The man named Kurosuke maintained his arms crossed as he studied the Jounin for a while. He, if possible, looked older than the Sandaime Hokage and his eyes appeared closed because of the old and wrinkled skin around his eyes. He had gray hair and wore simple clothes, composed of a gray kimono and gray sandals. "I was hoping for more professionalism coming from Konoha, Asuma-san. I just hope your team makes up for the lack of punctuality." Asuma nodded and bowed to the client. His smile was evident, though. "Please accept my dearest apologies, Kurosuke-san. My team will not disappoint." The man grunted and turned to order his family to proceed while Asuma turned to his team. "Okay team, we'll divide in two. Naruto and Ino will be on the front while I and Kuji will be at the back. There are a total of 3 caravans, so it should be quite easy to protect. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. Naruto, remember to use your eyes every now and then to pinpoint chakra residues throughout the journey." His team nodded, before getting into position. The weather, so far, was normal and no cloud was seen at the horizon. Naruto and Ino moved up ahead as the caravans started moving. 2 hours passed in a blink as the caravans were heading at Fire Country's harbor for the crossing towards Snow Country. By this time, Ino was seen with a bored expression on her face as nothing of notice happened. She turned to her teammate and saw him looking around with his red Sharingan eyes activated. His face showed complete focus on the mission despite the fact that nothing happened so far. As soon as he deactivated the eyes, Ino smiled knowing that he didn't see anything. So, she figured that starting a conversation would help pass the time. "So, Naruto," Ino said, as the blonde looked at her. "Do you know who Asuma-sensei is seeing right now?" Naruto wasn't much fond of gossiping, but he wasn't going to be rude to Ino. "I don't know. He seems to act differently around the Jounin sensei of Team 8, but I don't know her name." Even if he didn't enjoy gossiping, Ino appeared satisfied with the answer as she absorbed the information and started processing it. She didn't know her name, either, but as a girl, she recognized her description. Ino remembered seeing her for the first time and immediately became jealous of how perfect the woman was. Naruto saw that Ino became quiet all of a sudden and went back to his scouting. As soon as he activated his eyes once more, he caught chakra residues coming from their right. "Ino, go and warn Asuma-sensei. I just caught 5 presences hidden behind those rocks to our right." The girl forgot her detective mode and nodded as Naruto remained focused. It didn't take long for Ino to return with the response. Asuma-sensei said to continue and act only if they attack. Naruto nodded as he continued walking. It didn't take long, though, for the group of bandits to appear, but Naruto was already prepared and unleashed 10 shurikens at the group. Kuji immediately vanished and went after the bandits, while Naruto kept them occupied. The caravan stopped immediately upon hearing the threat and Kurosuke appeared next to Naruto with a hidden dagger in his hand. Naruto's shurikens managed to hurt the majority of the bandits, allowing Kuji ample time to use his clan's technique and capture every one of the bandits, before beating them up until they were unconscious. He tied them quite thoroughly, using a special rope made with chakra to amplify its resistance. Asuma sent out a letter to the local police in order to capture the criminals. Kurosuke returned his dagger to its hidden place inside his kimono, but said nothing in appreciation. Naruto wasn't expecting any, as it was their mission to provide protection for the caravan. An hour later, the caravan reached the harbor and got on board the ship that would take them to Snow Country. Asuma considered their mission so far and how far it extended. As far as they were concerned, the protection were due until they reached Snow Country. He didn't know if the client required protection after crossing the border. Before he had the time to ask the client about it, Kurosuke appeared and began a conversation with Asuma. It appears that I underestimated your genins, Asuma-san. They handled the threat with impressive efficiency. Now, I believe we should discuss the extension of your mission. Asuma looked at the man for a while, beginning to regret ever accepting the mission. I spoke with your Hokage about the possibility of us requiring further protection once inside Snow Country, if we failed to find someone who could provide us once inside Snow Country. I'm prepared to pay the equivalent of a B-ranked mission, if money is your concern. Asuma narrowed his eyebrows at the man. Traveling to a foreign country, even if a neutral one such as Snow Country, was ill-advised for his team. There were simply too many situations that could happen, and he had 3 genins to watch out for. He was already informed of this through the mission scroll, and he even asked his father about it. The acceptance would be his call, and if necessary, Asuma could call for backup. Before accepting it, Kurosuke-san, I need to know the cargo's destination. I know nothing of Snow Country's situation right now. The old man didn't want to, but he ended up revealing it either way. My cargo is to be delivered to a village located a few miles from the country's harbor. I'll deliver supplies to their rebellion against the current ruler of Snow Country. Once we deliver the goods, we'll turn and head back to Fire Country. My contact expects no retaliation, whatsoever. The man's tone indicated to Asuma that he was assuming no retaliation. Nevertheless, he didn't find the need to back down from this, as he had no knowledge of a ninja force in Snow Country. That didn't mean, though, that he would carry out this mission. If it's considered to be ranked, then chances are that he will be more involved. Together, his genins could take on Chunin-level shinobi, but jounins were a different story. We'll proceed, Kurosuke-san, however if I see that the mission turns to a ranked, you're on your own. Hokage-same gave me authority to back off if the mission increases in difficulty. Asuma was beginning to grow tired of talking to clients who lied to Konoha about the missions. The client made no movement to show how outraged he was at the possibility of Konoha abandoning them. In his mind, the ninja shouldn't back down no matter what the cost. He just nodded at Asuma and went back to the ship's chambers, while Asuma went to check on his genins. Both Ino and Kuji were asleep inside the vessel, but Naruto was wide awake and seating at the front deck. He appeared to be reading the same scroll he was reading in Konohagakure. The boy was so fixed on the scroll's contents that he didn't even register that his sensei was approaching. As soon as he saw Asuma's shadow, though, he casually closed the scroll, before turning to his sensei with a surprised expression, as if he didn't realize that Asuma was already there. Asuma smiled at that, though, but didn't bother to comment. Why aren't you sleeping, Naruto-kun? The bags below his eyes were always evident, despite the fact that Naruto was never tired. Sleeping is rather difficult for me, Asuma-sensei. Every time I close my eyes, the same dream happens. Asuma frowned at that. He was informed of the content of Naruto's dreams, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke's memories. It was a pity that such tool came with such responsibility. Naruto could very well be the strongest shinobi out there, not only because of the Sharingan, but also because of his never-ending stamina and chakra supply. However, said power came with the memories of another person. Asuma wondered if Naruto would ever be able to rid his mind of the visions that plagued Sasuke's until the Uchiha Massacre. From what Asuma gathered, Itachi used the world's strongest genjutsu on Sasuke, making him see his clan being killed many times. Now, the blonde inherited said vision. The Jounin was worried for Naruto's mentality. He thanked Kami that Naruto had friends to support him, otherwise he feared that Naruto's mind wouldn't take the strain. If it helps, I sometimes force different thoughts in my mind before sleeping. You should try that sometime. If you need anything, I'll be in my cabin. Naruto nodded, before being left alone once more. Nowadays, it was better than before. He now had close to 3 hours worth of sleep, whereas before, he wasn't that lucky. That being said, Naruto only slept that period of time and woke up once the dream started. He would then take turns in sleeping and force himself to wake up if it starts once more. Itachi must have done something to Sasuke to force said memories to appear every time he tried to sleep. Next day Naruto managed to get some sleep, before the sun was up once more. As soon as he appeared outside, he saw that the boat was approaching the land in front of them. Despite the cape used, Naruto wasn't much accustomed to such low temperatures and focused some fire chakra inside him so as to remain warmed. His teammates didn't have his ability with fire chakra and were struggling to remain warm. Asuma smiled at that and explained to them that molding chakra would help keeping the body warm throughout their stay in snow country. It took half an hour for the boat to arrive, before the group continued the travel throughout the only part of the road that wasn't covered by snow. The horses weren't very accustomed as well and struggled to pull the caravans. Naruto and Ino returned to their position as Ino was already trembling from the cold. Suddenly, though, she felt something warm near Naruto and smiled upon seeing a small flame on top of his hand. "Stay close, Ino, the flame will help you." The girl nodded and took one step closer to her teammate as her body relaxed when in proximity to the flames. "Thank you, Naruto, but wouldn't it be best to save some chakra?" Naruto smiled, but nodded. "What good would it be if you freeze to death? I have enough chakra to spare, so it's no problem." The girl shivered at that notion of freezing to death and appreciated the help. Maintaining the fire, though, wasn't straining his chakra capacity, but his chakra coils. It was one of the exercises shown by the scroll. Naruto had to constantly mold fire chakra in a small capacity, so as to not endanger his chakra coils and keep the flame active as well. Like the client assumed, there were no danger on the way towards the cargo's destination. In the end, the severe blizzard managed to hide their presence to anyone who wished to attack. The client appreciated Asuma's help for the trip and handed him the money for a B-ranked mission. He also said that he would remain there and that he had no need for further protection. The Jounin nodded and bid him goodbye, before returning to the boat. The group was slowly returning to the harbor when Naruto spotted something to his right. Despite the heavy blizzard, he could see the shape of a considerably sized white tiger with black stripes walking by. For some reason, the blonde felt compelled to approach the beast that appeared to be sniffing around for some food. Naruto stopped as soon as the animal stopped walking, before human and animal started looking at each other. Naruto's team stopped upon seeing this and looked at what Naruto was seeing. Suddenly, the eyes of the beast started glowing red and Naruto flinched instantly, upon feeling his chakra being invaded. He immediately activated his Sharingan and saw with surprise that he was caught in a genjutsu. He could see what was happening, though, but didn't dispel the illusion. He was in a place where the only presences were himself and the tiger in front of him. "I can see that you have the power of the Sharingan, young one. Thus you could see past my illusion." Naruto had to blink twice in order to grasp what was happening. The tiger was talking to him. "My kind have been roaming these lands for a long time in search for someone with the same ability of illusions. I wonder if you have what it takes in order to be our first summoner. You certainly possess the eyes of a born warrior, but we are still due to test your heart and drive." Naruto's eyes widened instantly at what the tiger was saying. At first, though, he thought his mind was playing tricks on him. "I can assure you, young one, that I'm quite real. I can see a powerful entity hidden within you. It's the Kyuubi no Yoko." Naruto could hear the apprehension in the tiger's voice, if such a thing even existed. "I see, you are a Jinchuriki. I believe our clan has finally found someone worthy of being the first tiger summoner. If you manage to keep the beast at bay, then your will must be strong, young Naruto." "How do you know my name and how do you know of the Kyuubi?" Naruto asked as he wasn't sure of what was going on. "Through our eyes, we can look inside you. Everything that ever happened in your life, we can see. You suffered a great deal throughout your life and yet you remain fighting. Said drive followed by your skill is what grants you the right to call upon us. Now, instead of signing a summoning scroll, you'll bear our summoning tattoo. Please extend the arm you wish the tattoo to be located." Naruto still couldn't believe this was happening. Why he of all people? Surely, someone was more valid candidate for the right to summon the tigers. The blonde started trembling as the tiger tattoo was being formed on his right arm. He swore that the tiger was smirking, though. "Such humble thoughts you possess, Naruto. Now, every time you wish to summon one of us, just pass some blood on the tattoo and perform the hidden signs that I just engraved in your mind. Use us any time you need, Naruto." On the outside world, Naruto's team was by his side and looking at him. Asuma saw the tiger vanishing as a yellow light started glowing on Naruto's arm. His teammates also saw it as both of them looked at their sensei for an explanation. Asuma was at a loss, though. He didn't know why that was happening. 1 second, Naruto was looking at the tiger and then this mark appeared on his arm. Naruto's eyes returned to normal as he looked around, wondering what the hell happened. His teammates waited for him to explain what happened. "Naruto, what happened?" Asuma asked him, wakening the boy from his inner wonderings. It took him a while to wake up, but he eventually explained what happened since the time he found the white tiger. At the end of the explanation, he showed the tattoo, earning question looks from his team. Simply finding a summoning contract out of the blue was unheard of. Asuma never heard of tigers being summoned. He ordered everyone to return to the boat, so that they could get home. On the way, Asuma would see Naruto looking at his arm as if contemplating the entire thing. It sounded strange even to him, Asuma reasoned. It didn't take 20 minutes for the team to arrive at the docks, before they boarded on the boat that would return to Fire Country. As soon as they boarded, Naruto suddenly felt tired and went to his cabin, surprising Asuma. Naruto never once did such a thing. In Fire Country . The trip back actually took longer as the captain didn't want to risk the ship by facing a storm. It took 2 days total and Naruto slept through the entire time, which worried his team greatly. It didn't mean that Naruto was so tired that he required 2 days of sleep, but rather the time it took for the procedure of being considered the first summoner of the Tiger Clan. During the time he slept, the entire knowledge of the Tiger Clan was infused into his mind. Not their chakra knowledge, mind you, but rather the names of different Torah nins he could summon and the chakra necessary for each one of them. For some reason, though, Naruto felt refreshed upon waking up. His shoulder was more relaxed and his movements were more fluid as his team traveled quickly towards Konohagakure. Asuma, Ino and Kuji kept stealing glances at Naruto in order to see if he was okay. However, Naruto showed no signs of suffering from anything. Quite the contrary, though, as the bags below his eyes were no more and his shoulders appeared more relaxed. Something happened with him after the encounter with that white tiger and Asuma would have to inform the Hokage of this immediately upon arrival. The entire trip took a total of 5 hours and they arrived when the sun was setting down for the day. Because of the time, Asuma sent his team home as he would report to the Hokage. Naruto already had a place to go. During his 2-day sleep, it was suggested that he changed his clothes to one more fitting to the Tiger Clan. He already had a design in mind and he was sure that the clothes shop would be able to supply for him. His dream outfit consisted of black boots, black onbu pants with dark yellow stripes, plain black shirt with a tiger imprinted on his heart region and the swirl symbol on the back also yellow. He had a clothes shop in mind that would supply the clothes he needed without a problem. He now had to think of a proper way to hide his tattoo, perhaps some white bandages on both hands, since covering only one would be quite stupid. Lastly, he had to check on a special accessory, perhaps a belt placed around his shoulder, meant to place his sword scabbards. Imagine the one used by Kakashi when he had his father's tanto. At the Hokage's office . It took some time for Asuma to explain what happened, before he saw the look on his father's face. Hiruzen had also never heard of a tiger clan and that was saying something. There wasn't much he didn't know in more than 50 years of ninja duty. Also, what troubled the Hokage was that when Naruto awoke, it appeared as if an amazing pressure was lifted from his shoulder. While it was refreshing to release the repressed memories inside Naruto's brain, the Hokage wasn't that much comforted. Everything about Naruto was to be treated as sensitive, considering the tenon inside of the boy. Looking at his son for a while, he figured that nothing would be done for now. Thanks for informing me, Asuma-kun. For now, we shall sit and wait. Now, I believe we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Hokage said, earning a nod from his son. In a couple weeks' time, the Chunin exams will happen in Konoha and in 2 days, I'll be calling a meeting with the Jounin senseis to nominate the genins that will represent our village. Do you believe that your team has the skills necessary? The Jounin nodded, before placing a cigarette on his mouth as he contemplated the question. Naruto is no doubt ready for it. Kuji and Ino improved a lot since we started. I believe that they are eligible, To-san. The Hokage looked at the man for a while, before concurring. He nodded at his son, before dismissing him for the day. For some reason, though, the Hokage was on edge. The Chunin exams is a time where the village is visited by a great number of individuals, including high officials and daimyos. Even with the number of ambus he had at his disposal, it would be hard to patrol the entire village, which leaves the hidden village and the leaves open for any village to attack. Chapter 11, Fateful Encounter and Chunin Exams. It has been 2 weeks since the team's mission to Snow Country and since then Team 10 had yet to participate in a new one. The lack of missions, by itself, wasn't considered a peculiar occurrence, as the Hokage usually granted small vacations after a long-term mission or a lot of short-term ones. A 2-week holiday, though, was strange. What was even stranger was that Naruto came across the information that the other teams faced the same situation. Because of the lack of assignments, Asuma's team focused their entire time training. They went through different chakra control exercises, taijutsu practices and teamwork assignments. Both Kuji and Ino practiced their family ninjutsu in order to improve their strength and decrease the time needed to use them. Naruto, for his turn, was busy performing elemental control as well as the ocular abilities of his dujutsu. It turned out that the Genin focused more in only one aspect of the Sharingan, which was to anticipate the opponent's moves. Skills such as genjutsu casting just by looking and effectively copying ninjutsu weren't considered a priority. Asuma wasted a great deal of time in convincing Naruto that copying jutsus from his comrades was forbidden. Naruto admitted to not focusing much on copying other jutsus, since he believed in limiting his ninjutsu usage to fire and earth techniques. That left him with practicing his genjutsu skills. First, he tried casting illusions against his comrades, one by one. When that was possible, he attempted both at the same time. His last test was against a jounin of Asuma's caliber. The last one was proven to be almost impossible, but that was because Asuma was expecting it to happen. Said jounin confided that in the middle of a fight, Naruto would be able to use the illusion against a chunin for 5 seconds and finish the fight before the opponent realizes what happened. Aside from team practices, Naruto and his kenjutsu partner were going at it full force every morning. The blonde could feel more strength behind his partner's strikes, but he never dared to complain about it. If the blonde were to face stronger enemies in the future, he needed to be stronger. He also used his spare time to summon some Torah nins in order to get to know them and even establish strategies alongside them. Unfortunately, as far as elemental training was concerned, his chosen affinities aren't much suited for collaboration ninjutsus. Naruto instead practiced physical strikes with the tigers, focusing on their agility. Because of the summoning tattoo, Naruto was able to create a nice attack sequence and summon the desired animal to finish the attack, surprising the enemy. As far as the lava element, Naruto wasn't even close to being able to create it. He practiced elemental manipulation constantly and improved the technique's efficiency, but as far as mixing the elements, he still didn't know how to do it. He knew it would be tough though, hence why he wasn't deterred by the momentary failure. By the end of today's training, Asuma had gathered his genins on the ground and started speaking. I want all 3 of you to know how proud I am of your improvement ever since graduation. The number of successful assignments is testament to that. And because of this, I've decided to place some more faith in you guys by nominating you 3 to the Chunin exams that will happen in Konoha 3 days from now. The genins immediately smiled at the vote of confidence, but Asuma wasn't finished. Now, nomination alone is no guarantee for promotion. The exams are tough and in order to pass, you 3 must help each other at all times. I have confidence, though, that you 3 will put on quite a show, and even if you don't receive the promotion, the exams will provide a great deal of experience. After speaking, Asuma decided to leave them to their inner musings for a while. No doubt, he knew that his team had the qualifications for Chunin. He knew Naruto to be skilled, perhaps even more than a regular Chunin. He knew the boy so far showed very little of what he was capable of. Ino and Kuji have progressed nicely as well, learning their clan's abilities and increasing their overall skills like agility and chakra control. Asuma was confident that they would go through the exams without much trouble and learn a lot from it. Asuma gave the forms for the genins and dismissed them for the day. Ino and Kuji said their goodbyes, promising to meet with Naruto at the academy, where the first part would take place. Both of them wanted to tell their parents about it, immediately. Naruto didn't understand, but thought nothing of it. The only ones he figured would like to know about it were Kakashi and Kasumi. As a sensei, Kakashi already knew that Asuma nominated him and Kasumi was away on a diplomatic mission for the Hyuga clan. Left with little to do, Naruto remained at the training ground, practicing his taijutsu against the wooden posts. After 2 hours of constantly beating the wooden posts, Naruto's hands were already feeling numb. He figured it was enough for the day and decided to head home. The boy stopped, however, when he felt a presence watching him from the shadow. Naruto activated his Sharingan almost instantly and flinched upon seeing similar pair of red eyes shining in the darkness. His entire body shook at the sight of the man that was responsible for his current situation, Uchiha Itachi. The older Sharingan user did nothing but bind Naruto with a minor genjutsu. However, he was surprised when the blonde released the illusion almost immediately. Itachi saw the 3 tomes on Naruto's eyes and smirked behind his black robe with red clouds. He came to Konoha in order to investigate how the blonde was coming along and was surprised to see that Naruto had surpassed his expectations. From the look on your face, you know who I am. It wasn't a question, but Naruto felt inclined to respond. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing here? It was at least reasonable for Naruto to tremble at his presence, considering that as far as everyone was concerned, he was an S-ranked criminal who murdered his entire clan. Itachi recognized, though, that even in his presence, Naruto stood there, instead of fleeing cowardly. He was observing the blonde the entire day and was interested in seeing the boy train until exhaustion. Certainly, he feared that Naruto would become arrogant like many from his family became upon awakening the Sharingan. However, there was another reason to Itachi being in Konoha, aside from observing the blonde's improvement so far. If Naruto was to defend himself against the enemies, then Itachi needed to see if the blonde was truly ready for them. Right now, he could tell that Naruto was the equivalent of a high-level chunin. While impressive, he was nowhere near the level he should be in order to protect himself. You could say that I'm here to test your skills. It has come to my knowledge that you received my little brother's Sharingan. He could see that Naruto was ready for an attack. However, from what I can tell, against the likes of me, or at least those with similar strengths as my own, you have no chance. It's somewhat disappointing, if you ask me, as I expected more. The blonde was confused, but it was expected. I'm here to tell you that there is an organization, my organization, that is after the beast that you contain. Naruto's eyes were widened in realization, but yet Itachi continued. The members are just as strong, if not stronger, than me. And right now, I wouldn't need half my skills to take you. What are you talking about? Who is after the QB and why would you come here just to warn me? As I said before, I'm here to test whether or not you're worthy of facing either me or one of them in battle. Right now, though, you are barely able to face a Jounin in battle, let alone an S-rank shinobi. Itachi activated his main Jinkaiyu Sharingan and forced a stronger illusion on Naruto, not allowing him to dispel it this time. I just hope that when the times comes for us to really come after you, that you can put up more of a fight than this. Naruto saw the man vanishing within a mass of crows and returned breathing soon afterward. Looking around, he couldn't feel the man's presence anymore. Naruto could see how small he was compared to this man. And to believe that there were others stronger than Itachi and after him, was quite troubling. Naruto never thought himself to be weak, but Itachi was on an entirely different level. Naruto doubted if his sensei Asuma would be able to go against Itachi. Suddenly, Naruto felt his body getting tired and in great need of rest. As he went to his apartment, though, he wondered how it was possible to increase his strength more rapidly. Naruto was so tired that he didn't realize that Itachi was still observing him from afar. The older Uchiha knew the boy to be considerably skilled for his age, but Naruto didn't have the luxury of growing up at a steady pace. Since Itachi couldn't tutor him properly, he needed to at least motivate the boy into seeking improvement always, using fear and the need for survival. Naruto's trials haven't even started yet and Itachi feared that when the time came, the boy wouldn't be able to prepare in time. The older Uchiha hoped that the scroll he left at Naruto's house would suffice for the moment. Naruto's house . Once Naruto went to bed, he saw a small scroll on top of it, presumably signed by his sensei Kakashi. According to the scroll, Kakashi congratulated him for the Chunin exams and gave him a little edge for the exams. Inside the scroll were the specifics for a jutsu called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, and how it could be used as training. Naruto's eyes widened instantly as he considered the possibilities of training with this jutsu. The fact that it was considered a kinjutsu intrigued the blonde a little bit, but he wasn't about to refuse the gift. He would use tomorrow and the next day in order to learn the jutsu and use it for training. Kami knew he had to take every opportunity before him in order to improve. Right now, though, he was only interested in sleeping. With Kakashi . It was already night time when elite Jounin Hatake Kakashi decided to leave his house and head to one of Konoha's many training grounds. Certainly, his movements appeared odd, but Kakashi knew not to arouse suspicion. He wasn't wearing his Jounin vest for instance, which as far as appearances meant, it could simply mean that he was out to purchase some groceries or even order something for dinner. Kakashi knew his moves to be followed by the Onbu team that was currently patrolling the village at night. Eventually, though, the Onbu following him got fed up and changed course. Kakashi was counting on that, though, as he purposely walked in circles while reading his favorite book in order to show the man that he wasn't up to anything. What the man intended in doing couldn't be traced. It was a mission that the Hokage couldn't trust to just anyone. The elite Jounin knew that he couldn't risk getting caught doing what he intended in doing right now. If there was any risk of being discovered, then the elite Jounin had received specific orders to simply abandon the mission and resume later when the coast was clear. Now that he had lost his tail, Kakashi resumed his original path towards one of the most hidden training grounds. It was close to the Forest of Death and simply no one would go there, not even during the day. As soon as he arrived, the man closed the book and waited for 5 seconds, before openly saying that the weather was quite chilly tonight. Out of the blue, though, a voice appeared from his left agreeing with Kakashi. The elite Jounin saw the same thing as Naruto did earlier. It has been a long time since your last report, Itachi. I was beginning to think you had been caught. Kakashi grabbed his book once more so as to hide his mask. He started walking in circles around the training ground as Itachi began speaking. Tricking 9S ranked criminals is certainly no easy feat, Kakashi-senpai. I couldn't risk leaving the place every time I receive private information from the group. I've hidden the scroll at the same spot as usual. Kakashi nodded and was about to leave the training ground, knowing that he had less than 2 minutes for an Anbu to appear. However, Itachi figured it was high time to let Kakashi know of what happened earlier. I met Naruto-kun a few hours ago, Kakashi-senpai. It pleases me in knowing that he hasn't become arrogant with the Sharingan. Kakashi stopped suddenly and looked at Itachi's direction. He couldn't ask any more questions from fear of overextending his stay without alerting suspicion. I performed a small test on him and I have to say, Kakashi, he is good, but nowhere near as good as he should be. I gave him the scroll for Cage Bunshine in your behalf. The organization is on the move and it won't take long before they start hunting the Baijuas. Naruto needs to be ready for them. I'm sure of the merit behind your intentions, Itachi. But it was no doubt risky in exposing yourself to him, considering that he isn't aware of your position. Now, we must end this conversation. The hidden mole nodded and left just as swiftly as he appeared. Chunin exams . When the date of the Chunin exams came, Naruto had awakened with a small headache from training so much with the Cage Bunshines. The technique wasn't that hard, since it only required a huge amount of chakra to perform. After mastering it, he summoned quite a few clones and asked them to do nothing but elemental manipulation and chakra control. Naruto had taken what Itachi said to heart and focused everything he had in training. With the clones busy with chakra conditioning, the original was left with physical training regarding both taijutsu and kenjutsu. He even summoned another clone to be his sparring partner, which worked wonders for him. The clone also had the Sharingan, so it turned out to be quite an eye-opener for the boy. By doing this, he could see how he fights and the kinds of openings he leaves when fighting. Of course, Torah Sensei was always able to capitalize on them, but he preferred not to pinpoint Naruto's mistakes in front of him, leaving the blonde to figure it out, which was damn frustrating. When he released the clones, though, the boy passed out immediately, since he had yet to understand what would happen if he did that. After awakening, he understood what needed to be done and repeated the same training on the second day. According to the scroll, he had trained the equivalent of 1 month in only 2 days. He needed to find Kakashi-sensei and thank him for the amazing gift. After leaving his home, Naruto took less than 10 minutes to arrive at the academy, only to see a great number of genins from all over the place entering the building. So far, his team had yet to arrive, so he needed to wait. Given his situation, the blonde genin figured it would be best to scout the opposition a bit. He could see ninjas from all of the great hidden villages as well as some minor villages like Takigakure, Amigakure, and even a team whose insignia Naruto couldn't recognize, which consisted of a musical note, it appeared. Obscuring his eyes from the opponents, he briefly activated his Sharingan and observed the genins a bit. His eyes eventually landed on a genin from Suna, a redhead male wearing what appeared to be a gourd on his back. Out of all the genins in this place, his chakra capacity was by far the largest and, quite surprisingly, close to Naruto's. The blonde narrowed his eyes upon feeling another chakra supply within the boy. He knew where this feeling came from. He learned what demonic chakra was because of sometimes trying to feel his own. Naruto believed himself to be insane and actually wanting to talk to the beast inside of him. Kakashi-sensei always advised against talking to the beast, but Naruto believed that in doing so, he could attempt to get access to its vile chakra. Perhaps, with a greater amount of chakra, his technique's power would increase. Not only that, but eventually he could augment his own strength and speed if he was able to focus the chakra throughout his arms and legs. Of course, his ambition in using the Kyuubi's chakra wasn't shared by those he cherished, and he in fact understood why. Both Kakashi and Kasumi were alive when the fox attacked the village, and both of them remembered how helpless they were if it weren't for the Yondaime being able to defeat the fox. That being said, it would be his second pet project, next to being able to mix fire and earth techniques and using lava release. Naruto's wonderings were short-lived when he saw Ino and Kuji approaching his position. "Are you guys ready?" Naruto asked, earning confident nods from both his teammates. "Let's go then." As soon as they entered the building, they found directions towards the Chunin exams location as being held at room number 301. Quickly climbing the stairs, the team saw a commotion on the second floor and what appeared to be two ninjas blocking the room 301. Naruto was immediately on alert, before quickly activating his eyes for a brief moment. He sighed in dismay and ushered his teammates to follow him. Ino and Kuji were not aware of what Naruto saw, but they trusted him to do the right thing. As they walked, though, Ino couldn't help but voice her curiosity since room number 301 was downstairs. As they climbed to the third floor and saw another room with the same number, Naruto turned to Ino and explained. "We were on the second floor, yet the number of the room downstairs was 301. That number was actually a small genjutsu. The real one was 201. It was probably done in order to test the genins." Yamanaka Ino nodded at the explanation, but wondered if she wouldn't fall for such a trick as the others apparently did. Since the exams hadn't started yet, her attention was solely focused in walking towards the exams location. After walking between hallways, Naruto and his team had finally reached the room where the Chunin exam was supposed to be held. However, all three genins were surprised that standing close to the door was none other than their sensei Sarutobi Asuma, busy lighting up one of his cigarettes. Asuma was already aware of his team's presence as well as the fact that said genins were looking at him. After placing his lighter back inside his pocket, he inhaled, savoring the addictive aroma of nicotine, enjoying every second of the intoxicating smoke inside his lungs before exhaling it with a long relaxing sigh. He then smirked and turned to his genins. "Asuma-sensei, what are you doing here?" Ino asked. "Only to see whether or not all three of you would show up, and it turns out you did. If for instance anyone chose not to participate, then the entire team wouldn't be able to." Something about that explanation didn't seem right to the genins. After all, if such a concern existed, then Asuma no doubt could have simply informed them when he mentioned the team's nomination to the exams. Asuma, though, was already expecting his genins to conclude this exact thing, so he answered the unasked question. "These exams are serious business, not some D or even C ranked mission that we faced so far. A genin needs to be able to choose for him or herself if he or she is effectively ready to face the dangers. A team decision would hinder that personal decision." Naruto knew that the complete answer wasn't necessarily spoken as he saw that Asuma-sensei was looking directly at Ino when he explained his reasons. Despite the growing number of kunoichi in the world, men couldn't help but underestimate the other sex, and Ino didn't need to be that good in observation to catch on what her sensei was saying. "I understand. That is also to say that without a full-fledged team, the genins cannot participate in the exam." Asuma smiled and nodded at the perceptive Sharingan user. He was beginning to realize that perhaps Kakashi had infused his quick wits into this boy somehow. Not to mention that Naruto's conclusion managed to dissuade Ino from stomping towards her sensei for calling her weak, just because she was a kunoichi. Eventually, the team and their sensei parted ways and the team entered inside the classroom, only to be shocked upon seeing the room packed with genins from all over the elemental nations. Surely, the number must be over 300 genins. Naruto quickly spotted the genin from sand and focused a bit of chakra through his eyes in order to memorize the boy's chakra in case they faced each other later on. Naruto wasn't sure if he could beat him, but at least he felt confident in holding his own against high-level Chunin shinobi. Ino and Kuji, though, he wasn't sure. The blonde briefly wondered why some of the Iwa teams were looking at him with looks of hatred, but he shrugged it off just as the other teams from the academy arrived. Shikamaru immediately went into conversation with Kuji and Sakura with Ino and Yakumo. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata, Team 8, arrived later on, but neither had much proximity to Naruto, so he was left with nothing to do until the exams had started. The Sharingan user wasn't in the least affected by being left out. The only people he could more than comrades and less than friends were his teammates and remotely Shikamaru when he and Kuji asked Naruto to have lunch with them. Naruto heard a gray-haired glass-wearing genin suddenly addressing the genins to pipe the conversation down, explaining that the competition this exam is pretty fierce. From what Naruto was able to gather, this man's name was Kabuto and he said that this was his 7th exam overall. That alone immediately set him on high alert. It didn't take much time observing this Kabuto to see that he wasn't as poorly skilled as he led everyone to believe. His chakra levels weren't to laugh at, and his posture indicated how, despite acting nonchalantly in front of the genins, Kabuto was actually very much aware of his surroundings. The blonde couldn't figure out what the guy was hiding, so he just created a mental note to watch out for him in case he shows up in the middle of the exams. Naruto wasn't even surprised when 3 genins carrying that same weird insignia he saw before attacked Kabuto from behind. He caught the subtleness of Kabuto's actions. Whatever technique the other genin used on Kabuto, the older genin didn't even feel it. The glass breaking was a nice touch, though. Do not underestimate the genins from Otogakur. The genin who attacked Kabuto earlier threatened, who appeared to suffer from a chronic osteoporosis because of his posture. No sooner had he said that, smoke erupted at the front of the classroom before a great number of ninja from Konoha appeared. They all looked pretty much the same, wearing gray uniforms. The only exception was the man in front of them, who simply added a black trench coat on top of his gray uniform and a black bandana. Okay, everyone be seated and let's start the Chunin exams. The man waited before everyone chose their seats, before continuing. In front of you is the first part of the exam, composed of a written test. Ibiki ignored the few murmurs of people complaining and continued. You will have an hour and a half to complete all the 9 answers. These shinobi seated around you will pick up any attempt at cheating, and each time you're caught, you'll lose 2 points. After a total of 10 points for cheating, you and your team is automatically disqualified, no matter if only one of your team is caught. You may begin the test at once. You all have 1 hour and a half. Make the time count. After Ibiki finished explaining, the entire room was filled with paper turning noises, before the genins started reading the questions. 15 minutes later, pretty much all the genins in the classroom realized the difficulty of more than half the questions. Naruto, in particular, did and was only able to answer 4 questions out of the 9 in the test. Even those he didn't believe it was completely right. Naruto began to ponder on the test's difficulty. Knowledge is an important skill for a Chunin to possess, but it can't be a necessity in the field. Knowledge alone is one thing, but acquiring knowledge, through other means, is another. Perhaps this test didn't involve testing how much a genin knows, but rather how he could acquire the information without getting caught. That proctor did explain that one loses 2 points every time he or she is caught cheating. If cheating was prohibited, 1 strike would be enough to be disqualified. After figuring it out, the blonde began scanning the room to see how the others were doing. He could see Neji and Hinata's Byakugan active while looking around, meaning that they were using the Dujutsu to get the answers. Shino was looking at a small bug on his finger, and Kiba was presumably talking to his dog about something. Both were perhaps using their animals to aid them. Naruto would be damned if he didn't use his own, even if it can't really be considered as such, Dujutsu. He quickly spotted one genin who seemed to be writing the answers and looked at him with the Sharingan active. His hand immediately began to move accordingly as he completed the missing answers. Naruto was about to finish the test when suddenly he felt Ino's technique taking over his body. He expected nothing less of the girl, who must have seen what he did and took the opportunity to memorize the answers. 15 minutes later, the boy was back in control of his body and saw Ino from the corner of his eye, now focusing on taking over Kuji's body, probably filling out the answers for him. Throughout the test, Naruto could see many genins leaving the room after being caught for the 5th time cheating. The room at the end was quite empty compared to the beginning of the exam. When the time was over, Ibiki, the proctor, told everyone to drop their pencils as it was now time for the 10th and final question of the exam. Before the final question is given, you all must choose between answering it or quit before. Those who decide to stay must be prepared to get the question right, otherwise you risk losing the chance to do this exams again for the rest of your careers. As soon as he finished talking, he smirked at the terrified look shown by the majority of the Chunin applicants. Some even complained about the unfairness of said treatment, but Ibiki merely shrugged it off. I guess you guys are unlucky, then, because I happen to be the proctor this year. In here, everything I say goes. That being said, I repeat. If you want to quit and take the exams another time, you're more than welcome. Should you decide to stay and get the question wrong, then you'll remain a genin for life. The proctor remained his stoic visage as many genins chose the cowardly way out, leaving the room with their teams. The precious few that remained weren't that sure, to begin with Ino in particular. She was half expecting that either Kuji or Naruto got up so that she could attempt the next time, but neither even bothered moving from their chairs. Kuji had his trust in Naruto, and the blonde just happened to activate his Dujutsu briefly to watch Ibiki and realize the man's intentions. He heard about this man from Kakashi, that he runs the Onbu interrogation and torture department and enjoys using psychological warfare on his opponents. 5 minutes later, the proctor saw that those who wanted to leave had left already, leaving only those who decided to risk it. This is your last chance to leave without risking your career. When it was clear that no one would leave, Ibiki smirked. Well, for those who decided to stay, you passed, like stated before, even those who decided to stay weren't very sure of their actions. Ibiki, then, decided to explain his reasons. A Chunin will sometimes face missions with minimal possibility of survival, not to mention even smaller chances of success. However, he or she can't simply back down from the mission at the first sign of danger. A Chunin must face the situation no matter what the odds are. Those who stayed have proven to be capable in this regard. Now, Ibiki didn't have much time to explain the rest of the exam when the room window exploded, before a woman entered and extended a sign meant for her introduction. And, all of you know what happens, so I won't bother. Mitarashi Anko appeared with an arrogant smile on her face as she counted the number of genins that escaped from Ibiki's little game. You're early once again, Anko. The woman sighed sheepishly, before turning to said man. 50 genins, Ibiki? You must be getting soft. No matter, after I'm done with them, the number will at least be cut in half. She even cleared her throat for more emphasis on her next set of words. Alright you maggots, break is over, follow me to training ground 44 for the second part of the exams. Needless to say everyone complied immediately, from fear of the crazy lady. The fact that Anko was playing with a few kunai with her hand, increased the threat level. Ino, though, couldn't help but think little of the woman's choice in clothes, in other words, calling her a slut. The guys, though, were thinking differently. Forest of Death . It took 20 minutes to assemble everyone in front of the forest, before Anko began explaining what the genins have to do now. The special jounin took a minute for the genins to study the heavy forest in front of them, before explaining everything. Alright. This, before you, is called training ground number 44, or as we'd like to call it, the Forest of Death. A place filled with the most vicious creatures just waiting to devour anyone who believes themselves as tough little bastards. The second phase will consist of a survival mission within these pleasurable woods. Your mission will be to reach a white tower that is located in the middle of the forest. The thing is, in order to receive clearance inside the tower, the team must be in possession of the scrolls I'm holding in my hand, a Heaven and Earth scroll. Each team will start with one of them and must hunt other teams in order to get the other scroll and reach the tower. You will all have 5 days to get the other scroll and reach the tower. Remember, though, inside everything goes, and when I say everything, I mean specifically killing. Anko finished explaining before seeing the terrified looks on some of the genins. Of course, every exam one genin decides to act like the hero. Ha, you doesn't scare me lady, we're going to ace this exam, Kiba said, pointing his thumb at himself, never even seeing the sudden kunai that flew towards his face. He had only felt the slight wound on his cheek, before the proctor woman appeared behind him. You know, it's tough brats like you that are the first to be killed. This forest is no joke, lots of genin like you thought the same thing and are now dead. Kiba was indeed terrified as the woman intended, before turning to the audience once more. Each team will grab a scroll and then proceed to one of the gates located around the forest. When you hear the bell, the exam starts and the gates will open. Move it. The genins complied with the crazy lady once more, before grabbing a scroll and going for the gates. Naruto's team had gotten into position in front of their designated gate, already knowing the team that they should avoid, besides obviously the ones from Konoha. Right now, perhaps the team from Suna was the most dangerous one. The other two weren't that much, but the red-head genin certainly was. He was a Jinchuriki after all, and as such he should be avoided at all costs throughout the exams. Naruto knew for sure that at least one team from Iwagakure would search them out, after seeing how all of the Iwa genins looked at him, especially during the first part of the exams. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out what he could possibly have done to infuriate Iwagakure, or anyone from there for that matter. He had yet to face one Iwa nin in battle. Quickly looking at his team, he smirked once, seeing how confident his team was. As soon as the alarm started, the gates were opened, and so it started the second phase of the Chunin exams. Naruto's team entered the forest with great speed as time was of the essence, not only because of the actual timetable, but also because Kuji wasn't very thrilled to be in a forest without food for 5 days, much to Ino's ire and Naruto's amusement. He indeed expected his teammate to be like this. Kuji's hunger ended up affecting the team dynamics, and that was something Naruto could not ignore, Hence why he packed more ration bars in order to keep tabs with Kuji's appetite at least until they could reach the tower and have a proper meal. Of course, the Akimichi wasn't too thrilled about eating nothing more than ration bars for 5 days straight, but he figured it was better than searching throughout the forest for food while being hunted by vicious creatures and other genins as well, in search for their heaven scroll. After 15 minutes of traveling, Naruto ushered his teammates to follow him inside a cave, where they could gather without being interrupted. Okay, we need a plan here. Mostly, we should avoid that team from Suna, but other than them, we can go against any other team. I believe we can come up with 2 plans for 2 situations, offensive and defensive. Naruto started, earning nods from his teammates. For defensive purposes, I believe I'm most suited to act as support for you too. I can detect the incoming threat and act accordingly. As offensive, I believe that Kuji can start, immobilizing the enemies while you captures one of them with your mind technique. I'll protect your body. I can deal with the rest. Any thoughts? Ino and Kuji were deep in thought as they at first found it hard for the strategy to work against 3 opponents at the same time. Naruto, we can only bind 1 enemy at a time, I can't use my mind techniques against 2 or even 3 for that matter, Ino said, earning a nod from the blonde leader. I'm well aware of that, Ino. Capturing one of the opponents will be efficient in order to ruin whatever strategy the enemy is planning, forcing them to change in the middle of the fight. I'm actually counting on the Sharingan to stop their movements before they even consider the next moves with either some well-thrown projectiles or even mid to long-range ninjutsu. Genjutsu is also a good possibility to use against them, so Kuji can use his partial expansion jutsu and grab 2 if not 3 of them and then I can cast an illusion on them all. Either way, I believe it's our best alternative. Since we agreed not to attack any teams from Konoha, it's safe to assume that the enemy won't know about our skills. After a while, both Ino and Kuji nodded. The Akimichi figured it would be a nice training of his clan abilities. He still had yet to grab Naruto with his jutsu, but others may not be as fast. Okay, let's proceed. If we find a team with the Earth Scroll today, we can proceed to the tower quickly and Kuji may have a nice meal tonight. At the thought, the Akimichi started drooling with saliva and showed an even more confident smirk on his face. While traveling, Naruto made good use of his dujutsu in order to spot the faint traces of chakra left by the other teams. His team wasn't meant for tracking, which was considered their only disadvantage compared to other teams like Team 8, which consisted of Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. All 3 of them possessed tracking abilities and could find teams just as easily as escaping from them. It was Naruto's instincts, though, that allowed him to dodge an incoming rain of kunai, before shouting at his teammates to scatter and hide behind the trees. Ino and Kuji responded immediately and Naruto chose a tree closely behind the ones chosen by his teammates. If the enemy decided to attack them first, he would be able to stop it. Quickly summoning 2 shadow clones, Naruto grabbed his Kodashi and blocked what appeared to be a ninjato strike coming from behind. The clones were already dispatched to protect Ino and Kuji. Naruto saw the Iwa insignia on the girl in front of him. She was slightly taller than him and was quite pretty, even when angered as she appeared to be right now. Despite that, Naruto realized that her strike lacked strength, which allowed him to get the upper hand against her. If she couldn't even land a strike with his back turned, then it was almost impossible for her to get lucky now. Naruto, even without the Sharingan, had both strength and agility in his favor. The kunoichi was on the ground holding her bleeding arm in less than 4 minutes. Standing in front of her, Naruto could very well see the look of fear on the kunoichi's face. It seemed as if he would now kill her without he even showing any killing intent. Something about his appearance must have triggered said fear in her. Ino and Kuji appeared beside him. What about the other 2? Naruto asked while staring at the beaten girl in front of him. One of them tried attacking Kuji with Doden, but your clone managed to stop him before Kuji used his jutsu to beat him until he was unconscious. By the way, it's the first time we've seen clones do that. The other one was also a kunoichi, but Kuji captured her and I used my mind technique to knock her out. Neither of the 2 had the scroll, but from what I gathered from her mind, this team possessed the scroll we need. Naruto smiled and activated his Sharingan, before looking at the frightened girl in front of them. Ino and Kuji saw her frightened look for a while before her eyes closed in what appeared to be sleeping. Naruto asked Ino to check her body for the scroll, before finding the scroll they needed. With their mission complete, it was time to finish this assignment as quickly as possible. Needless to say, Kuji was already imagining the types of food he would get at the tower. Inside the tower . It took the team a total of an hour to get to the tower. Throughout the trip, as Anko warned beforehand, Team 10 had to deal with a great number of creatures, going from giant tigers to spiders. One even almost decapitated Ino, but both Naruto and Kuji saved her. The Akimichi went for her and Naruto attacked the spider with a well-thrown fireball. Because she was so close to Ino, the beast's scream of pain was too much for the girl to bear. Upon arrival at the tower, Ino was still shaking, but was already calming down by staying close to Kuji. After entering the tower, Naruto opened both scrolls and tossed them together on the ground, before Asuma appeared before them. Well, I was sure you guys would finish quick, but I didn't expect it so soon. Asuma saw that Ino was shaking and wondered what happened to the girl. We got lucky that the first team to attack us actually had the scroll we needed. After dealing with them, we came straight here. Naruto explained, earning a nod followed by a prideful smile. His team was the first to arrive after all. Congratulations all three of you. Now why is Ino-chan shaking? Did something happen? Asuma asked as he approached the little girl, before receiving the answer from Kuji. On the way here, we had encountered a group of big spiders. Naruto and I managed to deal with our fair share, but one went after Ino-chan. We managed to save her. She is terrified of them. Asuma nodded in sympathy. While it wasn't common for shinobi to fear animals, Asuma admitted that seeing bugs of that size for the first time could be quite intimidating. Outside of the forest, the biggest spider barely surpassed a man's hand, but the ones found inside the forest surpassed a human's entire body, and quite possibly, an entire house. Unfortunately, Ino would have to deal with this alone, as this certainly won't be the last time she encountered said creature. He did meet a couple of ninjas that was never able to overcome the fear of spiders. Well, you guys have the rest of the exams to rest and do whatever. Come with me, I will show you where you can rest, take a shower, and in Kuji's case, eat. His team nodded and followed the bearded Jounin as he gave a quick tour of the facilities. Chapter 12, Preliminaries and Training. When the exams ended, those who passed were all lined up in front of the Sandaime Hokage inside a dojo located at the tower. All the rookie teams from Konoha passed plus 2 older teams from Konoha, a team from Sound and 1 from Sunagakuer. Since Naruto's team arrived faster than the others, the 3 of them had enough time to both rest in Ino's case, eat in Kuji's case and train in Naruto's case. Ino's experience with the arachnids ended up giving her a phobia that she hoped to cure when she met her father after the exams. The Yamanaka clan members were masters at healing phobias, simply because it consisted of irrational fears created by the affected person's mind. Whenever she remembered the episode, her body started trembling unconsciously as if the creature was still in her mind just waiting for her guard to be dropped. The female member of the team hoped that said fear wouldn't ruin her chances in the exams. Naruto, for his part, managed to find another spacious room inside the tower, hence he used it for training with his clones. Aside from strict elemental manipulation, Naruto used his mind to create some new uses for the elements. Usually, fire was meant for offensive and earth was for defensive purposes. Of course, he had a couple of offensive earth techniques, in case the enemy's strong against fire. He was considering a new Doten defensive technique that aided him in taijutsu. His Sharingan allowed him to anticipate movements, but he needed a safety net in case he met an enemy faster than his eyes can predict. He heard of shinobi and Iwa creating earth-type body armors and he wanted to replicate it. A known weakness of this technique was that it hindered the shinobi's agility because of the extra weight. If he managed to use the technique on only his arms, he could use the extra protection and not ruin his speed. Doten Ishi Yoroi, Earth Release, Stone Armor Technique was the name. He selected a group of Bunshine for this assignment while he selected another for fire manipulation. The original one would focus in using both taijutsu and kenjutsu against imaginary opponents. Itachi's appearance taught Naruto an important lesson. He didn't need to fight the elder Uchiha to see just how he paled in comparison to the S-ranked criminal. Also, if what Itachi said was true, Naruto would not only have to defeat him but also shinobi much stronger than him. Naruto knew that he had an edge that was imprisoned inside of him. The fox's energy will surely give him the energy needed against his enemies, but Naruto knew he would pay dearly. The stone armor technique wasn't so hard to learn and the clones were doing it repeatedly in order to attest the necessary chakra and the time needed to activate it. The boy needed more, though. He needed to be faster and stronger than his current level. For that to work, he would need to train constantly and always seek improvement, no matter the obstacles. He would win the preliminaries and come to his sensei for training, perhaps ask Torah Sensei for a more effective pace. He stopped his thinking when the Hokage began to speak. For those who managed to pass the Forest of Death, you've earned my congratulations. These exams are tough for one reason and one reason only, to replicate a stage of war. A few of the Jinan were startled by this, but the man continued. The Chunin exams were first created when the 5 hidden villages signed the Pact of Neutrality between one another. Before, one became a Chunin through their record in the field. Now, in 1 month's time, those who pass the second phase will participate in a tournament. Hiruzen was about to speak more, but a Jounin shunshined in front of him, ushering the Hokage and allowing him to speak. The Jounin coughed a few times and then turned to the Jinan. Before the tournament, though, we must address another situation. The number of qualified shinobi in this exam is quite rare, therefore we'll have to reduce it through preliminary battles against each other. The Jinan were startled by this as many had yet to get some rest. Unfortunately, for those who arrived almost at the end of the exam, we simply cannot have a large number of fights in the third phase. It would take too long. Now, the board behind me will determine the fights one by one. Before we proceed, though, is there someone here who wishes to withdraw from the fights? Immediately after hearing this, Kabuto raised his hand. I wish to forfeit. I wasted a lot of chakra and just cannot proceed. The Jounin simply nodded and scratched his name off the board. Yakashi Kabuto of the Leaf, okay, you can go. As Kabuto turned his back, a gigantic black board appeared behind the Jounin, before the images of the Jinan appeared. The board started jumbling the names for a while, before the first 2 names appeared. First fight of the preliminaries will begin, Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha against Kurama Yakumo also from Konoha. The rest must wait for your turn up the stairs by your right. Kakashi signed in dismay seeing as his Jinan ended up facing Naruto of all the opponents. Dojutsu wielders were Yakumo's worst enemy. He was already dismissing her as possible candidate for Chunin. Naruto not only had the Sharingan but also had extensive training in Genjutsu, same field as his student. In no time, only Naruto, Yakumo and the Jounin Hayate remained at the dojo center. The Hokage looked at the blonde's back for a while, as the secret of Naruto's Sharingan was to be revealed to the world. He actually thought it would have been sooner considering that Naruto had told his team about it. However, it turned out that both Ino and Kuji kept their mouths shut about it. The news of a shinobi alive with the dojutsu served to increase the village's income, and despite not agreeing with it, Konoha wouldn't survive without clients. Once Naruto used it for the first time in front of everyone, news would certainly spread instantly. Unfortunately, it was for the village. Sarutobi didn't know, though, that Naruto wouldn't be against it as it attracted more of the enemy's attention to him. At the fight, Hayate eyed both opponents for a moment, before authorizing the battle. Yakumo went on the offense, immediately doing a couple of hand seals while charging at Naruto. Naruto could see her movements without his eyes and was only waiting for her to get closer. He felt his chakra being invaded and smirked at the girl's choice of attack. The Genjutsu altered his perception of the reality, allowing Yakumo to confuse her opponent. Quickly activating the Sharingan, the blonde broke the Genjutsu in less than a second and blocked the Taijutsu strike. Everyone, besides those who knew, were shocked at seeing the Sharingan in Naruto's eyes. The girl was immediately surprised at how fast Naruto broke her illusion. She didn't know much about him, because he never interacted much at school. She knew he received Sasuke's eyes after the Uchiha Massacre, but she didn't think much about that at the time. The news of the Sharingan was quite troubling. Quickly grabbing a hidden tanto, she placed her left foot forward trying to stab him. Naruto was faster and used a lone kunai to defend. He had the strength in his favor and managed to push her aside. Yakumo wasn't interested in maintaining the hold, so she backed away and began a series of hand seals for ninjutsu instead. Suten Mijirappa, water release, violent water wave technique. Naruto focused some chakra to his feet as the torrent of water came his way. He evaded it, but Yakumo pressed further using the technique once more. Naruto couldn't dodge the technique in midair, and taking it head on just wasn't smart, considering he was weak against Suten techniques. Quickly summoning a Cage Bunshine, the clone took him away from the path, before going through hand seals in midair. She was a water user, so she was weak against Doton Doryu Dongan, earth release, mud shot technique. Yakumo's agility wasn't as great as Naruto's that she could evade successful shots of mud bullets. Thus all of them reached their designated target. 2 hit her chest, other 2 hit her arms, and the last one went straight at her forehead protector. The technique hurt like a bitch as Yakumo was weak against earth techniques. Not to mention the fact that one of the mud projectiles hit her in the forehead. If it wasn't for the metal plate protecting her, she would be unconscious right away. Instead, the woman became extremely dizzy with no sense of awareness whatsoever. She didn't even register when Naruto appeared in front of her holding his sword inches from her jugular and the proctor giving the fight in Naruto's favor. Kakashi and Shikamaru had thought of a different outcome and both were surprised it lasted this long. Kakashi knew Naruto to be way stronger than this, and he also knew that he could have ended the battle when Yakumo was close to him. Perhaps Naruto wasn't all that interested in showing off. Either way, the result was good enough as he passed to the third part of the exams. And, like I said, I won't bother with the other fights, so I will briefly describe them. For the record, aside from Naruto's fight, the rest is exactly like in canon with a few twists. Yakumo was still dizzy while Kakashi escorted her towards the stairs. Hayate meanwhile was waiting for the board to turn on again and decide the next fight. Shikamaru was next against Tsuchi-kin from Sound. The fight turned out to be very funny as Shikamaru captured her shadow and bended his body backwards. Because he was controlling Kin's body, the woman did the same thing and slammed her head at the wall behind her, sending her to unconsciousness. Yakumo had already recovered her bearings and couldn't help but twitch at the way her teammate won the fight. Shikamaru's brilliance was only matched by his own laziness. Thus it shouldn't surprise her that he finished the fight in the quickest way possible. Sakura just cheered for him while Kakashi was busy reading his book. Next, was Aburame Shino from the Leaf against Zaku from Sound. The fight started in Zaku's favor as he used concentrated blasts of wind and got rid of the majority of Shino's bugs. Zaku was becoming arrogant in the field, thus he was unaware that Shino had sent some of the bugs crawling Zaku's leg and closed the Sound Nin's air vents located in his hands. Zaku was surprised as hell when he attempted to use his technique once more only for the air to be blocked and return to his body. His organs ended up taking quite the blow as he screamed in pain and agony. The next round was between Ino and Sakura. Sakura, at first, believed herself to be on equal grounds with Ino. The two of them became rivals for Sasuke's affection back at the academy. After the Uchiha Massacre, their rivalry diminished, but it was transferred to mere ninja abilities. It turned out that the Yamanaka heir had more to show for herself than Sakura. Sakura at first attempted to fool Ino by attacking with the Bunshine illusion technique and land a taijutsu punch on Ino. She was surprised as hell when Ino decided to evade all three Sakuras and then rotate her body and land a fierce kick on Sakura's side stomach. Ino has been training a lot with Naruto and Kuji and thus became much stronger and faster in her taijutsu. Sakura was on the ground in pain when the Yamanaka heir suddenly trapped her on the floor and placed a kunai inches from Sakura's face. Sakura was shocked at seeing the look on Ino's face. Hayate gave her the win, before Ino's face changed to a full and smug smirk at Sakura. Next up was Akimichi Kuji against Dosu from Sound. Kuji started the fight by throwing a couple of shuriken at Dosu, before going through hand seals earning a smile from Naruto and Asuma. Dosu widened his eyes when the projectiles were multiplied from 5 to 50 shuriken. Naruto was the one who taught the shuriken cage bunshine to Kuji as he believed his comrade needed more techniques than the usual clan techniques. Dosu used his special bracelet and emitted a strong sound wave in an attempt to stop the shuriken's trajectory. He was partially successful as a couple reached their target. Dosu flinched in pain, but Kuji was already closing on his position, with both arms larger than normal. Shikamaru smiled the entire time as he saw how much stronger his friend became upon training with Naruto. Dosu tried his melody arm once more but Kuji elongated one of his arms in time and hit the man in the head. The noise of his fists reaching Dosu's face made everyone flinch as they saw the man fly away with his eyes swirling like crazy. The Sound Nin was already unconscious when his body reached the far wall. Next fight was Tenten from the Leaf against Temari from the Sand. Tenten was considered a prodigy in using weapons, but her opponent couldn't have been worse. Temari's fan didn't need to work much as she blew Tenten's projectiles away easily. Afterwards, Temari had swung her fan with all its might, trapping Tenten inside a hurricane. The woman's screams were buffered by the noise of the hurricane. Temari even had the audacity of easing Tenten's fall with her fan right at Tenten's back. She was already unconscious by then. Kankuro from the Sand was next against Misumi from the Leaf. The strange shinobi's abilities allowed him to pop his bones out of their sockets and use his chakra to manipulate his soft muscle tissue. His victory was at first granted when he trapped Kankuro using his loosened arms. Suddenly, though, another Kankuro emerged from the wraps on the ground, before everyone looked at who was trapped by Misumi's technique. Everyone was surprised to see a puppet. The wooden machine used its extra limbs and squeezed Misumi until he was unconscious, giving the fight to Kankuro. Next fight was between Inuzuka Kiba and Akata Yoroi, Braum from the Leaf. The hyperactive shinobi was thrilled to finally go next as he and his dog partner pretty much jumped at the arena instead of simply walking down the stairs. When the match started, it was clear to Yoroi that fighting more than one enemy at a time just wasn't his forte. His technique involved sucking chakra from the enemy and converting into his own. He worked his ass off to struggle with Kakashi's fast taijutsu, but in the end managed to suck the boy's chakra. However, he wasn't counting on the dog coming from behind and landing a fierce bite on his arm, letting Kiba loose. Taking the opportunity, Kiba used his claws and ripped Yoroi's chest, drawing a lot of blood. Akamaru was the one who finished the fight using the clan's famous taijutsu called Tsuga. Piercing Fang. The two final matches were Rock Lee against Sabaku no Gaara and Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Both of them were very intense, with Gaara winning against Rock Lee at the very end, crushing the bones of his arms and legs. The boy's sensei was the one that carried Lee personally to the infirmary as he looked at the vicious Gaara. Neji also treated his cousin Hinata the same way, almost destroying her heart literally, if he wasn't stopped by the Jounin in the room. Once the battles were over, those who won stood in front of the Hokage. The proctor from the second round, Anko, announced that they would now grab a number from a black box she was holding. After that was done with, the Genins announced their numbers one by one. Quickly sorting the 9 Genin and the amount of fights, the proctors arranged the matches of the third phase. Okay, seeing as there is an uneven number of fighters, the winner of the last fight will progress immediately to the final fight, whereas the rest must face 2 more opponents before reaching the final. First fight will be between Uzumaki Naruto against Hyuga Neji. To this everyone couldn't help but whistle. Since the Uchiha clan's demise, there hadn't been a battle between dojutsus. Neji was looking at his opponent and smirked. The Sharingan in Naruto set him apart of those considered by Neji as regular. No doubt, it will be an interesting fight. Anko continued announcing the fights. The second fight is between Nara Shikamaru and Sabaku no Tamari. A loud sigh was heard as everyone turned to Shikamaru. He wasn't looking forward to fighting such a troublesome kunoichi. The third fight is between Akimichi Kuji and Inuzuka Kiba. The fourth match and last of the regular chart is between Sabaku no Gaara and Sabaku no Kankuro. The fifth fight is between Yamanaka Ino and Aburame Shino. As I said before, the winner of the last fight will advance to the final fight and will wait for his opponent to be decided. Seeing as her job here was done, Anko turned to the Hokage and nodded. Now that you know your opponents, you'll have an entire month to train and quite possibly incorporate different skills than those showed in the preliminaries. Everyone is dismissed. After the Hokage left with his Onbu guard, the Genin returned to their respective Jounin sensei in order to check their schedule for training. Asuma was smiling from ear to ear since he had won his bet against the other Jounin sensei. All 3 of his Genin managed to qualify for the final round, whereas Kakashi and Kurenai only had 1 Genin each. Guy thought that betting was an unyouthful habit and thus chose not to participate. Even if he did, it didn't matter as Guy also had only 1 Genin in the finals. As his 3 Genin appeared in front of him, Asuma had to restrain himself from giving a big hi-fi. So, instead, he lit a cigarette and smiled as the smoke calmed his urges. Congratulations all 3 of you for qualifying. Now, though, I believe we are in a big dilemma. Ino and Kuji looked at the man wondering what was it, but Naruto already knew. All 3 of us passed and we have only 1 sensei. Plus, considering that we'll be facing each other, we need to train separately from one another. Asuma only nodded, but Naruto continued. Not to diminish your capabilities, Ino, but your abilities are considered supplementary, thus better applied in a team battle. It is better that Asuma sensei focus this month solely for you. I bet that Kuji will train with his clan, and seeing from his face, I bet he wouldn't mind. The Akimichi Genin nodded immediately with a big smile on his face. Ino, though, frowned for a while, not particularly enjoying Naruto's remark about her being the team's weakest link. Asuma, though, smiled at this and placed a comfortable hand on her shoulder. I concur with Naruto, Ino. The Yamanaka clan members were always the supportive type. I believe it's high time we increase those advanced taijutsu lessons as well as possibly a few offensive jutsu. Ino sighed, but nodded. I guess I can talk to Daddy and see if he has another technique to aid me as well. Asuma nodded while blowing smoke. He then turned to Naruto, since so far the blonde haven't come up with a suitable plan for his training. What about you, Naruto? Do you have anything planned for training? Asuma asked, and Naruto was about to answer, before a familiar voice appeared behind them. Perhaps I could be of assistance, Asuma. Kakashi was there with hands inside his pockets. I initially offered it to Shikamaru, but he is much like his father in that regard. Asuma had to smile at that. He remembered how lazy Shikamaru's father was. Despite the man being a genius tactician, he was lazy as hell. Asuma didn't mind Kakashi teaching Naruto for the month. Kakashi looked at his surrogate brother figure. So, Naruto, if you want, I could oversee your training for this month. I bet that Kasumi misses you a lot. She will arrive in 2 days from her mission. Seeing a genuine smile on the usually stoic Naruto was almost rare these days. In fact, his team had only seen it once when they went out to eat together. When Naruto smiled to the scarecrow Jounin, both Ino and Kuji knew that Kakashi was close to him, perhaps closer than a mere friendship, maybe bordering on family. Naruto, for his part, figured he could ask Kasumi some pointers on Neji and the Byakugan. With the training settled, Asuma said to Kuji that he would visit the Akimichi once a week to see how he was doing. They all left the forest together and Naruto promised to meet Kakashi in front of the Hokage's tower 2 days from now. 2 days later and training initiation Hyuga Kasumi was waiting patiently in front of the Hokage's tower for both her boyfriend and her little brother figure. She had just returned from what could possibly be labeled as the most boring mission she had ever participated in. Most diplomatic missions were, but this one earned the prize by far. It was 2 weeks of her life wasted and she feared it would take longer to compensate for it. Hours before arrival, she had received a message from her boyfriend's nin dog saying to meet him and Naruto in front of the Hokage's tower at precisely 900 hours. Coming to think though, as she noticed the time, Kasumi felt like smashing her forehead multiple times for not remembering the type of fame earned by Sharingan no Kakashi inside the village. Kakashi was late for most about anything. However, a creepy smile suddenly appeared on her face as she was already counting how many tenketsu she would be closing because of his tardiness. Unconsciously, Kasumi activated her dojutsu while imagining his tenketsu when an image appeared behind her that made her really angry. Instantly vanishing via sunshine, she appeared on top of a rooftop in front of the Hokage's tower right behind 2 individuals, one with blonde hair and the other with gray hair. These 2 had the audacity of purposely making her wait. When Naruto arrived at the location, Kakashi said something about playing a prank at Kasumi. He went along with it. When the woman activated her Byakugan and leaked a little bit of killing intent, both Shinan and Jounin flinched and slowly turned their heads together only to see a great load of veins coming out of Kasumi's face. Oh boy, was she angry. Thus Naruto did the only thing he could think of in order to get away of having his tenketsu closed. He was the one that came up with the idea. Kakashi's only visible eye widened upon seeing Naruto's finger pointed at him, before he saw Kasumi smiling at him still with the eyes active. Once at the training ground, Kakashi was placed on the ground by Kasumi and Naruto. The man was simply paralyzed, but Naruto swore he saw the man smiling, despite his situation. Little did Naruto know that Kakashi loved seeing Kasumi's angry look. He constantly did this just to irritate her. Figuring that Naruto wouldn't receive any training today because of the man's inability, he took a seat in front of his big brother figure. Kasumi, though, cleared her throat, calling for Naruto's attention. Whoever said you had the luxury of slacking off, Naruto-kun? She was doing some stretches, which slightly scared the Sharingan user. From what Kakashi-kun told me, your opponent is Hyuga Neji. The blonde got up from his position and nodded at the question. Well, if I remember correctly, he is considered by the clan a prodigy of the Juken. While Kakashi's tenketsu takes its time opening, I'll be sparring with you. This time, though, I'll use my Byakugan unlike before. Naruto nodded, while seeing Kasumi's eyes activate once more. He had only time to activate his Sharingan, before blocking an incoming strike that was aimed at his chest. His eyes were widened instantly at the sheer speed. His eyes were able to anticipate her movements, but his body almost didn't move in time. He could see a smile on Kasumi's face despite the Byakugan activated. It seems you're much faster than before, Naruto-kun. However, I don't know if it's the Sharingan talking or yourself. Naruto had to snort at the comment. This coming from another dojutsu user, that is quite rich. Naruto added with a few punches to which Kasumi blocked. Naruto created a distance between the two as he gathered fire in his lungs. Cat and Dai Enden, fire release, great fireball technique. Kasumi smirked at the technique, before evading with relatively ease. She saw Naruto waiting at the place she was about to land and gathered a few shuriken, before throwing it at the blonde. The Genin saw the projectiles and cursed the woman for ruining his plans. With his sword, he diverted the shuriken, before charging once more, this time with his sword in hand. Kasumi nodded with a smile on her face. She knew she didn't have to tell him to come at her with the intent to kill. When it comes to ninja affairs, the boy was strictly professional. She was surprised when the tomes in his eyes started spinning, inducing her in an induced sleep. That was her boyfriend's move. Quickly dispelling the genjutsu, she was surprised to see not one Naruto, but 3 coming at her from 3 sides. Focusing more chakra to her limbs, Kasumi acknowledged the increase in both skill and speed. What happened next? Not even the Sharingan could have helped the blonde. Kasumi began to spin rapidly before a dome of blue chakra surrounded her, eliminating all the clones. He was sent flying as well, trying to nurse the pain in his chest from the blow. While flying, though, he started hand seals, while using the momentum to flip in mid-air and smash his hands on the ground, surprising the Hyuga. 3 stones rose from the ground in key placed around her position, trapping her for good. She looked around searching for a way out. Doten Ganban Q, Earth Release, Rock Plate Coffin Technique. The noise of clapping stopped the fight as Kakashi came walking as if he had just arrived and was bored out of his mind. An effective technique, Naruto. I remember facing that one a couple times in the war. You've become quite adept at fire and earth jutsu, haven't you? That's good. Plus trapping a Hyuga in genjutsu was unheard of. He turned to his girlfriend and smiled at her unasked question. Despite how irritated you are, you still restrain yourself when you attack me. Your blows weren't as effective as it would be against an enemy. It didn't take that long to heal, then. I have to say, though, Kasumi-chan. She looked at him wondering what he was about to say. I believe that Naruto-kun just won this little spar of yours. Oh, how he loved to spite her. Kasumi was looking at him with her fierce Byakugan. If you try to break one of the stones and open the path, Naruto will close the other and crush you. If you do anything at all, Naruto will crush you. The only way to escape that technique is either a Kawarimi precisely the same time that Naruto closes the pillars or through another earth technique that the user hides below ground. Rubbing his chest a little, Naruto released his control over the pillars and approached Kakashi. He learned one very important lesson. When a Hyuga starts spinning, get the hell out of the way. From what I saw from your fight, Naruto, I could see a couple areas we can explore for this month. You already know enough to become a chunin, so we'll focus on improving what you can already do. At first, the boy thought about disagreeing with said logic, but then thought against it. This worked better for him as he could work his side projects without getting caught. Kakashi knew this, though and expected the young Sharingan user to question, but continued nonetheless. From what I saw, your agility increased and you managed to close a few openings you had in your taijutsu and kenjutsu form. I think a certain Anbu helped you with that, right? Kakashi couldn't help but smile at his student upon getting caught. Don't worry Naruto, he is a good acquaintance of mine. Now, basically, what we'll be doing is training your body. Naruto gave Kakashi an eloquent response to what the Jounin said. Huh? Precisely what I said, you already possess the skills of a chunin, 2 elements ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu and taijutsu. The only path left to follow is improving your body. Muscle training will increase the strength behind your strikes. Agility training will help increase your speed. Another skill you lack is experience, so you'll be fighting either me or Kasumi-chan at the end of the day. We'll take advantage of your healing ability granted by the fox and do this every day. Kakashi first believed he was crazy and taking advice from Guy on how to train Naruto. The man surprisingly so came up with a few interesting physical exercises similar to what the man's Jinan Rock Lee goes through every day. While Lee has to rest every now and then because of the strain placed in his body, Naruto doesn't need to, because of the Kyuubi inside of him. Kasumi wasn't going to question the man, but she somehow knew that Naruto will suffer, a lot. If she wasn't so sure before, she was when Kakashi took a scroll from his kunai holster and dispelled its contents on the ground in front of him. Gravity worked its magic, though, and 2 of the weights that fell from the scroll had sunk into the ground. Naruto's eyes were widened beyond normal as he saw the craters while Kakashi still maintained that smile as if it was nothing. Looking at the weights, he could see some sort of order in them. The ones from the furthest right were the smallest. The size of the ones that followed was bigger than the previous one. The craters showed the heaviest, he assumed with a small sweat drop. Without saying anything for the time, Kakashi took another scroll, this time a much larger one, and unrolled it on the ground. Making a large series of hand seals, he sacrificed some blood on the parchment before a large smoke covered the training ground. When it settled, both Kasumi and Naruto were speechless. In front of them was what appeared to be a training course filled with obstacles like tree logs, kunai launchers and sword traps. Naruto was now sure of yet another thing. But he had to ask, though. Are you nuts? His answer, as expected, was a smile. I introduce you to Onbu level training course number 15. I had obtained authorization from the Hokage to use it with you. We have 1 month for you to adapt to at least the third heaviest set of weights. When I say adapt, I say able to fight as if you weren't wearing weights, as well as complete this training course before a specific time limit. Despite the smile, Kakashi had in fact a reason he was pushing Naruto so hard and becoming a chunin, wasn't it? Naruto didn't need training for that. No, the reason was to appease Uchiha Itachi the next time he reported in. Only when Itachi attested that Naruto was ready to face the monsters he said he was working with, then the boy could relax. He saw that Naruto was quietly waging how fierce his training will be in deep and concentrated silence. He could see that Naruto wasted a couple seconds on each set of weight while picturing those holding him down for the first time. Kakashi remembered that Itachi had introduced himself to Naruto just before the exam started. He knew how Itachi enjoyed psychological warfare in his assignments, as any genjutsu master does. Kakashi didn't need to ask Naruto what happened to know. Itachi wasn't someone who wasted time stating the qualities of someone, but rather the weaknesses and only the weaknesses. He surely must have put Naruto down a few steps by saying Naruto didn't have what it takes to beat someone like him. Few remembered the age difference or the fact that Itachi had received Onbu level training since he was Naruto's age. The boy after 5 minutes lifted his head up and faced Kakashi. I guess I should pick the first ones, right? Both Kakashi and Kasumi watched the Genin in silence as he resolutely placed the weights on his legs and arms. There was no doubt in their minds that Naruto wouldn't even think of quitting. Many would and many had, but not him. That was why Naruto had earned Kakashi's respect and Itachi's, even if the latter will never admit it in front of anyone. Remember that in order for you to move to the next set, you must retain the same speed you possess as if you weren't wearing any weights. Naruto nodded and stood with the first set of weights. Since it was the first, the strain wasn't so significant, but it was there nonetheless. He got accustomed to wearing no weights, so it was understandable. Forcing his arms a little bit more than necessary, Naruto formed a familiar hand seal, surprising both Kakashi and Kasumi. The boy was wasting chakra with cage bunshines when he needed it to increase the strength of his muscles. 10 bunshines stood in front of the original one and stared at him for a while. A nice aspect of the bunshines was that Naruto didn't need to give them orders, when he had summoned them with a specific purpose already. 5 would maintain his fire manipulation training while the other 5 would perform earth manipulation exercises. The clones merely nodded and vanished from their position. Kakashi approached the original, who was watching the clones disappear. Wouldn't it be better to consume your energy? Chakra is one of the tools you have at your disposal to ease the strain caused from the weights. Despite this training being only physical, I can't simply abandon the rest. I have a few ambitions of my own and I want to see them through. 1 month is just too much wasted time. Chakra-wise, though, I simply don't know how much I have or if the concept of chakra exhaustion even applies to me. Kakashi was busy just listening to the boy. Every day, after the precious hours of sleep, at least when the nightmare stops, I go and train 2 or 3 hours with Tori. After that, I start team practices for another 3 hours. Even then, I still have energy for missions and more training. The fox may be a curse, but it has given me the benefit or never getting sick, suffering from chakra exhaustion or muscle strain. I shall use it to the full extent, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto didn't even wait for Kakashi to give him a counterargument, before he began a slow pace throughout the training field, in order to get acquainted with the extra weight. Kasumi stopped by his side as he looked the blonde running. His stamina scares me sometimes. A normal shinobi wouldn't keep up with half the chakra waste and is still taken to the hospital for a 1-week treatment for chakra exhaustion. Perhaps you're all putting too much pressure on him. His body may keep up, but the brain may not. Kakashi sighed in dismay. He knew it to be 100% accurate. There was only problem, though. The problem is that Naruto just doesn't have the benefit of growing at a moderate pace. He has enemies that even the Sandaime Hokage would think twice before facing. 2 weeks later 2 weeks has passed since Naruto's training and right now he'd managed to reach half of the training weights placed by Kakashi. If the boy had to describe these past 2 weeks with only one word, it would be gruesome. His muscles ached most of the time as he continuously pushed his body past its limit. Having the fox was both a blessing in terms of how long he could train and a curse as well, seeing as despite knowing that his muscles would never be strained, it didn't mean that he wouldn't feel unbearable pain from each step. Regardless, the boy persevered. At first, he saw little merit in this type of training, until he decided to remove every piece of weight on his limbs. The Genin couldn't even control his speed anymore. Kakashi laughed his ass off at the time because Naruto ended up being hit by a rather thick tree because he couldn't control his speed. Because of this, it was decided that before increasing the weights, Naruto would have to waste a few hours to get accustomed to his new speed. The training course turned out to be lots of fun for the blonde. It increased his agility and helped him how to escape from dangerous situations with very little room for escape. He had to remain in the field. Because of the weights, speed wasn't the only improvement, but the strength behind the attacks. When Naruto removed the weights, his body still moved as if the weights were still on and placed more strength behind the punches. The logs were being beat relentlessly. When Naruto managed to hit Kasumi, the woman had lost her breath instantly. After that, it was decided that Kakashi would be pitted against him in spars, although the man was dreading this also. When Kasumi receives a hit, she directs chakra to the spot so as to reduce the damage. He didn't have that ability. The man had to use his Sharingan to completely evade Naruto's punches. Kakashi had forgotten the last time he received a punch like this when he constantly sparred with Guy. Naruto wasn't quite there yet, but he would be soon. The difference between the taijutsu specialist and Naruto was that Guy's strength was entirely focused on his muscles. Naruto had not only that, in smaller amounts of course, but a huge chakra capacity to enforce his limbs as well. While the original Naruto was busy increasing his body, his clones were busy improving chakra-related techniques, going from chakra control, fire and earth manipulation to genjutsu. The clones had managed to decrease the time necessary to activate the stone armor defense, now taking close to 3 seconds for each limb and an entire minute for the entire body. The Sharingan managed to pinpoint the enemy's movement, so Naruto would know immediately which part of his body he needed to protect. Not to mention the increased damage he could do when he enforced his fists with the technique. The clones that were doing fire manipulation managed to increase the level of control, until one clone was able to release white flames. According to the scroll given by Tori, white flames manipulation was considered a high-level fire technique and very few shinobi and Konoha managed to reach said level, those being elite members of the Uchiha clan and the Sandaime Hokage. This gave Naruto an idea for a jutsu as he could use the same principle of the Daenden technique and manipulate white flames to form a high-powered mid-range technique towards the opponent. Kaden Shiroi Hidan, Fire Release, White Flames Projectile Technique. After a few tests, the results were above Naruto's expectations. The wooden poles were burned to a crisp much faster than his usual fire techniques. It was night time and Kakashi gave Naruto the rest of the day off from training so that his body can rest a bit. Naruto accepted it eagerly. He would take this time and focus on his chakra rather than his body. The training ground happened to be located near a small river, thus the perfect place for him to practice his new fire technique. After stepping close to the river's margin, Naruto began a considerable series of hand seals as he manipulated fire chakra inside his lungs. When the hand seals stopped, Naruto gathered a huge quantity of air, his chest even inflated because of it. Using the memory of his clones, he ignited the fire inside his lungs with more chakra changing its color until he could feel the unbearable heat inside his chest. There was a reason this was a high-level technique. If something wrong happened, his organs would be burned instead. He expelled the hot white flame towards the river and it illuminated a huge part of the forest that was once filled with darkness. Naruto needed to exhale every last bit of flame that was inside his lungs, so he ended up consuming a huge amount of chakra for the technique. After finishing the technique, he could see that some of it managed to reach the other side of the lake, burning the trees there as well. Naruto realized that something was slightly wrong with it. He needed to focus more in realizing the exact amount of chakra as well as the amount of air needed for the technique. If someone were to evade the technique, he needed to find a way of stopping the technique without endangering his organs. He was about to attempt again, when he heard a familiar voice approaching him. "A very dangerous technique you got there, Naruto," Kakashi said as he approached the lad with his hands inside his pockets. "I wasn't aware how far you managed to go with fire manipulation." Naruto knew that said level was only achievable through long periods of time practicing, perhaps longer than his actual age in training. Training with clones has its benefits. Ever since I started with them, I managed to cover close to 2 years' worth of training. However, it's still not fully perfected. The technique consumes too much chakra and it's too risky if the enemy manages to evade it. Plus, I have to coat my lungs with chakra so as to harm them. White flames manipulation is quite damaging to it. Kakashi nodded at the kid, seeing as he was taking all the necessary precaution for it. "I thought you're sleeping, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi smiled at the question. Naruto had illuminated the entire area with his jutsu. Probably the entire forest was awake because of the Jinan. That technique of yours illuminated the entire forest, Naruto. Plus Kasumi can be quite grumpy when she is awakened in the middle of the night. Just don't stay up so late. Tomorrow you'll receive the next set of weights. Naruto nodded and Kakashi went back to the training ground to rest once more. He attempted the technique one more time, this time with less chakra. It didn't pack the same punch as the first time, but he managed to stop in the middle of the technique. He figured that a nice balance would not only pack a nice punch but allow him to cancel the technique in time. Figuring that it was enough for the day, Naruto turned towards the camp where he would be able to close his eyes once more and get some rest. Little did he know, though, that Naruto was being watched by a certain long purple-haired Onbu. Itsuko was busy doing a couple of routines throughout the training ground and happened to see the bright sun created by Naruto. For some reason, she couldn't help but want to check on him. Being an orphan like him, Itsuko remembered how tough it was for her growing up without a family to support her. She wasn't even originally from Konoha as she was born in Amigakure. Her parents were shinobi from there as well. When she was 6, her parents were killed while on a mission in Kirigakure, leaving her alone in the world. Itsuko remembered how despite the gigantic pain she felt upon knowing what happened, it didn't stop her from fleeing Amigakure by hiding inside a caravan that was passing through Fire Country. Being a kunoichi was her dream since she could remember. So she went to Konoha and asked asylum for the Hokage. The kind old man gave her an apartment and some money for her. He even enrolled her at the Ninja Academy. Itsuko managed to get a job in a supply store at the age of 7 and later at a ninja store when she was 9. No matter what happened, Itsuko always found a way to take care of herself. It was something she learned from her father. Once at the academy, she became one of the best students, graduating at 12 years old. When she was 14, she was promoted to Chunin and was recruited to the Onbu forces as a junior officer soon after being promoted. Despite it all, she never forgot the pain of being an orphan. So, like the boy in front of her, she pushed her pain aside and focused solely on her ninja duties. She had acquired some friends along the way, but nowadays they were no more than comrades. The only person who came even remotely close to gaining her complete trust was her sensei Nara Shikaku. He in the end became more of a father to her, offering advice when needed and being there for her when she needed someone to talk to. However, it wasn't enough for Itsuko as she needed someone who could understand her. Only an orphan can understand an orphan, no matter how much a person can claim he or she understands what it is to lose one's parents. Figuring that appearing out of the blue just like that wasn't the way to go, Itsuko vanished from her position. She waited for a long time to find someone to whom she could relate to. It was no problem to wait a little longer when Naruto gets promoted to Chunin. Perhaps she could even talk to Tori Bunteku about her coming along to his and Naruto's kenjutsu practices. 1 day left to the tournament. With only 1 day left to the exams, both Kakashi and Kasumi were busy heading to Naruto's apartment. The Jinan managed a great majority of the weights, leaving the 3 heaviest. His mind couldn't handle the strain of both training his body and mind as hard as he did. Quickly opening the door, Kakashi placed Naruto inside his bed while Kasumi checked his body for muscle strains. Activating the Byakugan, it didn't take her long to finish the examination. "How is he?" Kasumi could sense concern from her boyfriend, but a relieved sigh from her mouth relaxed him. "He is okay, just completely exhausted. As we speak, I can see traces of the fox's chakra spreading through his body, repairing the sword muscles and ligaments. Tomorrow he'll be good as new." "That is good to hear. We should have stopped sooner, perhaps 2 days ago." "Let's leave him then." Kasumi nodded, before they closed the door to Naruto's apartment. Tomorrow was going to be very busy for the young Sharingan user. Chapter 13, Family Secrets. It is said that in order to fully grasp a situation, one has to look through all the angles. As he stood on top of the Hokage monument, Uzumaki Naruto was busy looking over the village he had sworn to protect, now filled with smoke and destruction. If someone had told him, the day of the Chunin exams final, that so much would happen to him in less than a day, he would no doubt remain skeptic about it all. Nevertheless, it did happen, and now the village was busy collecting the spoils of war. No sooner had the exam started, the hidden village in the leaves was victimized of an invasion by 2 hidden villages, Sunagakure and Otogakure. The enemy was clever as hell, Naruto could give them that. If there was one time when a hidden village is at its weakest, it was the finals of the Chunin exams. Even if the village increases security, it is almost impossible to protect the population and protect the nobles that came to the exam and retaliate at the same time. Because of this, if the village hesitated for even a second, the result would be 100% different. Yes, Konoha became victorious as expected from the strongest of the great hidden villages. However, said victory came with a heavy price as the village had lost its fair share of shinobi who were declared heroes for defending the village with their lives. Naruto actually managed to save some that were being overpowered by the enemy, but he was just one. He saw the lives of his comrades being taken and realized how useless he was at not being able to prevent them from dying. Hell, if it wasn't for someone helping him, he'd doubt if even he wouldn't be one of the victims of this hellish invasion. At the time, he believed himself in way over his head in being able to face off against 6 Chunin-level ninja from Sand and Sound, even with the amount of training he endured with Kakashi. Flashback on. Naruto was still inside the Chunin exams arena as he battled against a couple of Sound Chunin shinobi on his own. The invasion army came in strong and managed to separate the Sharingan user from his Junon peers. With his Sharingan activated, it didn't take long for Naruto to parry the Chunin's kunai and slash their stomachs. The blonde ignored the amount of blood that filled his clothing. Now was not the time to wipe it off. He only had to be sure that none of it was his own. He was at the stands when the Chunin attacked and attempted to move towards the arena when he saw a group of 4 Konoha Chunin being overpowered by a contingent of 10 shinobi from Sound and Sand. His Sharingan was quick to spot an enemy in front of Naruto as he ran towards the arena. Quickly grabbing 2 shuriken, he threw the projectiles with great speed and accuracy that forced the enemy to evade. Naruto was by his side and managed to make good use of his sword to deal with the enemy. Right now, handling 2 swords was ill-advised since Naruto needed one free hand. When Naruto managed to arrive at the arena, he had briefly lost his breath as he saw his comrades' blood falling on the arena's sand, before 2 Chunin lay dead on the ground. It was clear that the enemy held the advantage in numbers. With the Sharingan, Naruto could see the death of the others and moved quickly. Right now, there were 2 Konoha Chunin about to be attacked by what was left of this specific enemy group. Naruto could attest that his peers were suffering from exhaustion at making their stand against a group twice in size and certainly wouldn't be able to defend themselves against the onslaught that was sure to follow. Performing a quick shunshine and appearing in front of the downed Chunin, Naruto was quick and gather mud inside his throat. Doton Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Technique. The defensive wall had risen at the same time as the attack, so Naruto managed to save the Chunin. Quickly making a couple of cage bunshine to take them away from here, Naruto deactivated the barrier and faced the contingent of 6 enemy shinobi all on his own. He had to give the bunshine time to save his peers, after all. The enemy all but laughed at his presence and quite frankly Naruto understood his sudden mistake in believing him skilled enough to beat 6 Chunin-level shinobi. Certainly, it wasn't his best plan and he admitted counting on saving the downed Chunin as more important than having any form of backup against these guys. It turned out that when number advantage is concerned, there is always one of the group who underestimates the presumably weak side. In this case, they were 2. One from Sound and another from Sand teamed up and charged against Naruto head-on. With his Sharingan, Naruto quickly captured the Sound ninja inside a genjutsu while parrying the Sand ninja's kunai with his sword. Using the enemy's strength against him, Naruto took one step backwards and took advantage of the enemy losing his footage, before piercing the man's chest with his sword. The one captured in a genjutsu received a load of shuriken on his chest. Naruto's second mistake came in him demonstrating to the other 4 that he had skill that awarded caution, hence that the other 4 would now come at him with strategy instead of attacking based on underestimation. Quickly summoning 3 cage bunshines, the original stood back and watched the enemy facing his bunshines in straight taijutsu. His doppelgangers managed to defeat one of them, but the other 3 managed to dispose of the bunshines quickly by throwing shuriken on their backs. The Sharingan was ill-effective against that. It seemed that he couldn't escape now as the 3 enemies were closing in on him. One Suna shinobi charged from the right and one Sound ninja charged from the left. The other went straight, trapping Naruto. The blonde sighed in dismay at his disadvantage and figured that he could at least choose one and kill him before the others reached his destination. He met the one coming at him head-on and grabbed his other sword for a quick kill. He was successful in his endeavor as he deflected a kunai with his kodashi and delivered the killing blow with his katana. Naruto felt a chill up his spine as both the shinobi that covered the dead one's flank now appeared behind him, ready to kill him. When the Junon felt no pain whatsoever, he was startled to hear the familiar sound of pain coming from the 2 shinobi behind him. When Naruto looked to see what happened, he saw much to his surprise the long-haired Onbu there. From her arms, Naruto ventured a guess that she managed to kill them by throwing projectiles. Naruto's heart was pounding in his chest as he came to terms with the fact that if the woman hadn't been there, or if she had arrived 2 seconds later, he would have been killed. It was a great lesson in humility for him as he now understood that shinobi's usual lifespan is dictated mostly by luck and less by one's skill. His current adrenaline was all that helped him from taking a seat right where he stood. Looking at the Anbu, he couldn't help but appreciate for her saving his life. "Thank you for saving my life, Anbu-san." Itsuko, behind her mask, smiled at him and nodded. "You're most welcome, though it is ill-advised to fight on your own, but I'm impressed you managed to take care of so many." Naruto nodded, while glad that another Anbu had just complimented his skills. "Yeah, I realized that mistake, but I was assisting a group of Chunin. 4 of them were killed and 2 were gravely injured. I had to save them. After that, though, I ended up alone against them. We should pair up as I have lost sight of my squad as well. I could use your skills, but you must follow my lead. There are a few places we need to protect." Naruto nodded and followed the Anbu out of the stadium and towards the center of the village. Now that Naruto had a chance to look at the Anbu, he recognized her as the one who used to follow him around at times. Seeing as she had just saved his life, he felt compelled to ask her. "I know that an Anbu's identity is a secret, but I was hoping to know the name of the one that saved my life." Itsuko smirked once more, before looking at him. "Indeed it is, but if we survive through the end of this invasion, I'll tell you my name. Also, please don't be like this, I was merely doing the same thing you did with those 2 Chunin." Naruto smirked at this and shut his mouth as they ran through the rooftops. It turned out that they made a good pair. Both excelled in taijutsu and close-ranged combat. One would back the other up as they faced Shin'an, Chunin and even Jounin enemies. Naruto learned that she was proficient in Doton ninjutsu just as he was. Flashback off. Like she had promised, the Anbu had told Naruto her name after the end of the invasion. The blonde thought that she wouldn't, considering the amount of precaution behind keeping Anbu's identity a secret. After she had saved him from death, the 2 managed to score a great number of kills together. Naruto noticed something when he fought by her side. He noticed that it didn't take long for their movements to be in perfect synchronization as if they have fought together all their lives. He was certain that she had enjoyed just as much seeing as after it was over, she had asked for his help in cleaning the village and searching for their peers. He also got to know Tachi Itsuko and was surprised to hear that she was an orphan just like he was. While doing the search, they fell into a conversation about varied subjects and promised each other to hang out from time to time for lunch. Looking at the village from his place, Naruto couldn't help but remember the enormous sight of the one-tailed demon ravaging the forest that surrounded the village. At the time, he was already running through the village with Itsuko when he turned to her and asked how Konoha would deal with that monster. Itsuko looked at the Ichibi manifestation and turned back to Naruto. She didn't need to say anything as a massive red toad came crashing on the ground in front of the beast. The Sannin Jiraiya was on top of the red toad, and after a battle of epic proportions, Jiraiya managed to slam a strange seal that happened to cut the link between Jinchuriki and the demon inside. The Ichibi Jinchuriki was then captured along with his 2 siblings. The blonde remembered, then, how fierce the battle was. The Ichibi, one time, used a giant ball of wind that was stopped by the red toad's giant water ball. The impact alone made the land tremble in fury. The blonde realized after witnessing the battle that he needed this level of power if he even hoped to be a challenge for when Itachi came with his group. He needed to train twice as hard now. Naruto sensed chakra being used behind him and turned slightly before greeting Itsuko one more time. "Naruto, the council is requiring your presence, I'm here to take you there." The blonde nodded and got up from his seating position, before grabbing Itsuko's hand for a quick shunshine. When they reappeared, they were inside a room filled with shinobi from Chunin and above. He saw the Jounin Sensei, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai and Guy as well as Aburame Shino and Inzuka Kiba there apparently waiting for him to begin, which was odd seeing as they were the only Genin present in the room. Jiraiya was there as well, hanging near the room door. At the end of the room, 3 individuals were seating behind a nice mahogany rectangle-shaped table. They were the 2 members of the council and former comrades of the Sandaime Hokage, named Homaru and Koharu. The other person was Shimura Dansu, former commander of a separate league of Anbu, called Root. Homura stood up and cleared his throat, asking for silence before beginning. "Now that everyone's present, we may begin this meeting. As most of you know, the invasion was schemed by former Sannin Orochimaru. We learned that snake managed to fool Sunagakure into joining the invasion for the sole purpose of having the opportunity to kill our beloved Sandaime Hokage and destroy the hidden village in the leaves. While he wasn't successful in destroying the leaf, sadly so, he was able to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. But note that Sarutobi didn't go without fighting to the death as he managed to seal off Orochimaru's arms permanently. As his teammate, I'd like to ask everyone for a minute of silence as we mourn Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Naruto felt incredible pain in his chest upon hearing this. The old man was perhaps the only one who has ever cared for him throughout his entire life. If it wasn't for the kind old man, Naruto wouldn't know what would happen to him. Later on in his life, he met Kakashi Sensei and Kasumi Nichin. He also made friends with his teammates and now Atsuko. But only one man stood with him through all his life, and that was the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto closed his eyes in determination as he imagined his grandfather figure standing in front of him. He would get stronger, strong enough to make the old man proud of him. I'll let everybody know that we will be having a funeral for him as well as those who have lost their lives. Homura once more cleared his throat as he moved with the next item of agenda. Because of the Hokage's demise, we are now under the necessity of finding someone for the position of God-Im Hokage. Sadly so, Jiraiya had declined the position, but he also had informed of another suitable candidate, that being the third Sannin Senju Tsunade. Jiraiya will personally search for her and bring him back. While Jiraiya is busy searching for our next Hokage, the rest of our shinobi will be busy performing high-level missions to keep our reputation for other hidden villages. If either Kumo or Iwa took advantage of our current situation, we'd be lost. After Homura finished talking, the entire room started to ignite in conversation, as they imagined now doing A to S ranked missions from now on. So that we can go to our homes, there is one more item, and this happened to be given to me personally by our Hokage. Even though the Chunin exams were interrupted, that does not mean that the rewards wouldn't be given to the Junon that showed tremendous skill and Chunin level of leadership and strategy. Would Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto step forward, please? Now Naruto knew why only 3 Junon were in this room. For the skills and strategy displayed in your fights, I hereby declare you 3 as Chunin of Konoha. Please remember that a Chunin is a leader in the battlefield and that it will be required of you to lead both Junon and fellow Chunin in both missions and war. Here are your Chunin vests. The Junon's reactions were varied, with Kiba, of course, being the most vocal of the 3. Shino appeared impassive and few could actually see the slight smirk beneath his jacket. Naruto displayed a pleasant smile on his face as he grabbed the vest and immediately put it on. He remembered his fight against Hyuga Neji and how fierce the battle was. Flashback on. It was the first battle of the tournament and people were looking forward to it. Both Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto were considered the best of their respective generation, even if Neji had the advantage of being more experienced in the shinobi arts. The odds were actually considered equal and the battle could go to either one. It didn't take long for the stadium to be filled in preparation for the spectacle that was about to take place. The Chunin hopefuls were already aligned in front of the proctor while waiting for the Hokage to give the signal. This time, already, people were up in the stands making bets, mostly for the Hyuga prodigy, as no one actually knew much about Naruto, aside from his Dujutsu the Sharingan. While it would be perceived as an extreme advantage in the eyes of many, Naruto not being a part of the Uchiha clan was counted as him not having that much experience with the new ability. It was of course inevitable, because their information was based on the Junon's information chart. Very few in the audience saw the blonde in action, and that happened to be his peers and the Jounin sensei. There was a silence in the audience when both the Hokage and the Kazekage appeared and waved at the crowd. The Hokage then sent the signal for the fight to start. The proctor, Shiranui Genma, ordered everyone besides Naruto and Neji to go up the Junon booth. Since both Kuji and Ino managed to pass to the last phase, both were by Naruto's side wishing him luck, to which Naruto nodded with a smile on his face. 2 minutes later, Neji and Naruto stood staring at each other. The Hyuga prodigy was smiling at the blonde. Is something wrong? Naruto asked, not enjoying the look on his opponent's face. Fate has already declared me as the winner of this match. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at such bold proclamation, but Neji wasn't finished. Even if you have the Sharingan, you're not an Uchiha. I on the other hand am a full-blooded Hyuga. You will have no chance against me, as fate has already decided the winner of the match. Naruto didn't know what this guy was saying or even why he was counting an advantage just because of this reason. Even if he wasn't an Uchiha, Naruto has proven to everyone that he could use the Dujutsu just as good as any member of the deceased clan. Choosing, instead, to stay calm about the whole thing, Naruto merely awaited for the proctor to start the match. As soon as the proctor showed the signal to start, Neji charged Naruto with impressive speed. However, speed was essentially Naruto's training for the month. The Sharingan user had enough knowledge on fighting with Hyuga to know how to properly defend the attacks. Soon it became an impressive display of taijutsu battle with neither side showing dominance. For a Hyuga, Neji was expected to be a taijutsu specialist, but for Naruto it was A+ in the judges' analysis. A few considered to be suicide to battle a Hyuga in such close quarters because of their ability to close tenketsu, but Naruto didn't appear to mind this as he was trading blows taking into account Neji's glowing fingers. Their agility pretty much matched as well. After blocking an attempt to seal the tenketsu in his arm, Naruto managed to create a small distance. Neji charged immediately, but was stopped when Naruto threw a couple of shuriken at him, before moving through hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. 2 shurikens became 20, and while Neji was busy dealing with the shuriken, Naruto got ample time to consider his strategy. Neji was quick just like he was. Thus, close combat wouldn't be the key for victory. Genjutsu was also out of the question since Neji could see them and dispel it almost immediately. Naruto could use his ocular genjutsu on Neji or even attempt a double layer one that Kakashi was telling him about, but he wasn't very experienced in it. That left ninjutsu and maintaining a distance. Seeing that Neji managed to deflect most of the shuriken, missing only one that managed to rip off his right sleeve and draw some blood, Naruto began another series of hand seals, before inhaling air inside his lungs. Katen Enden, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The huge sphere of fire charged at Neji at the same time he had dealt with the shuriken. The Hyuga prodigy snarled at working his ass off to deflect the projectiles. Naruto wasn't allowing him time to rest. Neji was fast, but he wasn't able to move out of the fireball's path. With no option left, the prodigy started spinning while focusing on his tenketsus at the same time, creating a dome of blue chakra around him, shocking the number of Hyuga members in the crowd. Naruto had already seen the move being performed by Kasumi, so it wasn't such a big deal. Continuing with his course of action and performing a similar strategy, Naruto went through another set of hand seals, before slamming both hands on the ground. Doten Ganban Q, Earth Release, Rock Plate Coffin Technique. When Neji stopped his spinning, the prodigy was surprised when 3 pillars of rock grew inches from his place, forming a triangle prison with him inside. Up in the stands, both Kakashi and Kasumi smiled at that. The same strategy was used on her as well, and it worked. Neji looked at the pillars and snarled at the blonde Jinan in front of him. Immediately, his brain began to process an exit strategy. Naruto, though, looked at his opponent. "You should consider forfeiting, Neji. You move and I crush you. You try to destroy one pillar, I'll crush you all the same. You dare move and it will be your end." Neji's Byakugan was looking for something to aid him as he thought of what to do. He managed to see a small rock which he could use for a replacement. He smirked at this, unsettling Naruto a bit. He wasn't going to risk anything in this fight, thus he activated his Sharingan. Since Neji wasn't about to forfeit, it was clear that he wasn't counting on suicide, which meant the prodigy had a backup plan. Goring through with his threat, Naruto closed the pillars, shocking everyone in the crowd. However, there was no blood, so Naruto guessed right. He sensed the chakra residue and followed Neji's position. His plan was working so far in striking from a distance. As soon as Neji appeared in the rock's place, he immediately charged Naruto, hoping to cut the distance. Seeing this, Naruto summoned 5 Kage Bunshines to meet Neji halfway while the original had sunk below ground. Neji was busy fending off the Bunshines that he had his focus elsewhere and didn't see what the real one did. The clones weren't a challenge and Neji dealt with them quite easily. However, when he was looking for the real one, he couldn't find the Sharingan user. Neji was already breathing hard since he was using the Byakugan since the beginning of the match. He needed to end it quickly or else he feared that he would lose otherwise. Neji was suddenly startled when a hand grabbed his ankle. He was about to use Juken to seal the tankstu of the hand when a great number of spikes rose from the ground, Doten Doryusu, Earthen Rising Spears Technique, and stopped centimeters from the prodigy. Neji saw Naruto emerging from the ground in front of him and snarled once more. "This is the second time I could have killed you but didn't. If you were an enemy, you would already be dead." Neji had a fierce look on his face, but didn't say anything. He was trying to search for something to get out once more. However, the proctor had arrived by his side, giving the victory to Naruto, much to the Hyuga prodigy's fury. "What? I haven't conceded yet." The proctor with the bandana snorted while the audience was busy clapping at the match. "You didn't have to. The only reason you're still alive is because you're a fellow shinobi of the leaf. If you were an enemy, you'd be dead." Victory goes to Uzumaki Naruto of the Leaf. Naruto actually remained there waiting for the final verdict before nodding and released his Sharingan. He heard the clapping coming from the audience and slightly bowed in acknowledgement. The boy admitted being a bit embarrassed by such amount of praise, knowing that 4 years ago he was considered the village pariah. From the ninja's side, though, Naruto didn't have to worry. Those who applauded him meant every clap from the boy's strategy and fine use of ninjutsu. The ones who knew the brat were the loudest of them all. Asuma and Kakashi were very proud of how their charge handled the fight. None of Naruto's moves were wasted and he was on top of things since the start. The Hokage was also impressed. As a user of both fire and earth techniques, he was proud of the boy for the technique's execution. Even the Kazekage praised the boy even if he was more focused on the Sharingan. None of them had any doubts of a promotion. Flashback off. The fight was brutal and it surely demonstrated the rivalry between the Sharingan and the Byakugan towards defining Konoha's strongest dojutsu. Even if Naruto had won, it didn't mean that the Sharingan was more powerful. In the end, both respected the other for their skills and prowess. Naruto even believed he could find a rival in Neji for improving himself. The other fights progressed as well. Sadly, Naruto's teammates both lost to Kiba and Shino. Kuji fought bravely against the Inuzuka, but the Akimichi ended up focusing all his strength on Kiba and forgot about Kiba's Ningen Akamaru. Even so, the battle of straight taijutsu between two of the strongest battle clans in Konoha was fierce. If it wasn't for Akamaru, then Kuji would have won. However, since the dog is an Inuzuka's weapon, he got the credit for it and was promoted to Chunin. Naruto was sure that Kuji would definitely be promoted in the next exam as he had the skills for it. When it came to Ino's fight against Shino, it wasn't as fierce as Kuji's, but not less dangerous. Both Aburame and Yamanaka clans preferred supplementary abilities with a very few exception focusing on close-range combat. Ino had her mind abilities while Shino's bugs were just as deadly. In the end, Shino managed to fool Ino into believing that she was facing against the real deal when in fact was Bunshine. She had used the Shintenshin no Jutsu on the Bunshine, allowing Shino ample time to come close to her position and suck her chakra dry. In the end, even if he wasn't thrilled to see his teammates lose, he saw merit in both Kiba and Shino's promotion. They fought with strategy like a true shinobi, even if Kiba acted a bit rash at times. After that was done, Homura finished the meeting with the other genins of Naruto's generation. Because of the promotion, the teams will be reformed. Akimichi Kuji and Yamanaka Ino will join Nara Shikamaru under the tutelage of Sarutobi Asuma. They will form the next Ino Shikacho team. Under Ui Kurenai's tutelage, Kurama Yakumo and Haruno Sakura will join Hyuga Hinata. Hatake Kakashi, from today on, will no longer be responsible for a Genin team. Thus, he will be performing high-level assignments for the village together with other jounin. Everyone expected Kakashi to protest a bit, but he just kept reading his orange book, responding to counsel with a mere nod and recognition to his orders. Actually, the man was a bit sad to have lost his team, but under the circumstances, the type of knowledge he could offer was limited to full front battle. These teams will be training for specialized missions, thus requiring specialized level of training. As soon as the meeting came to an end, the shinobi in the room were leaving the room. However, only Naruto, Kakashi and Jiraiya stood in front of the council. Kakashi was about to leave when he saw that his little brother wasn't moving. He guessed that something was on his mind and that he wished to speak to the council about it. Despite his usual aloof behavior towards most situations, Kakashi was deeply contemplating whether or not Naruto was making the right decision in speaking anything to these old-timers. Jiraiya was staying because he was going to ask for the blonde Chunin's presence. The council members were talking by themselves when they realized that the blonde Chunin was standing there, obviously wishing to talk about something. Naruto, realizing that he had their attention, cleared his throat. Excuse me, honorable council members, but I was wondering if could ask for a favor. Both Homura and Koharu raised their eyebrows at this, but allowed the boy to speak. Dansu was like a statue in this regard, not moving even to acknowledge the boy's presence. However, when Naruto went forward with his request, everyone in the room looked at the boy, wondering why he wanted that. I would like to have access to the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu library, if I may. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya were surprised at the question, Kakashi most of all, because of what Itachi had told him. Naruto wanted to improve himself by gaining access to the Uchiha clan's library. An ingenious assessment for sure, but Kakashi doubted he would gain clearance for something like that, without revealing that he had met with Itachi. He knew that Naruto wouldn't do that, since he hadn't done so when the time was right. If he had, the Hokage would have been made aware instantly. It was Koharu who came with a simple yet to the point question. Why? I wish access to their scrolls on fire manipulation to better improve my own. I've already studied everything there is to know about the subject at the library, and I know for a fact that when someone is promoted to Chunin, he or she gains access to higher level techniques. Also, since the last member of the Uchiha clan is now dead, the clan's assets are held by the council, including the amount of knowledge gathered by them throughout their existence. As expected, the council seemed reluctant to comply with the request. Homura and Koharu had the word denied in their minds as soon as they heard the request. However, they also believed how much it would benefit Naruto's power if he had access to the scrolls. Dansu for his part smirked at the request and applauded the boy in his mind. He wanted nothing but to train the boy in the past, and he would do anything in his power to make sure that Konoha's weapon would receive the power he needed. That being said, he used his authority and spoke on the council's behalf. Chunin Uzumaki Naruto, you can have access to the library, so long as you are always accompanied by a Jounin official by your side. Kakashi could have sworn that this last part was aimed for him. Homura and Koharu looked troubled at Dansu, but the man didn't even acknowledge. Thank you. Naruto bowed in respect, before leaving the room, followed by Kakashi. Jiraiya had already left the room with a smile on his face as he too understood the brat's goal. Being privy to sensitive information as well, he knew why Naruto wished to better improve himself. Outside the council room . Once outside the council room, Naruto and Kakashi were discussing something when Jiraiya came in. That was a bold move, Gaki, you have guts, I can tell you that. In fact, I believe it's the first time those buffoons ever lifted a finger for anyone other than themselves. Kakashi, seeing his student's confused expression, smiled and landed a hand on the kid's shoulder. Naruto, this is one of the Sannin Jiraiya-sama. The now promoted Chunin had widened his eyes for a moment, before nodding at both adults. Thanks, Jiraiya-sama. The pervert smirked at the respect. So Gaki, as you just heard in there, I will be leaving tomorrow morning to search for my ex-teammate Tsunade and convince her to become the next Hokage. You're welcome to come along if you wish to. They said I could take anyone with me if I so wish. Kakashi here told me you have fire and earth affinity like me. Since you'll be studying fire from the Uchiha, we can focus on your earth knowledge and improve that as well. Naruto had to resist his urge to accept immediately. He was about to have access to high-level fire manipulation techniques, but to reach his goal of using lava techniques, he needed to perfect his earth technique just as much. Training under a Sannin was the perfect opportunity. I'd like that, Jiraiya-sama, but I wouldn't want to be in your way of searching for Tsunade-sama. Nonsense, kid, that woman is so damn slippery that it will take me some time to find her. I can help you train along the way, you know, provided that we don't run into some pleasant company. Naruto could see the lecherous grin on the man's face and instantly remembered the same look on his big brother's, before he began dating Kasumi-chan. Now that he had a chance to look at it, it was the same image and it was pretty disturbing. Kakashi for his turn looked at the man who had written his precious and smirked. Jiraiya was able to corrupt the Yondaime Hokage's mind with his perverted art, and he managed to corrupt Kakashi as well. However, Naruto was a different scenario. The amount of female interaction Naruto had so far was with sparring with his teammate Ino and facing Yakumo in combat. The Scarecrow Jounin wasn't much aware of Naruto's interaction with Itsuko, though. Well, okay then. Where do we meet tomorrow? Naruto asked, awakening Jiraiya from his daydreaming. Meet me on top of the Hokage's building at 9 and we'll be gone, kid. Now, I believe it's high time for me to conduct my research. See you tomorrow. Jiraiya vanished, leaving Naruto and Kakashi alone. He is a bit weird, huh? Naruto said as he looked up to see Kakashi smiling at him. Yeah, he is. Now, let's go to the Uchiha compound, Naruto. I don't believe you'll be able to look at everything tonight, though. Naruto smirked at that, as they vanished in a sunshine. The Uchiha compound . As soon as they entered inside the compound, they were bombarded by an oppressive air that made Naruto a bit uneasy with his request. Images from his nightmares appeared in Naruto's mind of Uchiha Itachi killing everyone in the courtyard. In Kakashi's eyes, the compound was thoroughly cleaned even if abandoned. In Naruto's, though, he was standing on a pool filled of blood. Screams would echo in his ear and curses were thrown at the traitorous Uchiha before said man sliced their throats with no expression whatsoever in his face. There wasn't enjoyment in his face, just a test to measure his capabilities. He could see Itachi's eyes like a robot performing what he was programmed to do. It was what intrigued Naruto most of all. Naruto came to learn that the images in his brain came with the eyes and thus it wasn't his memory. He couldn't suffer for something that didn't happen to him, even if it appeared so real. Naruto was startled to feel a comforting hand on his shoulder and turned to meet Kakashi's face. An instant later, the images and sound were gone and he now saw and heard just like Kakashi. Taking a deep breathing, he nodded to his big brother in appreciation before walking towards a small building located next to the compound entrance. Once inside, the seals on the wall came to life, illuminating the surprisingly spacious room filled with rows and rows of scrolls. Naruto was about to walk through the rows when he heard Kakashi speak from behind. "This library is special, Naruto. The Uchiha clan had taken specific measures to secure that its knowledge would be privy to the clan and only the clan. With that being said, you must use the Sharingan to verify the contents." Naruto looked at his brother and lifted an eyebrow at the information. If that was true, then Kakashi would be able to look at it as well. Being the observant that he was, Kakashi saw that Naruto was looking at Kakashi's covered eye. "You're probably wondering if I can see as well, huh, because of my only Sharingan eye? The answer is yes, though not to the full extent as you can. I don't know why, but the information isn't complete." Author note: the concept here is similar to the hidden info on the Uchiha clan's shrine, forgot the name. With the normal Sharingan, there are some readable parts, but only with the Manjinkaiyu Sharingan and then the Rinnegan, can one read the entire content of what's written. Okay, but not every Uchiha managed to awaken the Dujutsu. Kakashi nodded at that as well. The Uchiha clan's power was only mirrored by how much they worshipped the Sharingan. In the clan's eyes, those who had awakened the Sharingan were considered the elite among the clan. As such, only these selected members were allowed in this library. You must know, Naruto, that many shinobi, even from Konoha, hated the Uchiha clan, because of this way of thinking. The accursed Dujutsu, as it became popularly known, kind of facilitated the shinobi's training, let's put it like that. While others struggled to learn new techniques or improve the already existing ones, the Sharingan, as you know, literally copy a jutsu by seeing only once. This led to the Uchiha clan members, at least those who had awakened the eye, to become arrogant in their ways, believing them to be stronger, faster, or simply more skilled than the rest that did not possess any Dujutsu. Many clan members were killed because of this. Naruto listened through everything and couldn't help but agree with said feeling of arrogance. Even having won himself, the boy believed that without training his ass off, he wouldn't be as strong as he wanted to be. Once he activated his Sharingan, he began to see which role he should go to, the role with the kanji for fire on top of it. Of course, this library contained information on pretty much everything ninja related gathered since the first member of the family. Thus, it had information of more than just fire techniques. However, it wasn't Naruto's intention to simply engrave all the knowledge into his brain. He wanted only fire techniques and earth-based ones, which he would be training with Asanin tomorrow as well. Immediately summoning 20 Kage Bunshines, Naruto set to work in reading the contents about fire manipulation and even A to S ranked fire techniques. Kakashi was overseeing everything with a smile on his face. When Naruto was committed to a goal, he wouldn't stop until it was complete, which was a shame considering that he would have to stay there with the boy throughout the night. Well, at least now that he was here, he could have some time for himself, aka reading his old orange book. As he opened the book, Kakashi's shoulder was purely relaxed as he imagined him and Kasumi doing some sex positions. He didn't even register the fact that 20 Narutos were looking at the man and sighed all at the exact same time. It was the very same expression that Naruto saw in Jiraiya's face. Next day The next day, Naruto left his apartment to meet up with Jiraiya for their trip. He had little sleep since he was up all night at the Uchiha clan's library and using his Sharingan the entire time. The information on S-ranked fire techniques were safely stored in a medium-sized scroll that was hidden inside a small scroll which would only be opened by Naruto's blood. This way, even if the scroll was stolen, no one would have access to the contents. Also, because of this, Naruto was allowed by Kakashi to take the scroll with him on his first Chunin assignment together with the Sannin Jiraiya. The Chunin was ecstatic about this, because of the short amount of info that he had already studied. He had learned that the entire knowledge of high-level fire manipulation, higher than A-ranked, was almost 100% created by Uchiha Madara, the man who founded Konoha together with the Shodaime Hokage. Aside from Madara, the only Uchiha who was able to match S-ranked fire techniques was Madara's brother Izuna. Even if Naruto wasn't considered an Uchiha, he had established a mantra to be the third shinobi capable of performing these techniques. For instance, there was one technique listed there that made Naruto salivate in excitement. It was one of Madara's creation called Katenguka Mekiaku, Fire Release Great Fire Majestic Removal Technique, and it consisted of exhaling a widespread wall of fire towards an opponent or a group of opponents. Naruto also saw a nice jutsu variation for white flames manipulation called Karyu Enden. This one was created by the Sandaime Hokage, but somehow it was at the Uchiha clan's library. Naruto ventured a guess as to a suitable explanation. One high-level Uchiha once saw the technique and copied it. Even so, the Chunin doubted that any Uchiha would be able to defeat the Sandaime Hokage. The old man was only defeated by Orochimaru because the man had used a strange technique that brought both the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokage to aid him. If not, Orochimaru would have lost. Naruto had also learned an extremely taxing fire manipulation exercise consisted of increasing the fire potency using just chakra. Aside from that, Naruto would be training his Doten techniques with Jiraiya of the Sannin. He could already feel his plan towards using magma techniques quite soon. The Chunin yawned a bit as he walked towards the place where Jiraiya said he would be waiting. When he was close to the location, he saw Itsuko standing on top of a tree, hidden in plain sight and sunshine to her place. He was standing just like her, hidden as they got to talk. "You needed to talk to me, Naruto?" Normally, he would just nod at her direction since she was on duty. "Sorry about blowing your cover, I just wanted to let you know that I'll be going on a mission now." He heard a snort coming from behind the mask and lifted an eyebrow. "I already know about it, silly. I'm an Anbu, remember?" Naruto smiled at that and nodded. Of course, she would be privy to sensitive information such as searching for a new Hokage. "Okay then, see ya when I get back." Itsuko nodded, before Naruto vanished, leaving the woman alone in the shadows once more. Silly one indeed, Itsuko thought, not bothering to mention that she didn't have access to every mission assignment. With little to do, seeing as her squad was performing a routine check in the village, Itsuko began to recollect her battles together with the recently promoted Chunin. Naruto managed to conduct himself in battle similarly to a few of her peers in Anbu, and it surprised her in a positive way. She was counting on having to save him a couple of times, but there was one occasion when he was the one that covered her. If anything, his skills growth will certainly be interesting to watch. With Naruto . It didn't take longer for the newly promoted Chunin to arrive at his destination. Jiraiya smirked at the boy, silently releasing a sigh in relief since he apparently didn't take after Kakashi's tardiness. The two exchanged a few words in greeting, before they marched towards the village gates and then towards whatever place the Godaime Hokage was at the moment. Chapter 14, Road Trip. No sooner had the trip started, than Naruto understood the difference that training under one of the Sannin was compared to the others before him. After each 10 miles covered in the trip, Jiraiya would stop Naruto and they would spar, and since Naruto had the Sharingan, Jiraiya wasn't holding back his strength any, at least as far as Naruto was concerned. He just didn't know the full extent of a Sannin's power to really know if the man is going all out. Naruto's eyes managed to follow the Sannin's movements, however by the time his body began to respond, the Sannin was already in front of him, delivering one nasty strike after the other. At first, Naruto was nothing more than a punching bag to the Sannin, but eventually the boy managed to at least evade the strikes. To him, it was considered frustrating, but to the Sannin, it was no doubt impressive. Even if the credit was due to the Sharingan, Jiraiya was impressed with how quick the boy moved. By his estimates, Naruto could keep up with most high-level Chunin and even low-level Jounin easily. He doubted that the brat could keep up with an elite Jounin now, but the boy was young and would match Kakashi's speed in 2 years or maybe less than that, if he practiced constantly. Naruto even got to show his kenjutsu skills to the Sannin, who despite not favoring the use of the weapon much, had extensive knowledge in fighting against experienced sword users in the past. He knew from Kakashi that Naruto was being tutored by an Anbu swordsman every day, and it really showed. The kid's form was flawless as far as he could tell. Jiraiya was able to spot a few openings here and there because of his experience, but he had to work a bit. It all changed for the better once the young Chunin grabbed the smaller sword and used it together with the other. Jiraiya had yet to focus on other materials aside from close-range fighting, but he immediately approved the kid's ability in the field. So far, Jiraiya kept the ninjutsu training for himself as Naruto had his work cut out for him about the element of fire. Uchiha Madara was considered the strongest fire user of all time, so it's understandable that the material that he collected over the years was staggering. The man's control over fire was incontestable, and to make matters worse, he even carried a battle fan that when used, added gusts of wind to his already dangerous fire techniques. The only man who was a match for Madara was the Shodaime Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Oftentimes, The pervert Sanin wondered if perhaps his sensei or even his student would be able to beat the guy. Right now, as they walked, Naruto was busy reading the scroll on advanced fire manipulation. His attention was solely focused on the scroll, much to the Sanin's ire. It had been 2 days already since they'd left, and the only thing they managed to cover or at least talk about was training. Even if improving his skills was important, Jiraiya was hoping to bestow upon Naruto the importance of relaxing once in a while. Otherwise, Naruto's mind wouldn't take the strain of the usual shinobi life. Jiraiya's attention was turned to the heavy smoke that suddenly surrounded the boy, before the usual number of bunshine appeared. It was the same yesterday. Naruto would study the material and then summon a group of bunshine to put the theory into practice. What are they going to do now, Naruto? Jiraiya asked as they saw the clones going somewhere. Same as yesterday, though this time a bit different. Yesterday, they all trained in fire manipulation separately. Now, they will be forming pairs. One will create any fire technique and the other will use fire manipulation to increase the flame. According to the material, Madara used to do this with a fireplace. He would manipulate the fire and increase its power, making small fire pillars. He would then exhaust his entire chakra supply by keeping it powered up. Eventually, my control over fire will increase and then I'll be able to move on to Madara's techniques. Jiraiya nodded with a smile on his face. The kid at least demonstrated enthusiasm when he trained, so it wasn't all that bad, considering. He was afraid that Naruto was putting too much pressure on himself, but it appeared that the kid was enjoying. Okay, and what will the original be doing while the clones train? I was wondering if we could begin to cover Earth Chakra manipulation training in the meantime. The Sanin cackled a bit. Any jounin, scratch that, any cage-level ninja would be on the ground now trying to save some chakra after the amount of shadow clones. Naruto had enough to even get some chakra training on his own. He did promise to improve the kid's earth techniques, though a part of him wondered why the need to train both affinities equally. As far as he knew, Naruto's main affinity was fire and earth was merely secondary. He shrugged, though. One must always seek to improve, no matter the circumstances. Okay kid, I'll teach you a nice technique that you can use and it's great for training in earth manipulation. It's called Dotonyomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld technique. It is considered close range, but it can be used to trap an opponent. With it, I can summon a vast pool of mud. If used correctly, the chances of escape are almost impossible. It's good for training, because you must turn the earth into mud instantly or else you can't trap your enemy inside. Aside from that, you must cover a considerable area. Watch me, Jiraiya urged Naruto to stand behind him while he went through the hand seals. He saw that Naruto's Sharingan was activated, so the kid would learn the technique much quicker. As soon as he finished the technique, Naruto was surprised to see a considerable swamp form in less than a second. Once you perform the technique, you must undo it as well, but this time you manipulate your chakra to harden the mud until it becomes land once more. Naruto nodded as he started looking at the swamp in front of him with analytical eyes and complete focus. Jiraiya heard from Kakashi that the kid used to behave like this when he wanted to learn a new technique. It was interesting to see a kid focused on the job like Naruto was now. Aside from the Sharingan eye, Jiraiya couldn't help but picture his old student with the same level of focus. As he saw Naruto practicing both in turning the soil into mud and then backwards, Jiraiya smiled at the memory of his student. Perhaps I could give him your technique as well, Minato. I know you would have wanted that. While looking at his next student, Jiraiya was ragging his brains on what to teach the kid besides the earth technique and the Rasengan. Fuinjutsu was a possibility, but it would take too long for the brat to learn the theory behind the art of seals. Genjutsu was out of the question. First of all, Jiraiya's skills in the art of illusions are limited to breaking them. He relied on the toads for the casting part. Besides, with the Sharingan, the kid was well served. A sudden feeling of earth trembling made both Jiraiya and the original Naruto turn to the direction where the clones were practicing. Jiraiya turned to the original one asking if something happened, only for Naruto to face palm. One of the clones thought it was a great idea to compete over whose fireball was stronger. That one dispelled at least 5 clones with this little stunt. The pervert smiled and turned to the original one as he kept practicing the earth technique with vigor. It was amazing how fast the kid was able to at least perform the technique. Right now, it wasn't deep enough or wide enough for that matter. However, the earth was immediately transformed into mud, and when Naruto moved to harden the mud, it was done without much trouble. Even if the kid had the Sharingan, he wouldn't be able to use the technique like an earth user. Jiraiya wasn't privy to the full extent of Naruto's training, just knowing it from Asuma and Kakashi when they tutored the boy. However, both of the elite Jounin knew that Naruto trained on his own more than the amount he trained under their guidance. Okay Naruto, that's enough for now. We'll train more when we stop the next time or else we won't get to find my teammate. The Chunin looked like he wanted to protest, but accepted. Right. He dismissed the clones that were training his fire chakra manipulation one by one with his eyes closed as he adjusted the amount of experience gathered by the clones. The procedure took 2 minutes. When he opened his eyes once more, Naruto turned to the opposite side and started a series of hand seals, molding half the amount of chakra needed for this specific technique. The scroll said that when you reached ninjutsu expertise, you don't need to use a great load of chakra to use a technique. Gathering an incredible amount of air inside his lungs, Naruto placed his right hand in front of his mouth in order to better direct the flames. Cat and Cane no Arashi, Fire Release, Firestorm Technique. Constantly releasing a thin layer of fire, Naruto manipulated the stream until it took the shape of a spiral going up. After forming the twister shape, Naruto began to play with it as long as he had air inside his lungs to convert into fire chakra. He extended the reach a bit, circled around a specific location, possibly using it to trap someone. When his lungs started to hurt because of the lack of oxygen, he released the technique with a proud smile on his face. With the clone training, he managed to reduce the amount of chakra wasted for a high-level technique. He then walked close to Jiraiya as they slowly reached a town called Crater City where Jiraiya was informed that Tsunade might be now. In Crater City . Once they passed the city gates, Naruto was visibly surprised how crowded the city actually was. As he walked, though, he felt something strange compared to Konoha. He wasn't used to being ignored like this, after all, which was expected when no one knew who you are. The difference was that while here he was nothing but a stranger, in Konoha he was perhaps more famous than the Hokage himself. It was a welcome feeling, Naruto mused as he followed Jiraiya around the place. After 15 minutes doing nothing but walking, Jiraiya stopped and looked at the kid Chunin behind him. He needed to talk to his contact and fetch some new material for something special he was about to train the kid in. You can go and do some sightseeing Gaki, I have to go meet my contact here. Why don't you choose a hotel for the night? Jiraiya didn't even wait for a response as he left their location with a giddy expression on his face. Naruto had enough knowledge on the guy to know where he was heading right now. He sighed in dismay at his teacher for the time being while looking around. Aside from finding a place for lunch, Naruto admitted not wanting to look around much. He chose a simple ramen venue that was close to him and then began to search town for a hotel. A part of him wondered how the perverted Sanin would know which hotel he had chosen, but another part of him, the most dominant one, shrugged that thought aside. It wasn't his problem, but Jiraiya's. After leaving 2 hotels, Naruto found one that actually offered something more than merely a room for him to stay. Once inside his room and after placing his swords on top of the bed, Naruto figured it was time he tried reaching the fox inside his stomach. It was the first time he actually went through with it, so Naruto was feeling a little nervous about meeting the beast. Closing his eyes, the blonde kneeled on the ground and started to remember what people said to him about meditation. It actually took him a while, but eventually Naruto opened his eyes only to see he wasn't inside the hotel room anymore, but some different place entirely. It looked like a maze of some kind with red and blue pipes covering the walls. His feet were wet and he could feel the cold temperature as if it was real. Aside from everything, Naruto could hear a strange and yet unsettling whisper caused by a gentle wind breeze. The noise was constant, but Naruto could sometimes hear different sounds as if the wind itself decided to whisper words into his ear. It was quite unnerving indeed as he felt that someone was right behind him yet he was alone. Eventually, his legs started to move almost as if someone was controlling his movements. His mind didn't have a certain destination to go nor was very keen on searching for the right way. Naruto knew he was moving, yet he found that he couldn't stop his legs from moving even if he didn't want to. 5 minutes later, Naruto took a right turn and saw a bright white light at the end of the corridor. Like before, his legs carried him towards the light. As soon as he entered the place, Naruto's eyes were suddenly widened as it registered the change of scenery. The room was wide, wider than the thin corridors he has walked in so far. The walls were covered with seals, but what surprised the blonde more was the metal bars in front of him. It reached all the way to the top and easily reached 50 meters high. Unconsciously, the boy shivered in fear as something in the back of his mind knew just who was behind the bars. To make matters worse, all Naruto could see behind bars was darkness. He stopped in the middle of the room, bravely looking towards the shadow behind the metal bars, waiting for something to come out of it. Naruto immediately stopped his breathing as he heard a deep voice reach his ears. So my container decided to pay me a visit, how interesting. As if on cue, giant red eyes appeared at the top of the room looking at the kid in the middle of the room as if Naruto was nothing more than an ant. Kyuubi even smiled at Naruto, showing every detail behind his threatening set of sharp teeth. The creature doubted that he needed to show his entire image to scare the kid. Even if it was successful, as he could sense Naruto's fear, the demon found it interesting that his container was staring at the fox eye to eye. That alone spoke a lot about Naruto's guts. However, Kyuubi wasn't even considering the possibility of thinking about complimenting the kid for his bravery. It had its pride after all. Naruto, for his part, found that his voice was leaving him for a moment. His breathing was hard and his body couldn't stop trembling. In all fairness, he was behaving just like everyone who met the strongest tailed beast demon who managed to destroy half of Konoha with only one swing of its tails. He remembered what he wished to do by coming here, and that gave him strength to utter a couple of words to the demon.
I wanted to come here and ask for your help when necessary.
My help, you say? Interesting. Here I thought you'd come here and demand it of me. Please enlighten me as to why I should aid you in your endeavor? Naruto wasn't expecting to come here and get it right away. Ever since I received Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, my life has taken a tremendous shift. I train every chance I got to become strong and protect those I care for. However, no matter how much training, I'm still too far from ever matching him. Before Naruto could speak further, he heard the beast speak. When you say him, you mean Uchiha Itachi. The fox let out an amused laughter at Naruto's now perplexed expression. What? Surprised are you? In here, I can hear your thoughts as if you were talking directly to me. As such, there isn't a secret you wish to keep that won't inevitably come to my ears. Your nightmares that happen in correlation to Uchiha Sasuke's memories, the ill treatment given to you by the very same people you've sworn to protect. I have to admit, though, your goals are quite intriguing. To believe that someone can be so bold as to simply incorporate an elemental bloodline by training both elements together while hoping that one day some miracle happens that allow you to use Yotan, lava release, ninjutsu. Naruto was listening to every word and couldn't help but feel that he was being humiliated by each spoken word. It was just hard to imagine the creature being so talkative. However, you're changing the subject. The fox could only smile at the comment. Quite right. Once more, you amuse me, my container. It has been quite a while since I last shared a conversation with someone. You request for my help when in peril, then. I shall accept your request, with one condition. Naruto's silence urged the beast to continue. This conversation is most entertaining and I wish to have it more often. All I do ask of you is to come and visit me once in a while. It gets really bored just sitting here. Naruto doubted that it would be that simple, but nodded. I appreciate it. Now, you were saying about my futile attempts of using elemental bloodline. There are files in Konoha of Ki Shinobi and all the elemental nations that are able of utilizing lava release, the Inbi Jinchuriki being one of them. I know that those that have elemental bloodlines happen to possess full mastery over the natural elements that create the elemental bloodline. Even if it's impossible, I'll keep trying. Naruto's gaze was more firm now and the fox took his time in analyzing the kid before him. While I'll admit that your theory is acceptable and the fact that chakra usage is constantly evolved, the odds of you managing lava release is almost zero. Even if you manage to unite the elements using 2 consecutive attacks, like your Sandaime Hokage, is only a frail comparison to the skill displayed by the Inbi. For now, I'd recommend you to keep up with your training as both fire and earth are powerful elements on their own, one being mostly offensive and the other granting you more diverse ninjutsu use while in the battlefield. Also, your eyes are also something you should focus your training as the Sharingan is another tool at your disposal. Kyuubi didn't bother mentioning Madara's name, at least not for now. The 3-tome Sharingan is not the last phase, but merely the third. Your enemy Uchiha Itachi, I believe his name was, has the 4th evolution called Manjinkaiu Sharingan. There are 2 ways of reaching this level and I dare assume that he took the fastest and easiest one of all. Naruto found himself even more surprised to hear advice from the fox about his eyes. How do you know so much about the Sharingan? I have simply lost count on the hundreds of years since my birth. There isn't much out there that I do not know about. My knowledge was bestowed upon me by my creator and since then, I have been among you humans learning and acquiring precious knowledge. As such, I came to know that the list of dojutsu is limited to approximately 4. 2 of them you already know, being the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and your Sharingan. Now, as I was saying, in order for an Uchiha to reach the Manjinkaiu Sharingan, he or she must go through 2 different paths. One of them, which I believe Uchiha Itachi has taken, is to murder your most precious person. Naruto immediately paled at that information. It wasn't clear yet if the man acquired the main Jinkaiyu before or after killing his family. You mentioned this method as the easiest one, I can't imagine what the other method is. The second method to acquire the main Jinkaiyu was only possible for two men in history, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. They acquired it through unbelievable training regimens and being constantly placed in life or death situations. This for sure is harder than the first method, since it's not 100% effective. In all honesty, neither Madara nor his brother Izuna knew about this before their eyes evolved. The second method is thus the hardest one, but from the look in your eyes, you'd prefer the second one, I assume. Naruto dared snort at the beast's comment. If Kyuubi could read his mind, then it would know that killing one's most precious person for power is inhumane. Of course, I prefer the second one. How can one simply kill his most precious person just for power? I'll get strong by myself and I'll train until I drop unconscious. Kyuubi nodded at the kid. He had a fierce spirit, that's for sure. Then I believe you're wasting precious time talking to me. You've managed to satisfy my condition for the time being. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes before opening them, noticing that he was back inside his hotel room. His conversation with the fox was surprisingly positive. Never in a million years would he believe the fox to simply wish to share a conversation with him. Naruto had a half a mind to go back and ask the reason behind the fox attacking the village, but thought against it. It would be like wishing that he wasn't near the Uchiha compound when Itachi killed his family. That was the past and now was the present and future. Naruto knew that he counted on the fox to help him improve. Naruto was alerted by the sound of someone knocking on the door and got up, thinking it was his sensei searching for him. As soon as he opened the door, though, Naruto was surprised as hell when he was face to face with the only man he knew that had the Sharingan. Naruto even activated his eyes as he stepped outside his room. Once outside, the Chunin tried without success not to be surprised by a second person wearing the same outfit as Itachi's. The boy immediately noticed the spike in the man's chakra supply, perhaps even surpassing his own in size. If there was one time Naruto cursed his perverted Sannin was now as he was alone against possibly two S-ranked criminals. Despite it all, he stood his ground, managing to create a suitable distance from his enemies, while at the same time wondering why they even allowed him free movement. Fighting is futile, Naruto-kun, you are going to come with us now. Naruto heard Itachi's partner that looked like a shark snort with a smirk on his face. Ni Itachi, how is it that this brat has the same eyes as yours? I didn't know he was your relative. Both Sharingan users stayed silent at the question. Naruto for his turn considered his options and realized with complete certainty that he was helpless. His chance was for Jiraiya to appear and even the odds a bit, but he wasn't that lucky. Taking a moment to study Itachi's partner, the Konoha Chunin now understood just what Itachi was telling him about when he appeared in Konoha. The danger only intensified seeing as Naruto knew very little about this foe or what he could do. The blonde was running out of options when an idea suddenly clicked. It would be the first time he ever used it, but he knew of some allies that he could call to help him, and this precise technique happens to demand a vast quantity of chakra, which means that Jiraiya would sense it. Quickly sacrificing some blood, Naruto passed it on the summons mark on his arm, before going through the hand signs. He managed to smash both hands on the ground, before the hallway erupted in heavy smoke. Once the smoke settled down, in front of Naruto appeared two fierce-looking tigers, one being the same that Naruto met with at Snow Country. The other one was yellow with white stripes, its choice of clothes defining its choice of fighting style. This one wore a black helmet on its head followed by a body armor of same color, leaving only its nails unprotected. Both were growling at the Akatsuki shinobi as if they knew who or what the threat was without their summoner's command. Itachi's partner Kisame snorted at the appearance. Ha, summoning these kitties won't help you, brat. I believe it's time for me to take off your limbs. This way, you won't. Itachi immediately noticed that something was wrong with Kisame. His body was trembling. Looking at the other one, he was mesmerized by the yellow one's speed and agility. He was aiming for Kisame, but Itachi released a couple of kunai, stopping the projectile. The Uchiha suddenly felt his own chakra network being invaded by a powerful genjutsu the likes of which could actually compare to his own. Nevertheless, it didn't take long for Itachi to break off the illusion and protect his partner. Naruto took the opportunity and began two separate techniques, hoping to stall long enough. Doten Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Mud River Technique. Katen Enden, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. The river of mud that passed under them made them loose their foot, and since Itachi was busy dispelling the genjutsu, he had to move quickly to save his partner. Kisame's only weakness was genjutsu because of his vast chakra reserves. The tigers had already backed off for the time being as they saw the jutsus taking place. Naruto's fire jutsu was avoided by Itachi, who took advantage of the mud beneath their feet and used an earth technique that he copied once. The earth barrier allowed him time to snap Kisame out of the genjutsu. The earth barrier was then smashed to pieces by Kisame's sword, and by the look on the man's face, he was beyond pissed. He charged straight for Naruto, while dodging both of Naruto's summons. As soon as he was within striking distance, however, his sword was suddenly blocked by a red toad, surprising Itachi, as Jiraiya of the Sannin have appeared with the woman they used as decoy to lure him away. "Oh, it seems I arrived in the nick of time, huh? You two thought you could trick the gallant Jiraiya." Naruto looked up from his position and breathed in relief. Itachi's expression betrayed nothing as he merely stared at the Sannin. "Kisame, we're leaving." Kisame made a face at his partner, but he knew not to mess with the elder Uchiha. They turned and started to run. "Oh, none of you are going anywhere." Jiraiya smirked as he went through hand signals, before slamming both hands on the ground. Everyone in the hallway tensed as the walls and floor were transformed into a soft malleable organ. Not wasting time, Jiraiya manipulated what appeared to be tentacles coming out of the floor towards the enemies, but Kisame's sword managed to block them. Jiraiya warned Naruto not to move an inch while the technique was active, to which both he and his tigers nodded, all of them equally impressed on how easily Jiraiya handled them. "There is no way out of this place, they can't get away." Jiraiya's smirk soon vanished as he saw Itachi making a turn and summoning some strange black flames, before making a hole outside and escape. Apparently, they could get away. The perverted Sannin ended the summoning technique and walked towards the place where the black flames were. Frowning, Jiraiya kneeled on the ground and opened an empty scroll before drawing strange symbols. Naruto appeared close to the man, having already dismissed his summons for the time being. He had to promise them some meat next time, though. After Jiraiya finished drawing the symbols on the scroll, Naruto watched with mild interest while the pervert went through hand seals. Fukahuin, fire sealing technique. Suddenly the black fire was sucked inside the scroll before a more pronounced kanji appeared inside the only free space on the scroll. The pervert was up soon afterward and looked at his student with a small frown. Imagine his surprise when he saw two tigers protecting Naruto against Itachi and Kisame. He wondered why Asuma forgot to mention that Naruto already had a summoning contract. Now, the idea of passing on the Toad contract to Naruto was out of the question, unfortunately. The two, teacher and student, decided to leave town first thing tomorrow morning and went back to the room inside. Once inside, the pervert decided it was best to tell Naruto about an organization named Akatsuki that was after the Baijuo. Naruto listened quietly as he cross-checked Jiraiya's information with what Itachi had told him on that day. "You'll have to get strong, kid, and real fast. No sweat though. Tomorrow, since you already know the earth technique I showed you, I'll be teaching you a new technique, one that only a select few in the world can manage." Naruto didn't show any fear at the threat against his life. He knew he needed all the strength he could get, and starting tomorrow, he would increase his workload. He wasn't kidding when he said to the Kyuubi that he would train until exhaustion came. He couldn't afford to do less than that. His life depended on it, after all. With Itachi . Once they left Crater City, Itachi and Kisame were busy seating inside a small cave. Since Kisame wanted to get some sleep and dream about making the Kyuubi brat scream in pain, Itachi was on first watch. Looking at his partner's sleeping form, the Uchiha could have easily killed the man without anyone witnessing. However, in doing so, he would risk his mission to stop Akatsuki from ever capturing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He took into account his knowledge of Konoha's defenses and volunteered to be the one who captured Naruto. This way, he didn't risk any of the others going after him. Even so, there will be times where Jiraiya won't come to rescue him, and thus Itachi won't be able to use it as an excuse not to capture the blonde Chunin. Naruto needed to be strong, stronger than he was now for sure. A smile threatened to appear, but none came. His stoic facade remained for too long for his face muscles to show even the slightest shift. When Itachi first met Naruto, he wasn't that impressed with his development. This time, though, he definitely saw improvement. His ninjutsu techniques were more precise and his Sharingan wasn't able to detect any waste of chakra. Itachi now supposed that in little more than 2 years at this rate, Naruto would be on par with Kakashi's level, perhaps even more if he increases the pace. Even without reaching the main Jinkaiyu version, an Uchiha's potential was limitless. Itachi, himself, was an Anbu captain at the age of 13. Naruto was not only training under Jounin Kakashi and Asuma but under Jiraiya of the Sannin as well. The boy was certainly on the way to become a fierce opponent, and the new summons only improved Itachi's estimate on what type of monster Naruto will become in 2 years. Quickly summoning a crow, Itachi watched as the bird flew away, in order to follow Naruto's every move. This way, Itachi would be able to keep tabs on his skills development. With Naruto . As soon as the sun came up, Naruto and Jiraiya were saying goodbye to Crater City, heading to the next town where Jiraiya's contact said that Tsunade was located right now. Tanzakugai was considered a tourist town filled with nothing but brothels, casinos and bars. It made perfect sense to Jiraiya that Tsunade would choose to go there, considering that aside from the brothels, Tanzakugai was a paradise for someone whose only hobby these days was heavy drinking and heavy gambling. As usual, Naruto had created his fair share of clones to go train in ninjutsu and even ocular genjutsu, which surprised the Sannin. The real one, though, was saving his time for the technique that Jiraiya told him about yesterday. Naruto admitted being excited at the prospect of learning a ninjutsu that only a handful was able to do. The fact that Jiraiya believed him capable surely raised his self-esteem. When they passed by a rather large tree, Jiraiya stopped and turned to his student. It was time after all. Okay Naruto, as I promised, I'll be teaching you a technique that only a select few ever managed. It's called the Rasengan, Jiraiya said, before he extended his hand and focused chakra before the swirl of chakra started forming on the palm of his hand. The blonde was transfixed by the swirling energy before widening his eyes at the results. He wasn't aware of the possibility of compressing such a large amount of chakra in such a tiny ball of energy. Jiraiya smirked at the undivided attention and knew that the next bit of information would shock the kid even more. This technique was one of the Yondaime Hokage's creations and is to this day greatly feared by those who not only got to witness but also survived. Naruto stopped breathing and even gagged a few times. The Yondaime created this. I'll be learning one of the Yondaime Hokage's techniques. Naruto didn't even care that he sounded way too eager now. A chance like this comes once in a lifetime. I knew you'd be excited. Now, the method to learn the Rasengan is quite complex and it consists of 3 phases. I'll be teaching you the first one. When you finish it, I'll teach you the other 2. Naruto nodded as Jiraiya had taken a small scroll, before releasing its content. When the smoke settled down, Naruto was at a loss as to why there was a box filled with water balloons in front of them. Jiraiya, however, beat his question and grabbed one of the balloons. The first step, Grasshopper, is to make the balloon explode using nothing but chakra manipulation. Watch. Naruto's eyes were entirely focused on the balloon as Jiraiya began to manipulate the water inside with his chakra. In seconds, the balloon began to expand uncontrollably and explode right at his face, making him all wet, much to the pervert's laughter. The look on Naruto's face was priceless and the sensei almost held his stomach while laughing uncontrollably. It wasn't funny, damn it. Jiraiya was still laughing, though. Okay, get to work Gaki. I shall give you a hint. You need to rotate the water inside the balloon using only chakra. Naruto nodded and grabbed the first balloon while Jiraiya moved towards the tree and took a seat. If he was right, the kid would take a long time just to master the first step, so it didn't hurt to take some rest. Neither of them noticed a black crow landing on top of the tree Jiraiya was using to rest, which was watching Naruto's training. Seeing the Chunin's first attempts, Jiraiya considered it safe to close his eyes for a bit and rest. If his calculations were correct, he would wake up 3 hours later and Naruto wouldn't take the training any longer. The pervert thus dozed off for a while. When he opened his eyes, he smiled upon seeing Naruto simply seating by his side. Are you giving up already, Gaki? It isn't like you. The Chunin smirked and showed the results of his efforts by taking one of the water balloons and mimicking Jiraiya's performance. The pervert believed he was dreaming when he saw it. These eyes are quite something, plus I have trained in chakra control since I received them. I didn't manage it at first, though. So, what's the second stage? Jiraiya scratched his head for a while, wondering how the hell this kid had managed to learn the first phase in only 3 hours. He guessed that the Sharingan aided the kid a lot, but even so it should have taken the kid days. Taking out another scroll, this time a box of rubber balls appeared before Jiraiya took one and did the same thing, exploding the ball. The second phase is focused on strength, instead of rotation. There is no water inside, just rubber and compressed air. You must release in one go or else it will not burst. Get to it I guess while we walk. Jiraiya was carrying the box while tossing one by one for Naruto to explode. This time, though, he could tell that the kid was having trouble as it was expected really. The Yondaime took 3 years to create it and he took a considerable time learning as well. Jiraiya's pride had just suffered a great blow. It was 4 hours later, when the site of Tanzaku town came into view. By that time, the rubber balls were almost gone and still Naruto couldn't explode them like Jiraiya did. He came close once before his tenketsu started to burn and he had to release it before time. Jiraiya was about to toss the last ball for Naruto to practice when they reached what appeared to be a destroyed building. Naruto had his Sharingan active. "I can see a lot of chakra residue in this place, sensei." Jiraiya nodded as he imagined the only person who could do this with only one punch. "It seems she's indeed here. Let's search around town for a while. Here is the last ball." Naruto nodded and looked at the object of hell for a while. Jiraiya was busy studying the debris to speculate what happened. The Chunin's chakra was almost gone as he used it all attempting the first and second stage of the Rasengan, not to mention the number of clones that were busy doing elemental manipulation. He closed his eyes for a second, while focusing on the remaining chakra he had at his disposal. He took a couple of breaths as this was his last attempt before Jiraiya had to buy more. He needed to do this to learn the third phase and master this offensive technique. Naruto imagined the repercussions of being able to use it in conjunction with the Sharingan. Jiraiya explained that the attack consisted of charging at the enemy in a straight line. Thus, it gives the enemy ample time to dodge or even attack from the side, rendering the technique useless. The tunnel vision could be dealt with anticipating the opponent's moves with his eyes. He needed to master this as soon as possible. His tenketsu would burn like hell, but he went through his plan anyway. As soon as he opened his eyes, Naruto focused all his remaining chakra in one single burst. His arms started to tremble as his chakra pathways were being strained. The rubber ball began to span uncontrollably, before exploding. Naruto was set on the ground because of the explosion. He was out of breath when Jiraiya appeared next to him again with the same shocked expression. Naruto's body was still trembling from lack of chakra, but he had a satisfied smile on his face, having mastered the second step in only a day. His lack of chakra wouldn't remain for long as he could feel the pool being replenished. The fox began its work by easing the pain on Naruto's chakra coils. Jiraiya looked at the kid while Naruto slowly got up. Naruto was still trying very desperately to breathe normally and his body was sweating and hurting all over the place. However, none of these mattered to him as he turned to the pervert. "So what's the third step?" Jiraiya couldn't help but notice the satisfied smirk Naruto had on his face as if he was doing a hobby. "For your sake, I'll teach you tomorrow. You look like shit, Gaki." Instead of searching for Tsunade right now, Jiraiya first went to leave Naruto inside the hotel room, this time leaving a toad with the kid just in case. Naruto was snoring no less than a minute after he was put into bed. Once that was out of the way, Jiraiya began to wander around town a bit to search for his teammate. His search ended in failure, however, as the woman was nowhere to be seen. He got inside a restaurant for some sake when his eyes spotted the woman a few tables to the west of the entrance. The woman in question also saw him, though, and already cursed her bad luck while the pervert took a seat next to a short black-haired woman wearing a purple kimono named Shizune. "It's been a while, Tsunade Heim, it's good to see you." By the look on her face, though, the feeling wasn't mutual. Chapter 15, God I'm. When Naruto woke up, he realized with surprise that it was already daytime outside. The last memory he had was arriving in Tanzaku City and finishing the second step of the Rasengan, before falling unconscious on the ground. Next thing he knew he was inside a hotel room the very next day. Jiraiya wasn't anywhere nearby, which to him wasn't much of a surprise. It wasn't the first time he had done that and it wouldn't be the last, he mused. What Naruto found odd about the room was that he wasn't alone. On the bed that's supposed to be Jiraiya's, there was what appeared to be a red amphibian wearing a blue vest. The damn animal was snoring and producing a loud and annoying noise that the Chunin wondered how tired he was that he wasn't awakened by it. Quickly throwing a pillow, Naruto smirked as the projectile toss hit the snoring animal head on. What he found most peculiar was the fact that he heard actual complaining from the animal. "What's the big idea here? I was sleeping, damn it." Gamakichi looked at the kid whose answer was fixed in simply staring at the toad blinking multiple times. "What are you staring at? You talk?" Gamakichi threw the pillow back at Naruto with a snarl in response to the question. "Of course, I can talk, I'm a summoned toad. The damn pervert summoned me here to watch over you. Though seeing your attitude, I guess he wanted to get away and put me here instead." Naruto frowned at the jab, but said nothing. He simply got up and looked around a bit. Jiraiya had placed him inside the room yesterday and it was morning now and he was still due to show himself. He wasn't worried about the Sannin's safety or anything remotely related. His participation in this mission was merely to accompany the man as he searched for the only female member of the Sannin, Senju Tsunade. Without him around, the boy was left with nothing to do except wait. He turned to the toad that was looking at him with a frown on its face because of the pillow incident. Did he say anything to you? Where he is at the moment or if I'm supposed to meet him when I woke up? Gamakichi, though, wasn't in the mood to answer anything. I'm not saying anything until you apologize. Naruto frowned at the toad, but complied. I'm sorry about throwing a pillow at you. You were snoring so loud it was getting annoying. The toad snorted. Apology accepted, I guess. No, he didn't say anything to me. He just wanted for me to watch out if something happened to you while you're alone. Now that you're awake, I guess I'll be going now. Naruto nodded before the toad vanished from this world, leaving the blonde alone with his thoughts. Actually, he had but one thought in his mind which was filling the void that was inside his stomach. Since meeting Itachi and that partner of his, Naruto actually felt a bit against leaving the hotel on his own, at least for now since he didn't know if they would try to capture him once more. With that thought in mind, Naruto left the room and went to the hotel lobby where there was a small restaurant. The Chunin was surprised when he saw the damn pervert inside the restaurant literally passed out in the furthest table. It was times like these that he wished he had a few Suten Jutsu to throw at the man to wake him up. Quickly placing his order, Naruto took a seat in front of his temporary sensei, while waiting for his water bottle to be brought by the waiter, along with a nice bowl of ramen. It took a total of 10 minutes for Naruto's order to be ready as the waiter placed it on the table. The Chunin thanked the man and slowly opened the bottle of water, before slowly placing it over Jiraiya's head. The old man lifted his head quickly, screaming Tsunade over and over again. Morning Sleeping Beauty. Jiraiya frowned once he saw Naruto, before rubbing his head to ease the worst hangover he ever had in his life. What was he thinking, challenging Tsunade to a drinking contest? Morning brat. Naruto snorted and wondered what the hell happened last night for his sensei to look like he was beaten to death. What happened last night? I blacked out from training and the next thing I remember is waking up inside some room next to a talking toad with an attitude problem. Jiraiya smirked at the question while searching the waiter of the place to bring him something for the headache. Truth be told, the events of last night weren't 100% clear yet. What he did remember was the alcohol and his surprise at seeing his teammate drink as much as she did without dire repercussions, aside from massive hangover. He noticed that Naruto was still waiting for an answer and if possible, his headache only increased. Seriously, it will take a while for him to even think of sake without feeling the urge to vomit. Easy brat, I have just woken up from a massive drinking contest. Please come back with the question a bit later. Naruto sighed but realized he didn't give that much of a damn to what really happened. The pervert was here after all. Not that I care much anyway, but did you at least find the woman you're looking for? Naruto resumed his lunch once he saw Jiraiya nod while still nurturing his headache. Silence reigned after the awkward conversation. Naruto had his entire focus on his meal while Jiraiya's was focused on the table in front of him. Nothing would come from this for a while. 10 minutes later, though, the blonde Chunin finished his meal and he noticed that the pervert was asleep once more. He sighed in dismay at the situation and paid the meal. He needed to at least extend the same courtesy and take Jiraiya to their room. Naruto knew, though, that he just couldn't carry the man by himself, meaning he needed the help of his bunshine. Summoning a tiger for this just wasn't worth the chakra waste. Naruto ignored the stares given by the hotel staff as well as the other guests. In all fairness, things like this happened all the time in this town, so why people kept staring he didn't know. After getting inside their room and ignoring the presence of a crow by the room window, Naruto and his clones threw Jiraiya towards the bed. So powerful was the hangover that Jiraiya didn't even feel his head banging against the bed's headboard. The original Chunin sighed once he heard one of his clones mumble the word oops. Once that was out of the way, the boy figured that he didn't have better things to do, so he just hopped on his bed and took the material he acquired from the Uchiha clan's library. Aside from fire manipulation, Naruto had found a bit on the Sharingan as well. Kyuubi did say it would be prudent to train the eyes as well, since it is considered one of his tools. Truth be told, Naruto hadn't given much thought about what Kyuubi mentioned as the next evolution of the Sharingan eyes, called Mangenkaiu Sharingan. The prospect of killing your best friend seemed so unreal to Naruto that he wondered how twisted one would be to first form a bond with someone only to kill him or her in the end. His Sharingan was perfect that way, it was, at least for the time being. Back to studying mode, Naruto began to analyze his own eyes, silently listing its uses. With the use of his eyes, he could anticipate physical attacks as he saw them coming in slow mode. He constantly trained his body to get used to the speed, but he had to continue training in that regard. He still had trouble following a Jounin's speed, but he was slowly getting there. The Sharingan also gave him an ace in ninjutsu, as he was able to copy the opponent's techniques as well as understand what the enemy was throwing at him before it actually happened. He figured that this way Naruto could defend accordingly. Another quality of the Sharingan, and one that Naruto rarely exploited, was genjutsu. Truth be told, the only genjutsu technique he had was the one that Kakashi taught him. Naruto supposed that he had focused way too much time on improving his ninjutsu and taijutsu, practically dismissing his genjutsu capabilities. He figured that once he returned to Konoha, he could get his hands on a few techniques. For now, Naruto figured that practicing genjutsu now was a good form of training. For an obvious reason, he couldn't train his ninjutsu inside a hotel room. That being said, Naruto summoned a few cage bunshines before activating his Sharingan eyes and casting Kakashi's ocular genjutsu on them. When the last one was dispelled, Naruto wanted to slap himself as he forgot that he could ask for a friend's help to learn some genjutsu techniques. Gathering a bit of chakra and sacrificing blood, he summoned Shiratora once more. The boy was surprised, however, when on top of the summon's head was a small cub, biting Shiratora's ear with as much force as it could muster. Naruto realized that perhaps he had interrupted something here. And, yes, it seems I have forgotten to name the tiger summon, so Shiratora it is. Did I call you in a bad time? The summons quickly threw the cub on the floor and looked at his summoner. Seeing the lack of danger you're in right now, I'd say yes you did, Shiratora said, earning an apologetic nod from Naruto. Now that I'm here, what can I help you with? Naruto didn't get to explain, though, before he was tackled by the small white tiger that was bothering Shiratora. The act alone made the big white tiger smile if such a thing was possible. He seems to have a liking to you, Naruto, perhaps you could do me a favor and get him away from my ear a bit, his teeth are starting to grow. Naruto nodded with a smile on his face as he started to wrestle with the small cub. For a cub, the little one was a bit smaller than half of Shiratora's size. Naruto placed the cub on the ground, before turning to Shiratora with a smile. I was wondering if you could teach me a genjutsu technique or two. I'm ashamed to say that I didn't focus much on illusions as I should. The tiger nodded, all too eager to appease his summoner's needs. Shiratora didn't remember the last time his ear wasn't a chew toy. He already knew from the top of his head, two genjutsu techniques that would fit nicely to the summoner, since both of them are rather unique to Naruto's set of eyes. Meigen Keisuke no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion Shackling Stakes, and Meigen Kyouten Chitin, Demonic Illusion Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, were techniques developed by the Uchiha clan, since it's better used by looking directly at the opponent's eyes. Since Shiratora didn't have the Sharingan, he could only teach the theory behind it and serve as a test subject to his summoner. Because of Naruto's giant chakra reserves, he had to struggle a bit to maintain the slow flow of chakra necessary to keep up the illusion. It took the Chunin a couple of hours to learn the first one, and the second technique consisted of using the opponent's chakra and turn it to the caster. No one in the room noticed when the crow that was in the window flew away. Somewhere in Fire Country Itachi and Kisame were walking by when the crow that was busy spying on Naruto landed on his shoulder. A brief look on the crow's eyes made the Uchiha smile briefly. According to his summon, Naruto had asked the help of his own summon to learn some Sharingan-oriented genjutsu techniques. It was quite interesting, as Itachi always pegged Naruto as being a more ninjutsu-oriented individual. Being better rounded, his skills will soon be enough for him to defend himself against the majority of his enemies out there. Itachi's outfit managed to cover his smirk from Kisame, but the shark-like shinobi couldn't help but comment on the bird's sudden appearance. Any luck in finding the brat? Itachi negated with his head. Now that Jiraiya is onto us, he won't allow us to get close. The crow had to dodge a few kunai once it attempted to follow. Kisame snorted, but dismissed it for the time. What now? Kisame asked as they continued to walk, when both received the signal from their ring. We go back to the base, it seems. With Naruto . With nothing better to do now that he managed to learn genjutsu, Naruto decided to wait until Jiraiya woke up. Shiratora was gone, stating that he needed to take care of some things. He left the cub there, though. Naruto guessed that the little nuisance was too much for the older tiger and wanted some relaxing time. Naruto was okay with looking out for the little one as the cub now settled to pester Jiraiya instead of him. It was quite amusing to see the small tiger confuse Jiraiya's long white hair with fur. It wouldn't take long for the cub to start what appeared to be his most precious hobby and bite Jiraiya's ear. As soon as the small teeth grabbed the pervert's ear, he screamed in pain and jumped from the bed. The cub was surprised as hell and jumped away as soon as he sensed danger. Naruto had to marvel at the little guy's agility. The little tiger was already behind Naruto when Jiraiya stood up with a kunai in hand. "Where is the little shit? I'll skewer him alive, where is he?" His eyes landed on the white fur behind Naruto and smirked. Suddenly, though, he felt tired all of a sudden and a bit woozy. His instincts immediately kicked in as he saw Naruto's Sharingan spinning madly like a cartwheel. Quickly dispelling the genjutsu, he looked at the kid in front of him with a new light. Thus far, Jiraiya wasn't aware that Naruto was capable of using genjutsu, being such a fanatic for elemental ninjutsu. "I see you calmed down somewhat. I couldn't allow you to harm him. Until his father arrives, he is my responsibility." Jiraiya saw the kid extending his head and gently caress the cub's chin, much to the little guy's enjoyment. "Now that your headache is over, you can tell me what happened yesterday?" Jiraiya nodded and took a sit on his bed, still rather amused to see the cute little tiger melting under Naruto's caress. He couldn't tell, but it appeared that the small tiger was almost falling asleep. He became serious since the memory had fully returned by now. He began to explain the events of last night, starting with placing Naruto inside their room and then looking for Tsunade. He explained how reluctant the woman was at accepting to come back to Konoha, based on what happened to her brother and lover. Naruto couldn't help but extend his sympathies, even though he couldn't begin to understand the prospect of losing a member of the family. He was born without one. Jiraiya then explained how stubborn the woman was behaving, going as far as to threaten him to use that super strength of hers if he didn't stop talking. With that, Jiraiya went for the strategic fallback and vowed to try again throughout the week. Jiraiya told that he had placed a tracking seal close to her position, allowing him to track her at all times now. Naruto nodded, before smoke appeared inside the room. Shiratora was there and took the cub back to their realm. "So what now?" Naruto asked, earning a smile from the perverted Sannin. "We will go meet her once more. I'll talk to her while you keep practicing the final phase of the Rasengan." Naruto didn't appear very convinced of the plan. From what he learned from the woman, it was clear that Jiraiya's attempts weren't enough. Nevertheless, Naruto figured that for him the only thing that mattered right now was getting stronger under the pervert's guidance. With or without Tsunade, they would simply return home and Naruto would begin doing Chunin assignments. As they left the room, Jiraiya found it in his good nature to warn Naruto of the woman's rather short temper. "Brat, just don't say anything to anger her. I'm running through a thin layer here and any misinterpretation on her part, and the mission is a failure. Not that I mind much about it, but you don't need to worry about me. You're the one who knows her best." Jiraiya looked at the kid for a while and nodded. Indeed, Naruto wouldn't know of the repercussions of not having Tsunade as the Hokage. He had already declined the position, so he was sure that the next available choice wouldn't think twice before accepting. Jiraiya wouldn't dare think of what would happen to Konoha if Dansu were to be nominated as the Godime Hokage. It is something that only Jounin and above knew actually. Once out of the hotel, Jiraiya quickly turned to the right and walked towards what appeared to be an open field. Naruto started to question where they were going until he saw two women next to a river stream watching what appeared to be a pig drinking some water. From the picture he remembered of Tsunade's appearance, Naruto wondered what the hell was going on here. Jiraiya had explained that the picture was taken a long time ago. However, the woman didn't appear older than Kakashi or Kasumi. Sensing something amiss as they walked, Naruto quickly activated the Sharingan and lifted his eyebrow in surprise at the henge. The pervert Sannin saw what Naruto was doing and placed a hand on his shoulder, forcing Naruto to look at him. A simple nod was enough to tell Naruto that it was a sensitive topic. "Hi there, Tsunade," Jiraiya said as he approached the woman. Naruto didn't bother staying by his side. He began his training with the Rasengan, completely ignoring the presence of the two women. "What are you doing here, Jiraiya? I already told you no, and who is the brat?" Jiraiya turned briefly to observe Naruto's work with the Rasengan, before looking back at her. "He is Uzumaki Naruto and I've taken him with me here to teach him a couple things." Jiraiya ignored the brief look of surprise that both Tsunade and her companion Shizune had since both of them knew about the Kyubi Jinchuriki. "As to what I'm doing here, I merely wished to converse with you, Tsunade. Yesterday, you were rather impatient with me once I came with the news, but now that you had time to mull over, I want to hear your response. Tsunade was looking at the Chunin when she heard Jiraiya speaking once more. She shot him a fierce glare at the mention of said topic, but soon realized that this time something different occurred. For one, Jiraiya was meeting her gaze head on. Tsunade became enraged at this and moved to punch Jiraiya. She was surprised when a wall of earth lifted right in front of Jiraiya. In normal circumstances, her punch would go through the wall like it wasn't even there, but she was focusing only 1/3 of her strength to beat some sense into her once teammate. When the wall went down, she met his gaze and found in surprise that he was surprised as well. He turned to see the kid only to see him placing both hands on the ground. The pervert couldn't help but smirk at the kid. His Sharingan must have caught the woman's intention to go through with the technique. "Oi Naruto, you didn't need to protect me, you know." Jiraiya was rather amused at the situation. The Chunin just shrugged it off. "She was about to attack and you wouldn't lift a finger to stop it." The perverted Sannin smirked and then turned to see that Tsunade was still looking at Naruto, or rather the red eyes that she was familiar with. He figured that a little explanation was in order. That and Tsunade practically demanded answers. "Spill it, Jiraiya, how does he possess the Sharingan?" "Naruto is not an Uchiha." Jiraiya nodded, explaining the entire story to the woman while Naruto shrugged and went back to his Rasengan training. The technique was ridiculously difficult, he cursed. The first and second steps were rather easy to complete, but keeping up the rotation and the force at the same time was impossible. It was like looking left and right at the same time. Perhaps he could use a clone to split the work, but that wouldn't be completing the technique like Jiraiya was able to. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had finished explaining the events that allowed Naruto to have the accursed Dujutsu. To say the woman was surprised was an understatement. The QB event alone already brought the kid lots of traumatic events. She wondered how the boy's mind was able to cope with such strain. "I'm still waiting for your answer, Tsunade. Will you come back to Konoha with us and become the God I'm Hokage?" Tsunade looked at the pervert once more. "My answer is the same, Jiraiya. You're only wasting your time. Shizune, we're leaving." The woman Sannin just walked away, followed by Shizune, who was now holding the pig on her arms. Jiraiya just stood there, looking at the same place as if Tsunade hadn't moved. Despite the woman's repeated denial, Jiraiya couldn't help but smirk and wonder in silence how much he really enjoyed pestering his old teammate. The pervert was now in one of those situations where you simply cannot fail. That being said, he would have to apologize to her later, because if it was one thing that Jiraiya never did was to give up. When Naruto approached nearby while looking at Tsunade's back, he then looked at his temporary sensei. "Can we go home now? It's clear that whatever you're attempting isn't working." Naruto, though, saw the smirk on the pervert's face. "Kid, clearly you know nothing of convincing others through exhaustion. I wouldn't be here right now as awesome as I am today if I backed down so easily. I can still track her and I won't stop until she either kills me or accepts the position." Naruto looked at the man and sighed. He at least had to give it to Jiraiya. The man was more stubborn than a mule. The pervert looked at his temporary student and with the same smirk as before, cracked his knuckles a bit. "How about we set the Rasengan training aside for a moment and spar a little? We can use all the techniques you wish against me and I will do the same, obviously not to the extreme of aiming to kill. You're allowed to, though." The blonde smirked with his Sharingan already activated. "Now you're talking. Equals with Tsunade equals. Shizune was looking at her master's back with nothing but concern at the present situation. She knew that there was another reason why she was giving Jiraiya-sama such a hard time. Days before Jiraiya's arrival, they were confronted by the other Sannin Orochimaru and his second in command. The man surely knew how to convince Tsunade into doing his bidding. In exchange for healing his arms that were lost at his fight against the Sandaime Hokage, Orochimaru offered the resurrection of two people that happened to beat Tsunade's entire life, Tsunade's little brother Senju Noaki and Shizune's uncle Dan. Shizune remembered seeing the predatory smirk on the snake Sannin's face as he saw the amount of conflicting pain in her master's face. Never before she realized how akin to a snake Orochimaru looked like. He knew that simply pleading for her help wouldn't be enough, so he offered her the only thing that no one could. He gave them a week to decide and Shizune believed her master would refuse right away at first. When she didn't outright refuse, Shizune became preoccupied. How could she fault Tsunade really? Dan was her uncle as well, but her love for the man couldn't even compare to Tsunade's. They were scheduled to be married after all. In all fairness, Shizune believed they didn't even have to show up to the meeting with the snake Sanin. She didn't know what her master was thinking, and that worried her greatly. Tsunade-sama. The blonde woman turned her neck slightly to look at Shizune's clearly worried eyes. She immediately knew what her prodigy was thinking. Shizune couldn't see, but Tsunade was looking towards the ground without any kind of focus right now. She just wanted to walk towards random directions, hoping that an answer falls in front of her. She just didn't know what to do concerning the damn snake. The one thing she wanted most right now was to see those two once more. She missed the strong and warm feeling of being embraced by her lover. He was always there for her, supporting her goals, hugging her when she needed. Above all things, she missed the way he looked at her with such passionate feeling. In Milwaukee, she missed his bright smile when he would come and show her some of his skills. She even missed teasing the little guy when she saw him with a girl his age. Her body started shaking at the bottled memories that were starting to appear before her eyes. She was desperate to see them again. However, could she bring herself to betray her village and help Konoha's worst criminal? Shizune's unasked question had no answer. I just don't know, Shizune. I just don't know. Shizune nodded with even sadder look than before upon seeing Tsunade's situation. Her worst fear was now happening and she didn't know what to do. We can tell Jir. Shizune immediately speaking at the mere look from her master's eyes. The look alone told her more than enough. However, for all the love she had for her master, she couldn't allow her to go down this path on her own. With that thought, Shizune would wait until the woman was asleep and do the right thing. At night. Jiraiya placed an unconscious Naruto on his bed with a smile on his face. The kid managed to put up one hell of a fight, and the pervert Sanin was proud to see qualities from both his parents and the kid. He could see Minato's intelligence in the kid's moves, but he also could see some of Kushina's brashness as well. When Jiraiya got up, he flinched at the pain from some attacks that hit him. Naruto's ability in Doden ninjutsu was pretty advanced for his age, he mused. His fire techniques were even more dangerous, but at least Jiraiya knew to pay better attention at them, unless he wanted to have second-degree burns. The pervert was beat. His stamina was considered smaller than the kid, but the reason he was still standing was because of his experience in wasting less chakra for his techniques. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes when he sensed a shadow outside the window and moved to intercept. He was surprised, though, when he caught Shizune there of all people. Shizune, what you're doing here? Something happened to Tsunade? Her face appeared conflicted, and she was indeed, because she was about to betray Tsunade's trust. The woman nodded and told the pervert everything, consequences be damned. As Jiraiya listened, he began questioning his ex-teammate's ability to play with others' lives like that. When Shizune finished explaining, she saw the pervert's expression and couldn't help but agree with him. I appreciate you telling me this, Shizune, and don't worry. We won't act on it, but we will be present just in case. I can guarantee to you that Tsunade won't turn against the village. She will do the right thing. Shizune nodded with a smile. I'm also sure that Orochimaru will retaliate. When he does that, we'll be there to stop him. You can trust me on this. Shizune nodded once more, knowing now that she had made the right call. Depending on the situation, getting help from one man rarely solves anything. When said man has the power equivalent to a cage, though, the story is different, much different. Shizune quickly left and headed straight towards the inn where she and Tsunade were staying. Jiraiya looked at the sleeping form of his student and sighed in dismay. He would need to prepare him to face Orochimaru's second in command together with Shizune. Jiraiya didn't know much about him, but he at least had to raise the stakes in Naruto's training these last 2 days. The Rasengan will need to be mastered before the fight begins. His student would have to resort to blind luck and a huge amount of hard work to get where Jiraiya needed him to be. Day of the meeting. When the day came for Tsunade to give her answer, Orochimaru and his wingman Kabuto were standing in a deserted clearing surrounded by mountains and small vegetation. The wind today was rather fierce as it lifted quite a bit of dust, thus obscuring the snake Sanin's vision of the horizon. However, one wouldn't be a Sanin if he couldn't tell that someone was coming without the use of his eyes. The shadow of Tsunade and Shizune soon appeared, and Orochimaru couldn't help but show a predatory smile. His psychological warfare brought results after all. It didn't take long for the shadow to morph into the perfect image of his teammate. Orochimaru thus could see the fierce look on her face and smirked even more in amusement. The number one lesson in convincing someone was knowing what he or she most desired and then use it as leverage. As Tsunade stopped inches from his position, Orochimaru remained the smirk. I trust you have the answer, Tsunade? Tsunade nodded. Shizune looked at the scene with great apprehension. Can you really bring them back? Orochimaru smirked and responded with a nod, while subtly studying the reaction of the woman behind Tsunade. She appeared surprised at the decision. Extend your arms then. The snake Sanin did just that, before Tsunade's hands started glowing green. However, she was forced to dodge back as soon as Kabuto attacked her with a kunai. The snake Sanin simply looked at his second-in-command with a questioning look. I know that technique, Orochimaru-sama, she was trying to kill you. The snake Sanin heard the snarl from Tsunade and smirked. How devious of you, Tsunade Heim, lucky for me I have powerful allies by my side. Now that you've given me your answer, I'm afraid I can't let you live. Tsunade, though, didn't wait and immediately charged at Orochimaru, who maintained his smirk when Kabuto appeared in front of him. Tsunade merely scoffed at the opposition and kept charging. What happened next, though, caught Shizune by surprise as Kabuto deliberately caused a wound on his arm, spilling a large amount of blood straight on Tsunade's face. Her heart skipped a beat as the red liquid hit her face. Her pupils became dilated. She was no longer in the clearing, but back to the event that caused her hemophobia to start. Her lover Dan bleeding profusely on the ground under a heavy rain. Tsunade's hands were filled with his blood. Kabuto in the meantime smirked at the woman and charged to kill her with a simple kunai stab on her neck. However, before he made one more step, everyone was surprised that the last member of the Sanin came with a roundhouse kick that hit Kabuto, sending him near Orochimaru. It's such a pleasure to meet you here of all places, Orochimaru. The snake Sanin looked at his teammate with a frown as he noticed that another person had joined the battle as well. Orochimaru saw the Sharingan eyes in the Kyuubi brat and snarled since he couldn't take possession of his body because of the fox inside of him. Since he couldn't get the Sharingan, there was no reason that Orochimaru saw in keeping the brat alive. Also in killing him, he manages to ruin the plans of a certain organization that is after the Baijuo. You're nothing but a fool, Jiraiya, and now you'll share the same fate as Sensei. Kabuto, please deal with the other brats. The second-in-command nodded, before Orochimaru jumped away, followed by Jiraiya, confident that Naruto and Shizune will be okay against this man. Naruto's fight ===. Kabuto thought nothing of the other S-ranked fight and neither the shaking form of Tsunade on the ground. He just charged at his first target, being Shizune. With good agility, though, the medic Nin lifted the sleeve of her kimono and unleashed a barrage of senbon towards Kabuto, who simply dodged and kept his frontal assault with a smirk on his face. Medic Nin weren't known for their prowess in the field. Shizune even attempted to parry the man's attack with a kunai of her own, but Kabuto once more dodged before breaking the woman's rather frail taijutsu guard. The look on her executioner's face was evident that she was doomed right there. Tsunade never focused much in training her in combat skills, focusing instead on improving her knowledge and chakra control necessary to survive in the field of medicine. However, when instead of the noise of metal piercing flesh and a subsequent feeling of immeasurable pain, Shizune only heard a loud noise of metal clinging against metal and looked down. Naruto was there parrying Kabuto's kunai with his sword, as he looked with his fully evolved Sharingan. Kabuto quickly reacted using his chakra scalpels, but Naruto had already created some distance from the guy by taking Shizune away from the damage. He placed her near Tsunade for protection, before facing Kabuto. Shizune was shocked by the speed, before she remembered the Sharingan's capabilities of anticipating the enemy's movements. Naruto immediately went through hand seals, before gathering air inside his lungs. Cat and Dai Enden, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. Kabuto dodged the fireball easily, but saw the sudden shuriken that came at him from a different direction, forcing him to block using a kunai. Naruto saw the opportunity and charged with both his swords in hand. Because of the Sharingan, all his moves were governed according to the information received by the accursed dojutsu. Which meant that Naruto was forcing Orochimaru's second-in-command to use all his agility to avoid the death slices of his swords. Still, Naruto wasn't as fast as a jounin and he couldn't keep up forever. Knowing this and avoiding another chakra scalpel, Naruto went through another set of hand seals, this time focusing on a different element. Doten Doryu Dongan, Earth Release, Mud Shot Technique. The consecutive shots hit Kabuto head on, but he was replaced with a mud clone soon afterward, appearing behind the still shaking Tsunade. Naruto cursed the man and focused chakra through his feet in order to keep him from reaching Tsunade. Luckily for him, Shizune was quick on her feet and unleashed a black smoke from her mouth that stopped Kabuto's movement, giving Naruto ample time to not only arrive, but also send a clone underground. When the smoke cleared, Kabuto appeared not at all bothered with the poison smoke that Shizune unleashed at him. Foolish girl, I am immune to most poisons thanks to Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto was surprised when a hand grabbed his leg and began to bring him below ground. Kabuto used his scalpel to kill the clone, but Naruto wasn't counting on that actually working. He was more interested in unleashing his cat and cane no Arashi, fire release, firestorm technique, at the slightly trapped Kabuto who couldn't do anything but be hit dead on by the flames. His body was covered with second-degree burns, but the man just kept smirking. You have to do a lot more than this too. Kabuto wasn't very proficient in fighting against the Sharingan, hence he didn't know that the worst thing one could do was to look straight at Naruto's eyes. Megan Keisuke no Jutsu, demonic illusion shackling stakes. Kabuto was staring at the kid in front of him while trying with all his might to move his body, but something was stopping him from doing so. He saw the kid extending his hand and wondered what the hell he was up to now. Orochimaru's second in command widened his eyes when he realized that he could see the chakra being molded. Naruto, for his part, was using every inch of his concentration in order to maintain the steady level of chakra for the genjutsu through his eyes and focus on the Rasengan. Throughout the last 2 days, he had summoned a good number of Kage Bunshines to aid him in controlling the damn technique. He wasn't about to fail now. When the Rasengan was finished, Naruto charged with considerable speed at Kabuto and released the genjutsu on him just as he slammed the Rasengan in Kabuto's stomach. The man's scream echoed through the clearing as the gigantic ball of energy sent him flying towards a sizable rock. Tsunade has already awoken from her trauma since Shizune managed to clean the blood from her face. She was able to see the Chunin dealing with Kabuto. She could see the fierce resolve in the kid, even though she was looking at his back. Tsunade was suddenly shocked out of her core as hallucinations started to appear behind Naruto. She saw her lover Dan and her brother Nawaki next to Naruto, giving the same pose. Was it a hallucination? When the Chunin turned to see her, both Dan and Nawaki turned at the same time. Now, all three were looking at her, before Dan and Nawaki were longer there. Are you alright? The woman briefly nodded, still dumbstruck. Here she was, a Sannin known throughout the elemental nations as the strongest kunoichi, being saved by a Chunin. Tsunade sensed that the images were saying something to her. It was like the two most important people in her life were there giving Naruto strength to face the opposition. Slowly but surely, she got up. Kabuto, for his part, had a hole on his stomach. Despite the fact that his body was healing, the damage done by the attack was keeping him from openly moving once more. He had never faced this kind of pain before as he fell on the ground. Orochimaru x Jiraiya . The fight between Sannin was fierce, and despite the fact that Orochimaru couldn't use his arms, it didn't mean that the man was less dangerous. Aside from his arms, Orochimaru could extend his neck, his legs and even jutsus that require little to no hand seals like the Mud Bunshine and Kawarimi. Thus for all the power that Jiraiya placed in his jutsu, Orochimaru would simply move out of the way and attack Jiraiya with the hidden kusanagi that he can fight with using his tongue. However, the fight soon came at a halt as Orochimaru saw how the Kyuubi brat was faring against Kabuto. It only made him angrier at how the Sharingan was keeping Kabuto from even landing a hit on the kid, whereas the kid was doing all sorts of damage to him. When he saw his wing man flying because of the Rasengan, Orochimaru realized that he needed to kill him. Moving quickly, he escaped from the fight and charged straight at Naruto's back with his kusanagi, aiming to kill the brat. Jiraiya realized it too late to stop him. With Tsunade . Tsunade saw the image behind Naruto's back approaching. Orochimaru was charging at him with a sword on his tongue, ready to pierce Naruto's skin like a knife through butter. Her body started trembling as she realized that the boy wouldn't be fast enough to dodge, even if he acknowledged the threat to his life right now. Using all her speed and focusing all her chakra through her legs, Tsunade charged and stood in front of the already shocked Naruto. The noise of metal piercing flesh shocked everyone, including Orochimaru, who cursed the woman for standing in his way of ruining Akatsuki's plans. Tsunade was still trembling as the wound drew a large amount of blood, her own. You don't even know this kid, Tsunade. Yet you sacrifice your own life for him. Orochimaru's sword was still inside her as he saw Tsunade speaking while still trembling. I've saw something in him, something that showed me that perhaps I've been away for far too long. When her body stopped shaking, Orochimaru realized that he was screwed. He received a powerful uppercut on his chin. Orochimaru was on the ground as he saw Tsunade going through hand seals, before the seal on her forehead was gone and smoke erupted from the wound caused by the kusanagi. I've seen the images of both my loved ones behind him, which tells me that the kid is something special to them. Because of this, Tsunade was now glaring at Orochimaru fiercely. You may now call me the god, I'm Hokage. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes just as Jiraiya appeared by her side. He knew better than to face his two teammates on his own since Kabuto was out of commission. He immediately left via Sunshine and arrived near Kabuto, before vanishing from the premise. Jiraiya turned to the woman with a lecherous smirk on his face as Naruto appeared in front of them. Ah, thank you for saving me. Tsunade smirked at the kid. Think nothing of it, Gaki, it's merely retribution. Naruto nodded as Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Shall we go?